Good morning, everyone. We are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube, and we are live on Zoom. Good morning, Max.
Good morning, Eric. Wow, this is exciting. So yeah, live on multiple channels. This is incredible.
Well, if it was a pandemic, I don't think we can have this kind of sessions.
Yeah, we are all the technical experts in this day. So I think that's quite an achievement. So yeah, I couldn't agree more on that.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. If you are joining on YouTube, my name is Eric Francis Manu. I'm a host, and I have my co-host this morning, Max. I also have one of my colleagues from Cambridge, Mr. Tim Champion, and I have my work colleague and also my teammate, Eleonora, who is online. Max, what do we have for today?
Well, we have a day packed of coaching talks. So as far as I'm concerned, this is my Christmas. Really exciting. So we have a back-to-back talks, 1 hour each, and I will be the first one to go. I will give an introduction and just get the audience to warm up a bit, and then we're going to have a detailed dive into a number of topics. Eric, do you want me to go through the agenda?
Yes, please. If we can go through the agenda before we move to the next one.
Yeah, so here we go on the screen. So yeah, so that's us today. So if you can go to the next slide, I think we have all the details. So here we go. So this is Eric and Max. So we start at 10 a.m. I will give you a talk in a few minutes. Then we have a co-hosting actually with Melanie Pope and Paola Francesi on mindfulness, and we don't take any breaks for lunchtime. So this is where we got Tim and then Cassia to the kick in. We have John Appia in the early afternoon, and then Eric, you have also your slot, followed by Erica. She's in the US, so she's taking the last slot, and then we have the closing remarks. So that will be at 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. there will be, we will probably take 15-20 minutes just to take stock of what happened during the day and see the key takeaways. So excellent. That is from all the panels of talks that are being advertised and extensively on social media. So everybody probably had the time to view all the different topics.
Excellent, thank you, Max. So as Max says, we've got packed the whole day, so no breaks, but please do have a break if you can. Very important, especially these days. We don't want you to stay on your screen for the whole day. Just come and go as when it suits you. This morning, Max will take us through for session to 11. And then, as he said, Dr. Melanie and Paola will join in for very interactive session. And of course, Tim and Cassia join us. Please bear in mind that if you have any comments, please comment. My colleague, Nora, will able to give us your feedback from YouTube. Myself and Max, being my co-host, we can also monitor your comments. So please, any comment you have, anything, just let us know. We are happy to respond to you. If you are, please try to, as I said before, have breaks, have some drinks, go for a walk if you can. We don't want you to stuck here for the whole day. We want you to also have a free day. Before I leave the session, Max, I'm going to leave over to you. But before I do that, this didn't come just started. They started from back in last year, July, and I was glad to have met so many incredible coaches. The first one was my dear friend Cassia back in July, and we worked through every month, almost from July to December, from Tim to Melanie, Cassia, Max, and has been incredible journey. So today is just a session for the whole day. We have packed amazing topic, which I'm excited. I think I'm done for today, but I'll be around as my co-host Max will be taking over from here. Max, over to you.
Wonderful, thank you, Eric. Right, so I will share my presentation in a second, but just a couple of forewords. My style is very interactive, so depending on the audience, I will adjust my agenda. So yes, there will be a Q&A at the end, but I'm totally open, and actually I encourage and welcome feedback as we go along. So as Eric said, I will keep watching the chat room in Zoom. Feel free to jump in, to post questions, comments, anything that it really pops in your mind, and I will react. So I have a plan, but I like to react to stimulus. That what this is all about. It's not just a one way, it must be all round. So that is something that I wanted just to encourage everybody. So we need also to have some fun. Let me start with a bit of introduction by sharing my deck. Let's see if it comes up. Good. Okay, that's me. As you can see on the right-hand side, Max Comuzzi. I'm originally from Italy. As you can probably hear, there's some traces in my accent. But I've been living between UK and Asia for the last 25 years. You can see on the top, there's a few brands of big corporates. For me, what they mean is I've been exposed to so many people, thousands of people around the globe in different countries. I had the privilege to travel a lot up to a year and a half back. And the experience that I got from meeting so many diversity, so many cultures is priceless. So that what those big names on the top really mean to me. I'm a certified coach. I started about 7 years back. My coaching journey stemming from for the passion that I have for people and leadership in corporates. And I coach individuals. Mainly to find their purpose, to connect to their core and what I call their way of being. I practice in organization, particularly in team coaching. I like the collective power of people. And I support non-profit organizations to boost confidence in young people approaching their first job or in their first steps in their career. I like to say that I am your eye of the storm, and I will with you all the way to sail to new shores. So people come to me; they have a lot in their mind. That's the storm, so they get centered in our coaching, and then they go out there riding safely through the storm and reach whatever destination they got to do. So that's me in a very nutshell. Let's move to the topic of today. Normally webinars we try to send very clean, simple messages rather than overloading people with information, because we don't have time and people need also to digest, think, and reflect. But often I get lots of questions. Where can I find more information? Where can I find more resources? How can I drill down more? So today, what I wanted to do is I took inspiration from a book that I came across recently, very much linked to my experience. So you follow high level the terminology and the concept of this book, and you can, if you find something interesting for you, it's a good reference. You can read and go as deep as you want into this think less, learn more from a Dr. Srini Pillay. This book talks about the power of unfocusing, because in these days we tended to focus a little bit too much. Is an endless string of tasks. There's an endless string of small items that we need to execute back to back in a very logical sequence. So this is the cult of focus. And it seems sometimes that we elevate this capability above everything. Is the core competency that we need to strive for. But if you're using focus in isolation too much, it will actually backfire. It will disempower you. And there's a saying that I put in this slide: to the guy with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if you are armed only with this hammer of your focus, you will be sight blinded. You will not see what's going on the right, on the left, on the back. So you need to be conscious that there's much more, so many other tools that you can use. So that is the topic, and they will help you with your leadership, with your creativity in your life or in your career. So that is my introductions, and again, we hear so many times: be realistic, be focused, goals, keep your eye on the ball. That's another thing that we get so many times. But again, it's a reserve for short-term activities. Let me go to the next slide. I'm just keeping an eye if there's any questions, please. Cognitive rhythm. What is this? I really love this expression. I put a picture in there of someone that is. It seems to be in the flow with the energy, elevation, and there are some drops that comes from the top. It's very beautiful, harmonious. This resonates with me a lot, and is linked to an experience that I had recently. I'm talking about a couple of months back. Everything that I do, I like to link to my experience. I only talk to someone that I felt, something that I experienced myself, because that is walking the talk as a coach, not just a theory. So I took a contract with a corporate. It's very intense, 6 months. And I went in straight away, and lots of ideas. I've got experience, 3 decades here and there, worked in so many countries. I know what I'm doing. But I got too efficient. I got caught by surprise by the remote working and the relentless rhythm of working from this very chair, from this office all day. So I ended up with the wrong rhythm. I was very successful because I managed to organize endless meetings, 20 minutes each, back to back, no breaks. I put the productivity as a religion, but that actually drained me completely. So, and I had to resign. I burned out. I was so successful that I had to leave. I couldn't recover. Physically, I was too tired, and everybody asked me, Max, why are you leaving right now? Everything's going so well. I say, I can't take it. So big lessons learned, even with all this experience. So if I click to the, you can see, this is what it looked like. Focus, focus, focus. And then you go into the fatigue. Instead of having a rhythm that will be focus, just as an example, meditate. Then you're going to focus, and then you get a nap, focus, daydream, coffee, walk, gardening, could be anything. So I totally underestimated the brain fatigue that will come from this back-to-back focus. This is where when I stood back in April, that I took time to recover, that I came across this book, and there are so many things that I realized that I needed to be more productive rather than just delivering tasks in an endless fashion. So let's have a look at the, this is a very, very busy slide. And again, this is the way that I designed today, just an invitation for everybody to look more into all these skills that I'm pretty sure you probably already practice to a certain level. But the world out there is really complex. It's getting more complex by the day, so that is a fact. So you have 2 choices: or you simplify your external world, and good luck with that, or you need to step up your own mental complexity. And this is the invitation. Looking at, for instance, I'm just reading totally in a random sequence, switch lenses. When you analyze situations, you can use what I call split thinking or bundling. So you break down any topic to the lowest component. So that is split thinking or bundling. Actually, you connect the dots, so you bring up all the information you have to the higher level. Be light. It's just a belief that you do have a choice no matter what happens, and by only having the belief that you can choose, that will activate your brain to start making changes and decisions. The Internet of Things, though there's a collective consciousness, a universal consciousness that actually you can connect it to the group thinking. Sometimes you feel so aligned when you are in a room or you work with some people. So actually go deeper into the power of connecting through others, through interactions, but also through your brain intuition. Practice abstraction, so imagination. So this is really key. Imagining, great people. They just intended to be great. They also imagine it with precision. They play with their imaginations. We got self-talk in there, diffuse stress, reframe, naming emotion, blending interest. There was Steve Jobs putting more multiple interest, daydreaming when you feel stuck. So I wanted just to give you a taste that this is what you will find in this book. And then what we will do now, we will start diving into the red ones, into your predicting power, the interconnection, your cognitive rhythm, and the stereotypes. So let's go. I have a very simple exercise. So you will see in in few seconds, there will be something that will come up. I invite you to read it. This is just a quick brain teaser to engage, I guess, some blood flowing in your brain. So here we go. So this is the mystery phrase. So try to read it. Right. I'm pretty sure that you come up with the I couldn't believe that I could understand what I was reading. What does it mean? That our brain actually doesn't need to have everything spelled out, everything this logical and a clear sequence. Our brain is incredible. I could make actually this one more difficult and just give you just at the beginning, at the end of the word, and leave the middle out. You will still be able to read it. So this is the key point. You don't need to know exactly how you do it. Your brain will do it for you. All the knowledge, all your experience you have in your back, you need just to relax and let it go. It will come up with the incredible solutions, ideas, and connection. I'm pretty sure that everybody does it in the shower or while you're driving. You got that magnificent idea, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Use this resource even more. Another small exercise for you. What's the connection here? So we have a traffic light, fully lit, and then we go rubber ducks. Quite a few of them lined up. What could be the possible connection between these two things? So I'll let you just to think for a moment. This is, it is a silly exercise. You might see, well, I see those rubber ducks actually, they're so lined up. They remind me a queue on a traffic light. So there's similarities in the sequence. Or there could be a yellow. Yellow is an important color. Is connection, is openness, brightness. So it doesn't have to be logical, but the point here is the more you stretch your mind in finding connections, the more you will start making sense without you even realizing it. So you might say, yellow is what I need right now in my life. I need really to get out. I need the sunshine. I need open air. I need exercise because I'm really tired. Other people might say, "Ooh, I see that the red actually is the connecting red for me at the moment. I need to stop what I'm doing, and I need to take the heat down in whatever is your activity." The key point is, if to what I call it, to make a semantic distance between the different objects. It doesn't matter. I might actually look behind it and see there's a guitar and there's a plant, and I do a little exercise. What's the connection between a guitar and the plant? Then your brain will be activated immediately because it's a puzzle. It's something really exciting. It's something that will take you in an unknown direction. So the more unlikely the connection, the more you will get out of it. And it's something you can do for yourself, but you can use it for with other people. When people are stuck, when people they are not able to move, or they're not able to do something, you might say, what's the connection between something maybe they said and something you are in the environment? So it can be totally crazy, unrelated, outrageous, silly, and then you will see the reaction from the person. We take them from the stuckness they are in the moment, and then we'll start moving in a different direction. Only giving them a bit of shake in the brain might be enough to move in a completely new direction. My invitation for all of you, this is very simple, but you can train yourself, let's say 10-15 minutes a week. No, I'm not saying every day. So a week, you take just a few minutes, you just look around and you make this kind of a random connection, see what's in store for you. Do it with other people. And it's just a discovery exercise. And then you will see how your brain will grow. So that, just to expand a little bit more, imagination, interconnection. So there's you can see all these connections firing and connecting some electric panels in there. Yes, depth of ideas are important, but especially in our day-to-day life, connections are the real deal. When you're able to connect things in probably connection that nobody else is able to see. This is where the real creativity, the real imagination, the thinking out of the box that everybody talks about is there. So connecting ideas in your own way, with your own background, your own experience, your own story, this will make you unique. And again, don't be afraid. It takes a bit of a courage to go into this unknown, uncharted territory of doing this crazy stuff and throwing stuff even to others. It takes a bit of practice, but then it's very addictive. I do it all the time, and especially with kids. Kids will are the best. They will come up with stuff that will surprise you, throw you as an adult completely out of balance. So how are we doing? So let me check if there is any. I just pause for a moment. I just come back to the group. I've been talking a lot. Just check if there's anything in the chat. Okay, so let me just test that it works. So I just posted a hello in the chat room.
Mark, sorry, we are monitoring the chat. No comment here, but I'll keep you posted as they come along. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Eric. Okay, fantastic. So let me just go back to my presentation. Here we go. So let's see what is next. Oh, another topic of unfocusing, which is stepping back, is definitely stereotypes. What's a stereotype? Stereotypes are shortcuts. Let's call them in this way. a truth, very simple truth that we believe, and they set very much up here. One of my is, I'm over 50, and since I crossed that decade, something great in my mind that I'm old. Simple as that. I am old. It doesn't take a lot to get that stereotype in your mind. So, and hence it sits in there, and it's kind of shortcuts. Whenever something comes up, oh, I cannot do this, I'm old. Oh, I cannot do that, I'm old. Oh, I will never make it. So it makes me unflexible. It has a big impact on my perceptions on anything that is happening. So it is a big limiting belief. This is another word that stereotypes will be linked to. And it's something that we need to be aware, something that I really invite everybody to be very frank, to be very open. So the step number one is to put it out there, to test your belief. You might not be aware that it's a stereotype, or call it whatever, but it is a belief so ingrained that is unshakable. Sometimes they're good. I'm not saying that all stereotypes are bad. No, don't get me wrong. So stereotypes sometimes are our core beliefs. They're sitting there, but challenge them. It's important that you say that, is it true? And the way to do it, this would be a quick exercise. Write the stereotypes that defines you. I'm old. I am. I'm no good at technology. This is another thing that happens in this day. Technology is everywhere. I've got so many people say, "Oh, I'm no good with technology," but that's it. You sit in the space. So try to find out anything that you think might be a limiting belief, or even something in a core value, and let's give it a test. So the test is you just write the opposite. You reverse it. You just turn it upside down and see what happens. So for me, for instance, would be, oh, I'm not old. Well, actually, I'm still young. I can do whatever I want. I can move. I can travel. I can do so many things. There's nothing really a real barrier for my age at this point in time. So, what does it mean that I don't know? It's just in my mind saying I could actually start a different career. Why not? What's stopping me? I'm not at the end of my career. It's just another season in life. I could do different things with my wife, with my friends. Why I'm doing the same stuff? Saying I'm settling for my age group. Why I cannot grow down and do different things? So that is a light examples. As you can see from the slide and the picture, there are of course much deeper topics. We're talking about diversity, norms, society, sex, gender. Those are the big stuff, the big deal. I did last week. It was men's health week. So gender in there was a big topic. I've talked to so many. I provide free coaching for men, and so many stereotypes came through. It is what it is. There was a frequent theme. So acceptance of we need just to take it by the chin and just go through stuff. I'm not talking big stuff, divorce, kids taken away, being bankrupted by difficult family situations. So I had a lot of really tough topics from men. So, but there was that stereotype that I need to tolerate. There was a stereotype. Society designed it, and I will tolerate. So reverse that kind of deeply ingrained limiting beliefs or stereotypes it could be a different matter, because you need to step up in your life. You needed to, first of all, to see that you have this stereotype, and then reverse it. And it could be leading to some drastic actions. I will not tolerate. I will do something else. I will respect myself and my values no matter what, and so on and so forth. And you see, so are the many pressure from society. So you got stereotypes attached to yourself. So this is a big topic. We could do a webinar only on this point. So as I said, today I'm going to go a little bit more horizontally, but I wanted to give you a taste that writing down or discussing with others about your beliefs, and give them a really serious test by trying to play with the opposites and see what comes out. That is going to be very healthy. It might lead you to more self-reflection. For instance, myself last week, after I did all the coaching, I started a reflection of what is male space meaning for me. What does it mean to be a man? You got these kind of big questions. That is, I thought I resolved it. I got the answer. Actually, not quite. So exciting, deep reflection. Challenge your stereotypes. Bit of a deep breath. Let me just get a sip of water, and then we carry on. I'm not too sure if it comes through, but my next door neighbor today decided to start the building works for an extension of all days. So I hope it doesn't come through the mic today. Hopefully it will be not too bad. Right, let's move on. Let's see what we got next. Predict your future. What do you see? Whoa! So we move in a different space now. So predicting powers. So this is a nice picture. There's a lot of lights, blue skies. You can see the space. Tonight there's a full moon. Probably will appear here in a few moments. So big night today. This is a big question. It's sometimes a typical of an interview. Where do you see yourself in X time? Oh, and you go with a script. So that's an easy one. But if I found myself really always challenging, where you see yourself in 1, 2 years, 5 years. Sometimes it's challenging to see where in COVID time, where I will be in 6 months. It's already a massive challenge. I think we all went through. But the point here is that we worry a lot about the present or the very, 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 very near future. But our ability, your ability to predict the future is better than you think. I think we fall into the trap sometimes to be realistic. So this is, again, we just apply our filters, our stereotypes, our fixed ideas, and it is a fixed future. But instead there's we have the ability, based on our experience and all the elements we have in our environment, all our past career, life path, it gives us the ability actually to estimate the greatest likelihood of things by collecting all this data that we have somewhere in the back of your mind that you can apply to the future. Yes, we talk about the all AI, the artificial intelligence in these days that will predict for us, but still someone will need to place all this AI in some place and apply. So this is where we, as a humans, will be at our best. We will tell AI what to predict and how to predict it. And this is, we have a bigger ability to see further in the future, but we needed to exercise it. We needed to use it intelligently. It's a bit of a jump in the gun. I love that expression, but in a very intelligent way. So how do you do it? That's very simple. You need to say it out loud. Sometimes we only use it here. We don't share our best prediction for the future with anybody else. So writing is definitely an important thing, and but talking to someone else, to your body, whoever you can actually talk to without being judged and to be listened to, it's very important. For instance, entrepreneurs, the very good entrepreneurs, they do it often. They have what I call it a bold, hairy, or audacious goal. It's about breaking reality. If I have to express, for instance, myself a goal, I would like to have a seminar that I like this summit that we're having today with my fellow coaches, organized by myself, only in a very international audience, and have at least 10,000 attendees by September. That will be something that will really excite me, having a massive audience, all online, all interactive, that we can discuss it, but across the continents. There's something that will be a big target, and I'm sharing it today because even sharing it is not that easy, because immediately in the back of my mind I'm saying it's not possible, it's unrealistic, you never hit that target. But that's the point, it's about shaking our fixed ideas and putting a signpost for your brain. It's like a post-it on your brain. Oh, this is what you're aiming, and then you let your brain to figure it out. Don't get stressed out too much. But it's important to get that post-it. You stick it out there, and this is to the world. If you're really brave, you can talk to wide group, not just your body or to your whiteboard as I go up there. Share with the world by the fact that you will go out there and talk to others and create your own accountability. You will increase your chances to succeed and move towards the target. So the point here, the life is a series of small successful experiments that can be every time you tweak it. Every time that you do something, we shed some lights on what you did before and what you do next. And then you wire your brain to always moving forward and see and getting closer to the future. So don't limit yourself by only looking at the present and what you do really right now. Look really deep into the future. Project your aspiration, your intention. Be brave. Easy to say, it's nothing groundbreaking. I know that probably you heard it millions of times, but the trick is do it, say it, and share it with the world. So I hope that maybe I'll leave you for a moment. You just jot down maybe one thing of what you want to do in the future. Write it down right now. Don't wait for later, tomorrow, or just put another task in your task management tool. Write down just one sentence, a bottom line of something that you really want to do in the future. What do you really want? Let me see this go. So just one inspirational quote: the future of your life is written in sand, not in stone. Sometimes this is in stone, written in stone. Is not. Your life is on the sand, it keeps moving. We require flexibility, and that what will give you wings really in your life. You keep adjusting, tweaking, changing, and moving forward. Don't crystallize. Everything is up for change. So I got one more slide. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, just to repeat what I just say, prediction control, that's what they call it. Jumping the gun intelligently. This is what I mentioned before. And yeah, it is a paradox. It takes actually thinking less. Let it go. Write it down. When you got something, don't let your saboteur, your limiting belief to intercept your aspiration. They don't have to be realistic. They have to be out there. Write them down with your heart, and then we'll give you direction. We'll give you a signpost that I mentioned before. And also you give a big shake to your brain. Why not? It's better than coffee. It's better and more exciting than coffee. Embracing complexity. So I hope you are still with me. What time is it? We got still 20 minutes in the tank. Probably we'll leave it 10 minutes, and then I will pause. Let's see how far we can go. Embrace complexity. We are our best when we are stretched. I watched. Actually, it was the other day on BBC iPlayer a documentary on the making of the COVID vaccine. Absolutely extraordinary. All the scientists in different continents, they filmed the rush to get to the vaccine. So you had the head of Pfizer, the head of Oxford University, the head of Australia. It was incredible because you saw their journey, normal people. No big politicians, no mythical entities, real people. And they were all connected. Everything changed. Exchange of information real time. Politics are taken out of the equation. Unlimited resources provided to the scientists. Say money, no problem. Infrastructure, not an issue. Whatever it takes. Develop 3-4 vaccines in parallel. And it was extraordinary. You see real people with family working crazy hours, but they are on purpose. They got big missions, and see what they did. A vaccination for the entire planet. You need to do a very thorough job when you inject something and you aim to do it for everybody walking on Earth. So these guys, they do really something incredible, inspirational, and you can see humanity when we have a real stretch. This is where the best of us will come through. So this is an extreme. What does it mean? What does it mean? That when we are at the stage we think we reach our limits, we are stressed too much. Our temptation is to lower the bar. Is to reduce our anxiety, is to get in a place to say, I need to step back. I don't say that it's wrong, but it could be physical. I mentioned I dropped a job because I burned out. I didn't drop the ambition. I just physically, I needed a rest, and it's not something I could do and take 2 or 3 weeks off in the project at the time. But this is where you needed to just rethink your strategy and actually challenge yourself. Can I do more in a different way? What do I need to actually get the creativity juices, the imagination, the motivation, the purpose, and all the good stuff back to me? Raise your game when you think that you are really under pressure. That's the best way to get the best out of you and your unlimited resources, which are sitting here in the back. Don't go into, again, be realistic. Let's go down and do a set of tasks and go into the extreme focus. Keep your eye on the ball. That will not help you. You need to think wide. You need really to sit back, relax, open your arms, say, what do I want from life? It's the usual compass. How many times you had a cliche? Now you need to get your compass by your values in order to find your destination. But that's exactly what you need to ask yourself. So when you are in doubt, say, where is my vision for life? What do I really want? Am I doing what I want, or I'm doing something that other people want from me? And it's very much the case. It's always even more now in the connected world. Everybody wants a piece of you. So step back, but with the idea that you want to step up in your life and find the purpose that really ignites your your desire. That is absolutely key. And it's connected. This is another way to call it, but I really loved it. I wanted just to put forward the personal center of gravity. Yes, it is your core. It's again the same words. I'm repeating myself, your purpose. But this is the questions. Are you operating from your personal center of gravity, or you're being swayed by someone else's opinion or needs? How many times today we are prisoners of social media, family, and everybody else? Once more, pause, self-question, and be clear on your path. So personal center of gravity is absolutely key. What is your body center? Where is your core? And then you start, everything started from there. Start from inwards, not from the external world. A little bit that I wanted just to put forward probably maybe a different word to express the same concept, but they start really deep down from here. And then, again, it's not from your focus mind, it's something that you feel in your body. You can feel in different part of your body, but that will be your drive. Keep an eye on the time. What else we got? Yeah, this is just we're getting towards the end of the presentation. Again, the focus and focus. This is balancing act. Sometimes you need to actually, today I needed this stuff. I need to give a focus. Yeah, okay. You need to be realistic. You need to look at a goal. But overall, there are so many things on the unfocused side that you need really to look at as a resources. Your imagination, purpose. Purpose comes before your goals. Your goals are individual tasks and things, but your purpose will drive your goals, not the other way around. That's a very important concept. People sometimes say, oh, I need to save the world. I need to do this. Oh, they choose a cause. No, it makes sense. I need to save this person, this cause, and by any means, is the right thing to do. But are you doing it because it's your purpose? So don't choose your goal just for the sake of the goal. But first find your purpose, and then go out and you will find your goals. Remember this. This is absolutely key. Surrender to spontaneity. Yeah, this is, we need to be spontaneous. It's our key resource. This is, again, another unfocused technique where you let yourself really be spontaneous, remove your filters, be yourself. Sometimes it's so difficult, especially in the professional world where we go. Our persona that we build over time. Sometimes give it a shake. It's okay sometimes to live and relax in your own paradox. One day you are the rigid professional, following day you're a little bit loose and maybe a crazy scientist. Why not? And then you go back, and you can actually alternate and create movement energy in your professional figure, in your life, in whatever. Be something different. You choose your being depending on the situation and on the day. Be a flexible thinker. The exercise we did before, now you find the strange connections, and cause exercise the mind of finding connection, because it will give you the ability to be flexible. And connecting idea, again, is the real deal. Final slide. Ooh, almost there. Okay, so this is a bit serious. Only you can change your life. No one can do it for you. Big quote. Look, today is full of tips, good pointers, experiences, and etc. It will give you really so much. It will grow your wings probably by the end of today, all the session that you follow. But remember that in order for all this stuff to work, all the good things that I mentioned, they need to be your desire need to be at the core. If you don't want to change, no one can do it for you. Stating the obvious, another cliche, bear with me, but it is important, because I see so many times people come to me, oh, Max, you needed to save me. No, I can't do that. I can help you. I can be your buddy. I will be on your side. I will be your brother. I will be the one that really believes in you unconditionally all the time. But at the end of the day, you are the one that will make all the difference. And that works the other way around. Sometimes you got people that will pressurize you, say, you need to do this, you need to be there. No, stop. You cannot change me. And that is boundaries as well. Will work in the other way around. You cannot change others, and others will not change you. So that is an important concept. But if you want to make the most of it, find it and be sure that that desire is always in place. There's a level of accountability, but also it is important to propel you and launch you in the space and the greatness that you deserve. So, grazie. So, this is thank you in Italian. I'll leave you with this image because I would like to metaphorically wear this space suit and launch you for the next sessions and get the energy, discovery, curiosity, pride. There's a lot of pride in this image, and a beautiful suit. That suit is, I would like for you to wear it maybe next time. Yeah, so that's me. Let's see if there's any question, there's anything out there as a space for Q&A.
Max, no question, but I've got a few questions. So one is embrace complexity. So assuming I'm a coachee and we are in this pandemic, we don't know what will happen. We cannot plan anything. How do we embrace that complexity?
Whoa, Eric, you throw the challenge over the fence. I like that. I think sometimes it starts really by naming the complexity. What do you mean by complexity? We need to get it out of our mind, our mouth, and just talk to someone. It doesn't have to be a super coach as we are, but start with someone. Just get it out or write it down. What's this complexity you're talking about? Half the time you just punch the air balloon and they say, oh, it's not much. Other times you need someone to talk you through. So that would be step number one. Number two is, again, find what's in there for you. Where do you think you will grow? Where is your it might be an interesting place for you to go and start prioritizing. You can do everything, but you can do every day. You can do a bit. So it's about planning. Yeah, it is the old adagio to get your plan out there. But the key point for me would be get in action as soon as possible. You talk, but don't spend too much time in talking, because that will take you up to a certain point. And then you get into experience and constantly do it every day, and be kinder to yourself. It is massively challenging. We know out there is incredibly difficult. It's all change. No, let's not pretend that we're gonna go back and more of the same. That is gone. So all of us has to adapt an incredible pace, and there's a switch cost for mentally to get into a new space. So acknowledge the challenge, give a pattern in the back. I'm here. I'm moving on. Every day we try to do something. You get a big kudos for that. So acknowledgement, find someone to champion, and then aim for using your heart.
Another question is focus and unfocus. I mean, these days, I would say majority of population don't have a job, especially the youth or even the young ones. Now, we coaches, we want them to focus. We want them to focus for something for the future. But I say, how can I focus? Because everything just, the government, the politics, the environment, the COVID, how do we focus our mindsets?
Another good question. So what you mentioned, it just when you go into to focus and this and that, the environment, the government, pressure, no jobs, you go into the fear space. Your brain will start really working only, I would say half, but even less than that. When you go fear in your mind, you need just to be aware that you are not working your full potential. If you're working your full potential, you get what you get out of it. So fear will take you out, a couple of steps, but then it will run out of steam. This is where you need to find someone that will change your mindset. You need to step back and trigger your imagination in many different ways. You need to find space for activities, body activities, sleep, food, meditation. You go and fantastic session in a few minutes about meditation. That is a universe on its own. It saved me so many times. So you needed to step back for as much as you can and alternate this focus and maybe anxiety with the activities that will trigger your brain, put your brain in a status that will actually be fully functioning, and then have the belief that you're gonna find something that will move you on. And I know this is a generic tip, but again, take it from a high level perspective. This is the unfocus and focus balance. First unfocus, then going to focus, not the other way around.
Excellent. So in your own, I mean, being a coach, you've been a coach for many years. What do we tell our coaches? Because these days people tend to figure, how do I find a right coach? How do I find a perfect coach for my anxiety, my worries, my issues, my employment? How do we find the best coach?
It's that easy. Talk to them. Talk to more than one coach. You know, the more you plan, the more you think, and the more difficult the task will become. All the coaches that I know, they will give you a free chemistry session, discovery session, you know, an introduction. Could be half an hour, could be whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to them. You will know. And you get once you get the conversation going, you will see which coach actually will work for you. I cannot coach everybody. I would like to coach the whole planet, but I work with certain type of people, and we tend to be very honest, very direct. And once you find that the chemistry, boom, go in. It's as simple as that. Talk to them.
Excellent, fantastic, Max. That was amazing, coach. Our session. So we've got the next session for Paola, Francesca, and Dr. Melanie. Max, you want to do intro, please?
Yeah, this is it's exciting. I'm riding high from my session. So we have Dr. Melanie Pope. She's founder of NEOS Diversity Leadership Coaching, associate professor at the University of Derby, and Cambridge certified coach. So she has 25 years of experience in developing people potential and enabling them to become all they want to be. So it's incredible experience, wealth of experience. And then we go Paola Francesi, a great friend of mine, specialized in mindfulness, certified life coach. She has an incredible background and a life story that led her to this point. And she's a language training and using holistic approaches in everything she does. So I think you have a powerhouse between Paola and Melanie together in the next hour. I'm really excited to hand it over to you. We have a couple of minutes buffer in between sessions, so there's no need to rush, but I'll leave it to you. Not to show Melanie. Maybe you want to start with a couple of words of introduction, then we hand it over to Paola just to get the warm up and get it going.
Thank you, Max. Lovely to see you and lovely to see everybody else this morning. Really delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the introduction. I really appreciate that. So yes, I'm Melanie Pope. I'm an associate professor at the University of Derby, but I'm also a qualified coach, and coaching just underpins my work really, whether that's in universities or whether that's working with people on an individual basis, working with teams. I think coaching is just the best approach we can take to so many aspects of our professional lives as well as our personal lives, but it's definitely more in the professional and career and education context that I work in coaching. So I'm happy to hand over to Paola.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melanie. And thank you so much, Max, also for the lovely introduction. I feel very lucky to have worked with you on my potential, on my dream. And so very grateful and honored to be sharing the space with you. And yes, so co-coaching approach with Melanie. So I'd love to start by introducing myself a little bit and share my story. So yes, so how mindfulness also really transformed my life. as Max was introducing, I'm definitely a massive language lover, and so originally from Italy, always loved to go and live in the UK, and so I really believed in this power of visualization. So really always visualizing on my dream of moving to London. And so also a massive lover of the quote, "I'm a master of my faith and the captain of my soul." So really believing in this power of control and really going for what we want to achieve more in life. And so, yes, definitely a very strong background in language training. So I moved to London back in 2008. And I really wanted to qualify to become a teacher of English as a foreign language. So I got qualified as a self-trained teacher. And then because of my passion about the brain, so always love also to have like a little model of the brain as well. So it's really fascinating for me. So I really wanted to have some CPD accreditations for neuroscience and understanding a little bit more of the insights of the brain, so the decision-making process, some healthy habits, and also leadership. So especially the difference between resonant and dissonant leadership. And I also became a neurolanguage coach in 2015, which is a bit more of a holistic approach in the language training. So somehow combines elements of the coaching in the language training and also elements of neuroscience. Over lockdown, well, even before lockdown, I was, as I mentioned previously, I came across Max, and so I worked with him. He was my coach. And so really unlocking the full potential. So everything that he mentioned in the talk before definitely resonates. And I really felt these brotherly sensations as well, which was very empowering. And so I'm very grateful for this as well. And so even before that, back in 2018, unfortunately, I experienced burnout. And so I was in the UK, so was very happy. And despite somehow it was interesting and really makes me want to reflect how sometimes ticking all the boxes doesn't necessarily mean be happy in life. So somehow my body wasn't really, was carrying loads of wisdom, which I wasn't particularly listening to at the time. And so I completely disconnected and experienced burnout. So I lost my parents, unfortunately. So again, situations in life that happen as human beings, really. And so in 2018, I started to explore mindfulness and really enjoy more of the power of the here and now. So embracing the moment, so moment after moment, with no judgment, with no interpretation, just appreciating every moment as it is, and just really embracing mindfulness fully. So I explored a bit of meditation with Dr. Rick Hanson, and I trained with him as well on the neuroplasticity, so positive neuroplasticity. And yes, and so over lockdown, I got more qualifications, and so I got accreditations, and I can design courses for mindfulness-based stress reduction. And so definitely very committed to help the corporate world and individuals to embrace mindfulness fully. So that's my firm belief in life. And so yes, and so really, I'd love to share with you a tale by the Buddha that really resonates with my mission as well and myself. And so considering that our mind has really lots of activities, so 1 million operations per second is quite a lot for the mind. And so Max was mentioning that stereotyping, so lots of mental traps, so stereotyping or the catastrophic thoughts, for example. So really when we have this situation of seeing like in a very, very negative scenario in the future, or a tunnel vision where we are stuck in the past, in the future, and we don't really seem to embrace and live the present fully. And so this tale about the Buddha was very inspiring to me because it's really about calming the mind, which is, for for me, very, very important and very key even to be happier and more fulfilled. And so the Buddha was asking a disciple for some clean water. It was very thirsty, it was a very hot day. And so that happened to be that a bullock's cart just literally crossed the pond. And so the water got muddy. And so the disciple went down to the valley and tried to get some drinkable water, but it wasn't possible at the time. It just kept coming back with some muddy water. So after half an hour, 1 hour, few trips and nurturing and patience, he finally got back with some nice, clean and drinkable water. And so for me, this is very inspiring because it really makes me reflect and think that sometimes to slow down really helps us to just have a clearer mind and understanding more and find this alignment and purpose, which is so important for us to find our full potential. So getting awareness, identifying our mental traps, identifying our emotions, what's happening, and really the importance of also journaling sometimes, so keeping tracks of what's happening with us. And so I noticed this a lot with my coaches, also in language training. So I really noticed that the ones wanting to rush more to the answers and in the language learning process, they are the ones who usually, unfortunately, give up and don't really continue in the journey. So somehow they feel disconnected, they don't really find the purpose in the language learning. And so this was very revelatory and important for me and very transformative as well. And so next, I really love to, so after this introduction and bit of rationale for my mission, I really would love to share with you a few moments of mindfulness meditation, which is really what I do right now as well. So I am on this journey with some groups, and I guide meditation. So very, very fulfilling for me to hear feedback on my voice has been very calming and soothing. I'm very happy about this. So definitely very keen to help and contribute and share. And so this might be a very key moment. So it might be a moment for perhaps revelations, observations about yourself. And so after this moment, I'd love to ask you a few questions about observations and perhaps having a bit of conversation, a coaching conversation about your experience with mindfulness in general. And so just getting ready for a few moments of meditation. And so just really taking a few moments just to transition from the doing to the being. And so really feeling how it feels to be in the present right now. What sensations do you feel? And yes, if this could be also in a presentation, yes, I really, really appreciate. Thank you. And so yes, so really experiencing the present moment. So experiencing the landing, experiencing the quality of the contact points. And you might really notice the mind wandering. So you might notice that there's a whole organic process of the mind. Perhaps there's some planning, there's some sensations, some ideas about what's going to happen, perhaps. And it's just, again, it's just very organic. It's just the mind wanting to somehow wander off and be free. And really with kindness and in a gentle manner, feel free to bring the attention back to the present moment and really explore what's happening with yourself. is really a key moment to see what's happening. There's an emotion there. And really feel a sense of entitlement. So establishing a nice sense of entitlement, a nice Zen attitude. So listening to your body. Sometimes even in our posture, we feel how we should really be. But I would say really, I would encourage you to just listen to your body and see what it tells you. So be very nicely supported and having a Zen attitude of being soft outside and hard inside, which could be also an attitude in life. I'm here with you with my heart completely open to offer you any suggestions you might feel you might benefit from. You might feel that in this openness, your body is breathing, so you feel free to anchor to your breathing as well and tuning to your breathing. And so feeling this cleansing, this driving force, this amazing life force. Sometimes we underestimate, but it's very relevant and very important. And if you're comfortable to place your hand around your space of the heart space, see the area of the heart, you might feel that straight away you are feeling much calmer. And you're reconnecting to your truest and most authentic self. You are aware that this moment is a gift for yourself and for the others. And if by any chance there is any more mind wandering, again, just feel free to bring attention back to the present moment and just experience what's happening with you right now. And if perhaps there's any place in nature that you'd love to immerse, nature is quite an important theme of meditations. It's very good to reconnect with that as well mentally. And as you inhale, really inhaling the power, the reconnection, the inspiration. And perhaps take a chance of the exhaling for the letting go. So anything that is not serving you anymore, just feel free to let go. And just a few moments. Inhale and exhale. Right now, you might feel even deeper sensations of calm, of warm-heartedness, openness, real reconnection with your inner power. And we're going to start a bit of cycle of 3 breaths. So breathing, feeling your whole being, and feeling yourself as a whole. So feeling the totality of your being. breathing for feeling yourself as caring, so feeling the friendliness, the love, perhaps to someone in particular that you're holding inside. And next may be a little bit more challenging. So breathing for feeling cared about. So a particular moment where you felt perhaps included, loved. Into these sensations, try and feel how that feels in your body. So how the sensations are somehow tuning in with your body and what's happening there. If there's been any shift, and emotions somehow has shifted somehow or anything different, any more tension to give attention to, just really embracing this moment with total acceptance and kindness to yourself. You really experience the tenderness that you would give to anybody you particularly care about. If there is any particular struggle right now, you really know that you have the power to be open, believe, trust, and allow. Especially recognize that all these external factors are not really defining us. That we are really reconnected to our deepest truth. Very much hoping you're benefiting from these meditation sessions. So we are very gradually and slowly getting to the end of this journey. It's been a real honor to be with you. Really take just a few more moments just to retransition to where we are right now. Maybe just really be gentle. It might take a little while just to experience the temperature around yourself and what you're feeling. Whenever you're ready, I'd love to ask a bit of feedback on the sensations. And so whenever you're ready, Melanie, if I may ask you, your body, of your mind, of your emotions. I'm very, very open and interested to listen to this.
Well, thank you so much for that experience, Paola, particularly I think to get us going and set up for the rest of our day together. So I've lost you a little bit, Paola, but I'm going to keep talking if that's all right. I'm hoping my internet is working.
I'm really receiving you. Sure. I hope you can hear me, Melanie.
I can now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So Melanie, we can hear you very well. Paola, you're a bit intermittent.
Okay.
But we'll just in the last really 30 seconds or so.
Thanks, Max. That's helpful. Thank you. So what a great way to start this time together. For two reasons, I think. It brings us together with ourselves, and both you and Max have talked about that, coming back to our true self, coming back to our center of gravity, as Max might have called it. And that's really important for us, isn't it? Whether we're in our personal lives or our working lives, we can kind of lose that that sense of true self, because we're so busy doing for everybody else around us who's making demands on us, and almost in not connecting with yourself before you do that, you're kind of not fully present in any of those activities then. So that was really, really helpful for me. I feel much more here now. And as somebody who's going to talk next, you know, that was a great way for me to kind of just prepare for taking part in the session now. So I really appreciated it. But it did really bring me back to that sense of, okay, you know, when I'm at work, maybe, could I just do 5 minutes of that before I, you know, when I get into my workspace, whether that's at home as it is right now, or whether it's at the office or wherever else, just to be present with myself before I then start giving to everything and everybody else that needs me to do something. So that was really, really helpful for me.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear. I'm so happy, especially as being the speaker in the next session. Is I completely understand and empathize, and I'm so happy to hear. May I ask you, what is your experience with doing and being in general? And how do you feel about that?
So I think that's a great question for both me and for anybody else to be thinking about right now, and that might be while I'm talking, something that hopefully everybody can have a think about and reflect on. So doing and being, as somebody is, you know, we're here together because we both have a very strong interest in meditation, and I'm a Buddhist by faith background too. So that's very much part of who I am. But that doesn't mean it's any easier to remember that when you're in the middle of doing. And so, yeah, I still find that challenging. Every time I sit down and meditate, I do get that refresher, I suppose, of that connection with myself, with my own center of gravity. But I'm going to be honest, that's usually at either end of the day, first thing in the morning or last thing at night. It's not actually usually during the time when I'm busy doing. So while I am very aware of needing to be in order to do effectively, that can just get lost so quickly, can't it, Paola? Because we become so immersed in the doing.
Yes, I hear you totally, completely, and I love your also your background with Buddhism, and that very much resonates with me. I really willing to follow the same path and explore even more. So I'm very grateful for this feedback, and that's fantastic. I definitely hear you, and it's really work in progress, and really how we can do best for sure. And may I ask you as a last question, what activities you feel are more nourishing for you? Which ones you feel drain you a little bit more?
So, I mean, for me personally, I know that activities that really nourish me are meditation, first of all. I'm making that time to meditate, to just be present right now, because our working and home lives quite often, as you know, you said, can take us into other places, other times. We're thinking in our head about what I've got to do, and that's usually future focused, or I've got to do this now really quickly because I've got to do something else, and then I've got to do something. So our constant awareness of what we've got to do,
yes,
can as you've talked about, and as Max has already talked about, can nourishment. So meditation nourishes me, but oh my goodness, being outside nourishes me. So I need to be outside in the fresh air. Yes. Doesn't matter whether it's sunshine or snow, I don't mind. But for me, nourishment comes from being outside in the open air. And I don't mind whether that's in a little patch of garden or whether it's just outside the office when I'm at work, just literally outside the building, or whether it is going on a long walk for a long time. It doesn't matter. Just for me, being in the outside space. Just things like bird song, you know, I can be outside in an urban environment, but I can hear the birds. And that will just bring me back to that sense of, okay, I'm nourishing myself right now.
Wonderful. That's a fantastic reflection. Thank you so much. That's really great insights. And
Paola,
yes.
may I ask you just a question? Because I spoke to lots of men in my coaching session last week.
Sure.
And I go actually more than one time because I recommend meditation, you know, for a number of reasons. But then they sort of, I got this question from men. Say, what do you meditate for? And you explain that number of things. There's still lots of curiosity. They get they see more recreational or relaxation, but what else is in there? So I actually mentioned to find courage, because it's more of main quality, doing action.
Wonderful.
That resonated a lot with them when you say, meditating for courage. So is this something you came across, this link between these two terms, mindfulness and courage? And what is it for you, for instance?
Yes, sure. Max, is a fantastic, really fantastic reflection, and I'm very, very grateful for this input. It's very, very interesting. Yes, so sometimes it's a good point. I tend to relate to courage with the heart, especially. Sometimes I mention this in my meditations. So I usually, when somebody explores the heart space a little bit more, I usually mention it's the center of our courage, and it really helps us to make brave decisions. And so listening to the heart and connecting to it. So there is this link, and I hope this is somehow also relevant and helpful.
It is. I wanted just to bring the voice of my male audience, because there was kind of curiosity around it. So it's quite interesting.
Yes.
Thank you, Paola.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Sure. I'm very, very mindful of time, and I just really wanted to finish off and say thank you. Really a bit of a hint on neuroscience, so slowing down and meditation really helps with creating this new connection, and especially facilitating these gray matter. So the white matter that facilitates the connections for the brain, and so it's very, very, very important. And yes, and so last, there's a quote which I really love, which is give your attention to the experience of seeing rather than the object seen, and you will find yourself everywhere, which is a bit more of let's say an expansion rather than the actual focus itself constantly.
Thank you, Paola. That's really, really helpful, and links in so nicely with what I am hoping to go on to next. Just bear with me. I'm going to see.
Yeah, Paola, we will put up your contact page if you want to, just at the end of my presentation before we wrap up. I will just share your PowerPoint contact slide.
Okay.
So
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Raj. Thank you.
Okay.
Brilliant. So bear with me, because my Zoom has just done something very strange. I am still here, which is the important thing, but it doesn't seem to want to go nice and big so that I can, oh dear, so that I can share my screen with you. Right. So I'm just going to close down the meeting. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Right. I'm just probably going to talk to you then, because I'm not sure my Zoom is doing what I want it to do right now, but we'll keep going anyway. And there we go. Let's bring ourselves back to our mindfulness. I was in such a lovely mindful spot. And now it's interesting, isn't it, how just something minor like going to a Zoom session and the controls have changed, or it's my computer's not doing it, then let's stop the sharing. There we go. I think I'm back now. All right. So I think can you see me, everybody, and not anything else?
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
You're on, Melanie. Yeah.
All right. I think what I'll do is I'll make my slides available afterwards, because I've only got 3. So it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So what a brilliant introduction from Paola, and I hope that what I'm talking about will move us on to another way of thinking about growth mindsets, with a sense of how we can use our growth mindsets and bring that into that mindful place as well, because the two sit so well together. And growth mindsets has been an important part of my work for a very long time, both for me personally, but in education as well, and helping people to approach whatever they're doing in their lives with, as best as possible, a growth mindset. So let's see if I can bring those two together a little bit. What I'm also really fascinated to hear is how both Paola and Max have already talked about that bodily connection with what we're doing and how we're doing it. And again, I'm going to draw on that in the rest of the session, because in coaching, we can often think coaching is about talking. And then when we're talking, we're thinking. So we're in our mind space. We're up here in our heads all the time. And we kind of, from here down, we think there's nothing much going on. And what I think that both Paola and Max have already indicated is that you can't kind of disconnect what's going on in the rest of the body, even when we think we're just doing thinking work. And that's what I want us to draw together today, because we can think mindset, that's about what's going on in our mind. But everything that we're doing in our mind is connected to our sense of our heart and the rest of our body, as Paola's already exemplified through sharing your own story, which is really, really helpful. And I really applaud you for sharing that, Paola. Thank you. So moving on to think about growth mindsets then in the space of mindfulness, and how we can develop more of a growth mindset to our lives, whichever aspects we want to be developing through coaching. A lot of people have heard of growth mindsets and fixed mindsets because they've read the book Mindset, or they've heard of Professor Carol Dweck's work on this. It's been so influential, and rightly so, I think, because I think she's helped us to uncover quite a lot about how we work and how we don't work. So let's apply some mindfulness to growth mindsets and see if we can kind of increase the power of that approach, is what I'd like us to think about. So many of you may have experienced coaching, but maybe not everybody has and is thinking about coaching, or maybe you're a coach and looking to develop your practice. But for those of us that maybe aren't quite so familiar, what we're trying to do in coaching is to help you as a client, first and foremost, develop some self-awareness, because change and transformation can't happen without you having that self-awareness. A meditative practice like Paola's just done is a lovely way of helping us to engage with that, because the more we practice that meditation, the more we can just, pop into a meditative state, really, when we're on our little breaks at work or in our day, even if that's, you're in the office and you're going to the bathroom. For me, that's a great place to just have a moment, shut the door, and just have 2 minutes of reconnecting. So awareness is another way of expressing this idea of mindfulness, paying attention to what is right now in our experience. That's all mindfulness is. What is going on right now? Not changing that, not pushing it away if we don't like it, not drawing it towards us and hanging on if we like it, but just what is right now. So to link that to mindset is our attitude about our personal capabilities, usually in relation to one or two things we think, but actually we've got a mindset about every single thing we do. And I think what's also important is to understand how these work. Carol Dweck calls them self-theories in her research. So the research that underpinned her really famous book Mindset uncovered the way we think about ourselves, our theories about ourselves that we carry. It's important to recognize that when we're thinking about our mindsets, we haven't got a mindset. So no one is fixed and no one is growth. We're all fixed and growth, and it kind of shifts all the time. It's more like, rather than it being something which is either one or the other, we're actually more like the ocean. We're just totally changing moment by moment. Think about those waves moving in and out, and the tide comes in and the tide goes out. And that's what our mindsets are about. They switch and change sometimes by the second because of the context around us, as well as what we feel about ourselves. So no one has one mindset or the other. What I'm going to do now is help you to experience some of your mindsets so that we can understand how can we make use of them in a coaching context. Okay, so this is an activity for everybody again, and I'm really going to draw on how Paola has set you up for this beautifully in the first half of this session. So we're going to try to go back to that mindfulness space first of all, okay, that meditative space. So I'd like you to just make sure you're comfortable. And as Paola talked about before, you know, making sure you're in a comfortable space, but preferably upright and alert and supported in your chair if you're sitting on a chair, just so that you can really just go back to just being present with what is right now. If you're comfortable to do so, close your eyes. Just helps us to not be distracted by other things. And just notice, really, just take a few breaths and just notice, where is my mind? How is it feeling rather than what am I thinking about? And then taking that same attention back to your heart area again. That really helped me, Paola, to put my hand there. I've never done that before. But taking your attention to your heart area as well, and just notice what is going on there. Doesn't matter what's going on, but just notice that, experience it. So what are the sensations in your mind? What's the sensation in your heart area? And what are the sensations in the rest of your body right now? Just pay attention. And if you've got different sensations going on between your head and your heart, that's okay. That's quite often what's going on, because they're responding very differently sometimes to where we're at. Okay, so if you're struggling to get back into that mindfulness space, just follow your breathing as it happens naturally. And now I'm going to take you into re-experiencing some scenarios, and let's see what the sensations do now. So first of all, I'd like you to bring to mind a time where you have achieved something, but it took some effort to achieve that thing. You may have struggled, you may have undergone some failures in that process, but you absolutely got there eventually, and it was a success. So bring to mind that success after the struggles, the failures, the hard work. Bring to mind that success and notice the sensations and the feelings. So noticing how you feel right now. What's going on in your mind area? What's going on in the heart? What about elsewhere? And I'd really like you to notice, what's the strongest sensation right now? Is it in your head? Is it in your heart? Is it somewhere else in your body? How does your whole body feel right now? What's your posture like? How relaxed are your muscles or not? What's your facial expression doing right now? That's often a really, really good way of checking in with ourselves. Okay. So when you achieved a success, this is how it makes you feel. I just want you to really notice that. Just get a really good sense of, how do I feel in my body, my heart, my mind, when I reflect on my successes? Okay. So when you're ready, I'm going to invite you to let that experience go and just come back to a neutral mindfulness state. So stay in the mindfulness state, but to let go of the thinking about your experience, just notice the sounds around you, maybe the smells, the temperature, and the sensation of the chair maybe that you're sitting on, your feet on the floor. So just take your attention back to any of those things or your breath, so you're not thinking anymore about your success. Okay, just let that go. Okay, so just back to mindfulness now. So now bring to mind a time where you have been afraid that you will get something wrong, or that you were afraid to fail. And just take yourself now back into that experience. Don't choose a big one, but just choose something, you know, I was afraid when I went to do that exam that I might fail it, or can you call to mind something like that? It's in the past, you've got through it, but where that feeling of fear of failure was there. And just take a moment to bring that to mind. Okay, so now just noticing what's going on again in your body at this point, what's going on in your mind, what's going on in the heart area, what's going on in the rest of your body right now. How does it feel? The sensations in your body, where's your posture now? What's your facial expression doing now? Maybe even your breathing and your heart rate, what's going on with those? Just take a moment to notice. And then I'm going to invite you to let go of that experience. Just bring yourself back to noticing your breath, the sounds around you. And when you're ready, open your eyes and relax so that you really let go of that experience now. Because you've just experienced your responses to your growth mindset and to your fixed mindset. So the first activity was your response to a growth mindset, where even though you've worked really hard on something and you might have experienced some failures, you achieve the success. So that's the mindset that helps us to keep going when things are difficult and getting to the successes that we want. When we experience growth mindsets, we are really willing to keep going. When things are tough, when we feel we might fail, we actually embrace that. We say, okay, when I'm failing right now, it's because I'm learning. And that's what a growth mindset does. It doesn't see getting things wrong as bad. It sees getting things wrong as really positive, because that's when I learn. That's when I can generate new knowledge that helps me to move forward. When we experience a fixed mindset, we're afraid of failure. And then we often don't succeed because we tend to give up before we've tried. So I was really interested in Paola's reflection on her learners, her language learners, and those that wanted to kind of get there quickly being the ones that most often drop out, because they're really probably experiencing a fixed mindset. This is how you learn, and I want to learn it quickly. And if I don't learn quickly, then it's not for me. Growth mindset approaches help us to accept that things might be challenging. We're probably going to fail, and it's going to be tricky in places, but we'll get there. That's how you achieve success. Now, we all experience both of these all the time. Some things we might have fixed mindsets about, and other things we might have growth mindsets about. And even the same thing in different circumstances, we may have different mindsets about. And our mindsets change through our lives. So we learn our lessons about failure and actually what that does enable for us. We can become much more growth mindset. So in coaching, it's really useful for us to recognize these things. But as I think we've been hearing now throughout the morning, it's not our thinking mind necessarily that helps us to recognize these. It's partly the thinking mind, and it's also the physical body that helps us to develop these growth mindsets, because I'm I'm hoping you might have felt different things. So Paola, I'd really welcome your reflections on that activity for a minute or two, if that's okay. What did you notice, if anything? Was there a sense of difference in the physical experience during those mindsets?
Yes, thank you so much, man. It was a fantastic exercise, and it made me reflect so much on my body sensations. And I really, yes, I was really thinking about actually the learning. So for me, it's very relevant to remember when you mentioned the success, it was related to my English, my experience of learning English. And so I remember it wasn't easy at all. And there was this big dream of coming to London. And so I wouldn't say it's been an easy process, but I made it. So that happened. And so as soon as you mentioned success, I had a sense of
I've lost you a little bit, Paola. Keep going.
Warmth.
Yeah.
And so this was my experience with English. I was very supported by my teacher as well, and so it was I was a massive fan. And if I may relate as well, I was a massive fan of James Joyce. So now I see this in mindfulness, so it's amazing, really top. When it was about the failures to learning maths, basically, there was a sense of like freezing, contraction in my stomach, in my chest area. So really terrible sensations, even thinking about it now. So yes, I must admit I have a bit of fixed mindset on the math side. So yes.
Oh, thanks so much, Paola, for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I resonate with so much of that. Same subjects as well, actually. You and I are just kindred spirits, because English is what I thought I was great at, and maths was what I thought I told myself I wasn't very good at, and I would go into that fixed mindset about maths, definitely. Thank you so much. Right, in that case, I want to leave everybody on a positive state. So if we can, we'll just go back into just the last, maybe another 3 or 4 minutes of a similar exercise. Let's see how we can transform some of this. So you may have recognized now that feeling of fixed mindset and the feeling of more growth mindset. It's not perfect science, but it gives us a bit of an indication for ourselves sometimes of what we really believe about our abilities to achieve something. And in coaching, that's so important, that we can get behind maybe what we can say, here's my goal, and I'm going to do X, Y, Z by this month and this year, and I will have achieved this. We can say that, but what our body may be telling us through those sensations is, and Max talked about this earlier as well, I don't believe I can do that. I really don't think that's possible, is what I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, is what our body can be telling us. So that's why I'm sharing this with you, really, that sense that my mindset is not just in my mind, it's in my whole body. So I'm going to ask you now, I'm thinking back to Max's session, and Max, you asked us to jot down one thing you want to do in the future. So I'm going to get us to work with that a little bit now. Okay, so look back at what you wrote down or drew or whatever you did about the one thing that you would like to do in the future. Or if like me, you wrote down 5, then just choose one. Okay. And I want you to choose that one, and let's go back into that mindfulness state now, that meditative state. So if it helps you, close your eyes, maybe sit up a bit more, just go back to that state of mindfulness. This is what is right now. I'm in this space. Notice your breathing. And then I'm going to ask you to bring to mind this thing that you would like to do in the future. So thinking about the future you and this thing you wanted to do, whatever it was. Because it's a goal that came to mind, it's an aspiration, it's the future you that you're predicting. And I want you now to notice what's going on in your body around this. Your heart, your head, your mind, your whole physical experience. What are you noticing? I'm just going to give you plenty of time to tune into this one, because this one might be a bit more subtle and complicated than the last one. What is your head telling you about this goal? What is your heart and body telling you? Based on the experiences you've just had a few minutes ago about this is what my growth mindset feeling is like, this is what my fixed mindset feeling is like. What is your body telling you about your sense of your abilities towards this goal? Okay, so having settled now with those sensations of what you get a sense that they're telling you about what you really believe about you and your ability to work towards this future you. What if I told you that no matter how you're feeling about this, you're probably going to struggle in places, you're going to have probably some failures, but those are when you're going to learn. And when you have those failures, they will help you to move towards that goal much more rapidly. That your failures in working towards this future you are the way you get to the future you. They are how you get to your success. So if you're having any of your fixed mindset feelings now, can you tell those fixed mindset feelings that they're okay? Because you know you're going to fail a little bit on the way. You know things are going to go wrong on the way. And when you learn from those, that's what takes you to your success. In other words, everybody and anybody can get to that future them, the future you. It's just that there'll be some bumps along the way, but that's all right. So just stay with that now. And how is that now feeling in your body? That those failures help you towards your successes. Okay. All right. And when you're ready, just let go now of that experience that you're thinking forwards about and come back to your breathing. When you're ready, open your eyes and just let go and come back to being present now in the room that you're in the session. Okay. So what I'm hoping we've done now is put you at a point of starting to put your growth mindset into place to support you in relation towards achieving that future you, whatever it looks like. And notice, what that feeling is like. Paolo, I'd welcome some feedback now on, if that's okay with you, on how that activity was for you.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much. It's fantastic because there were difficult moments. So ultimately, I felt even my stomach completely decontracted, and I had a nice experience of lightness also there. So definitely, growth mindset took over, and it is really a matter of developing that state into traits. So definitely now working more on thinking of the growth mindset, which is the strongest one. So totally, yes, I'm very grateful for this, because I must admit sometimes there is this fixed mindset still, like wanting to sort of like kick in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, thank you, Paolo. I really appreciate that feedback. And
Thank
for
you
everybody, for everybody, it's that just that willingness to tune in sometimes to what is actually happening in the whole body is sending you those messages about where you're at. And as a coach, what we'd be looking to do now is, having identified where your growth mindsets and your fixed mindset is around that goal that you want to achieve for future you, there's our starting point for our coaching session. And that's what we'd be working on with you in your coaching, is how do I recognize that about myself? And then what can I do to work really hard towards future me? Because future me is going to fail, but that's how future me will be successful. And I love what Max was talking about earlier about mindfulness and courage. What I hope this helps all of us to do is to find that courage to do the things that are going to be tricky, or that we don't have security about right now. It's hard for me to give up this or that because I don't know what will happen. we don't. But if we know that we're going to get things wrong, it helps us to move towards the successes, I hope. Thanks so much, Paola, for your support with that session.
Melanie, I've got a question. The same question that Max asked Paola with regards to men meditation. I'm looking at the figures, and this is from UN. It says 1 in 1,000 men don't do meditation. That's a big number. 1 in 1,000 men don't do meditation because they have no clue. They don't know how to meditate. What should I meditate for? That's Max's question. So in your experience, you and Paul experience, how do we tell our male clients, customers, coachee, to find a time to meditate?
Yeah, it is a really interesting one, isn't it? And it is sometimes about maybe the packaging, how do we understand it? I think probably also you might go to meditation sessions and see lots of women there and not seeing so many men in the room. So that's really tricky. And yet, when I know that when men experience meditation, it's just as transformative, and maybe some of it is around, so in the Buddhist tradition that I studied in for a long time, we actually had separate gender sessions. When you get to a particular level of practice, you start all together, but when you get to a certain level of practice, you move into women only and men only, and that seems to really help. I think we do need role models in meditation for men, because we often see women, but there are great male meditation teachers out there, so maybe it's drawing on some of those. In fact, lots of them are men. It's really interesting. So drawing on some of those figures as role models, and you can find them on YouTube, and maybe doing it that way, so that it's not seen as something that is very feminine, because it's really not. It is all about courage and strength and helping us to move forward. But I'll stop now. Paola, I'm sure you've got some thoughts.
I think Paola is frozen at the moment.
Oh yes.
Yes, it's a very interesting point, and also
okay, you're back.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, your connection is not stable. Maybe you can remove your video, Paola. That might help.
Okay, the connection is unstable. Oh, la. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, go.
Oh, okay. Yes, so definitely it's a good point, and it's also interesting how there are some very good meditators or men. Really, really interesting. Something for me to reflect on, really, because I've come across many meditation, but not so many. So interesting.
Thank you. Max, hand over to you, and then I'll.
Yeah, so we still have 2 minutes. So just a very, very quick one. I have a curiosity for Melanie before we wrap up. Fixed mindset was very interesting to feel the contrast and the force of the opposites. But do you think there's a specific use for the fixed mindset kind of focus? Might be a tool that we use with intention and on purpose at times, and if yes, when?
Thanks, Max. You're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with a fixed mindset at all. Sometimes it's so helpful to us because it can give us real direction and focus. So actually, if you look at a lot of the world's high achievers, they can have very fixed mindsets about some of the things that they've achieved highly in. And it's for, the recognition of where our fixed mindsets get us to is important. So going back to my example with Paola earlier, I talked about having the same subject interest as her, and I kind of did really well in English, and I didn't do so well in maths, and I had a fixed mindset about maths. It wasn't until I got a lot older that I realized I also had a fixed mindset about English. I thought I'm good at English. And in a sense, that restricted me. That stopped me looking more broadly about what can I study and what are the other things that I can do, because but it also did me well because I got really good grades at English because I thought I was good at it. So that fixed mindset drove me so far. But I think there are also limitations to our fixed mindsets, and if we can spot them We're not going to say there's anything wrong with them, but would a growth mindset serve me better here? That's the question for us to ask ourselves. We don't have to automatically flip to growth mindset, but would it serve me better?
Ask the question. Ask the question. Wonderful. Thank you. That was a very simple tool, and things we need to keep in our pocket. Okay, thank you, Melanie. That was really really deep and useful. So we are about to hand over to Tim. Just 1 second, because I promised earlier on, just to share for a moment Paula contacts. So she's on social media, as you can see. She has a website, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So Paula, that is for you. You are all over the shop on social media, so people will not struggle, I believe, to find you anytime. So
perfect. Yes, especially on Instagram, I do meditations as well. So thank you so much,
great.
Max.
Perfect. So that is it. Having said that, Eric, I hand it over to you to introduce the team. Thanks again to Paula and Melanie. Very powerful, massive impact on your sessions and your ability to co-host. So Claudio, thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was, I mean, from 10 a.m. to lunchtime, I feel like I'm flying to heaven, put away. The mood, I think, from Max into Paula to Melanie, I feel sense of belonging, sense of here. I'm here, and that's amazing. That's powerful. And I think, Melanie, you mentioned the growth one. I think that's something that myself, I'm going through that. So thank you for sharing that. That was a powerful session. So well done to you guys. I'm going to introduce my good friend, Tim Champion. So I met him back in Cambridge. I felt just sense of a humble guy, very down to earth, and I had a time of course, with him, with coaching session. I'm able to get to know him, who he is. But before that, let's introduce who he is. Tim has retired. Of course, retired, he has to call himself. He's a mentor and also currently working with Business Trust and Hertfordshire Business Support Scheme. Tim focus on young people starting their own business and also those that are struggling for business owners. Tim work through confident, resilient mindsets. Tim and also Cambridge, of course, qualified. His topic today is coaching approach to instruction. Tim, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Eric. Max. Okay, maybe before I try and share my my screen, a little bit about the style of the next hour. I want to start a discussion. I'm going to talk a bit about a particular context, and thank you very much for the screen. I'm going to talk a little bit about a particular question, and but I'd like to hear from you, either through chat or through comments. So Eric, Max, if you see anything, please flag it up to me. So maybe without further ado, let's look at what the question is. So am I able to do this? No. You've shared your screen for me, I guess. So can you move on to the next slide? Or do you want me to share my screen? Okay, thank you very much. So I've got a question. Let me read it for clarity. Do the traditional teaching or management concepts of recognition, approval, encouragement, and praise have a place in the coaching of inexperienced people? Right, so there's lots of issues there. I'm sure everybody will recognize the words. Let me maybe start with a little bit of background before we go back to the question and begin to address it. So next slide, please. Okay, so as Eric kindly mentioned, I am a business mentor with the Prince's Trust. It's something that I started doing a couple of years ago following my retirement and following doing a coaching course at Cambridge, where I met Eric and others who are presenting to you today. I'd like to just give a little bit of background, though, to the Prince's Trust and the particular program that I'm involved with. So Prince's Trust has a program, they call it the Enterprise Program, for young people who want to set up their own business to become self-employed. If you apply, and there are no criteria other than you're between 18 and 30 and that you're not working full-time, it starts with an interview. Used to be in person, but because of the current circumstances tends to be on the phone or by video now. This is merely to confirm that there is some commitment there and there is general suitability. There's no judgment of what the person wants to do or of the person or of their background at all. If they get through that and it seems to be the right thing for the person, there are lots of other programs that the Prince's Trust can offer to help people into the world of work. Then they would attend a 3-day training course covering issues of self-employment like taxation, whether you want to be a sole trader or a limited company, what people might want to sell, products or services, who they want to sell to and how you identify them, how you want to sell, whether you're going to do it in person, whether you're going to be based in a shop or market stall, whether you're going to sell through the internet, how to research your market and customers, how to do marketing and what the most appropriate form of marketing for your business will be, basic finance, how to manage your business, how to get the most out of mentoring, and finally, how to prepare a business plan. So quite a lot of ground to cover. Once they've done that, there's a quick review to check that people still feel motivated and committed to the idea of setting up in business. And they then have 1 year, up to 1 year, to prepare a business plan, getting support for doing that if they require. They present their business plan to a launch group, and if accepted, they then have the full support of the Prince's Trust for 2 years with an option for a further year. This means that they can apply for grants or loans, that they have a mentor for all of that period, that they have access to all sorts of training courses, digital marketing, soft skills, finance, that sort of thing, and access to the knowledge of skills of what is now pretty nearly 10,000 volunteers within the Trust. So that's the background. One thing I should say is just a little bit of a definition here. We're talking about coaching. I've mentioned mentoring. I see a mentor, a business mentor, as a coach, but a coach that also brings insight, experience, knowledge to the relationship. The young clients, they have an expectation that the mentor will train and explain as well as guide. So already we see that this is a sort of more hybrid world, one where there is going to be some instruction, there is going to be some telling, where not all of the relationship is non-directive. Next slide, please. So maybe a little bit about me. Eric's already said quite a lot. I found coaching late in life. I've retired after 40 years in business, 30 of it in man management and leadership. Finding coaching in its approach and principles, although it is a broad church, has been a revelation to me. I wish I'd discovered the approach many years ago, and I have speculated since I found it how life would have been, both for me and those around me, and what would have happened actually if I'd found it many years ago. However, one of the things that struck me about coaching is that there kind of seem to be some things that I always used to think of as being pretty good and positive things to do that kind of didn't seem to be emphasized at all, almost seemed to be missing. I'm really talking here about the context of where you have what I've rather tweely called master-novice relationship there. One where you've got somebody senior, experienced, knowledgeable, maybe managing, leading, mentoring somebody much, much younger, less experienced, less knowledgeable. Because tools of recognition, approval, encouragement, praise, these things that are personal feedback, personal views of the experienced person that are given back to the person they have the relationship with, don't get emphasized, don't even get mentioned, other than this purist view of being non-directive, that it's about facilitating a self-learning and self-discovery process for the client, for the young person. There's another thing too. As I reflected on what I'd learned about coaching, I recognized that in my life, a lot of my learning had been through discussion and argument with people, people with different views. And that this also seemed to be missing to some degree. So I wondered, I want to explore this. I want to explore the concept of being non-directive. Does it always exclude offering your view? What about the context of the relationship? Are there some contexts where you do shift the approach a bit? How much are the resources that your client has available to them, and I'll say what I mean by that later, an issue? So next slide, please. Can we have the next slide? Does anybody hear me? Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. I've mentioned being non-directive and what I've probably already called the purist approach. One of the books that most engaged me, because it seemed to be written in a language that I recognized and talk about situations that I recognized, is Sir John Whitmore's Coaching for Performance. In it, there is this quote that I think kind of encapsulates or embodies the issue that I want to talk about today, and I'd like to hear other people's views of. Less good coaches will tend to overuse expert input and thereby reduce the value of their coaching, because every time input is provided, the responsibility of the coachee is reduced. When I first saw this and this concept, it was a complete revelation, as I've said already. It kind of made sense. And indeed, in my early attempts at coaching, where I engaged with people who were often quite senior in businesses and certainly experienced, I found that it was something that was, I say easy to do. It's very, very easy to drift into joining in and contributing maybe more than you should. But actually, I could see how you could get used to the idea that you stayed out of it and left, just really tried to help the coachee find their own way. But then, as I expanded the number of people that I was coaching, I began to find that there were, in some cases, some significant practical challenges. I also began to hear from my fellow students that they were seeing the same. I learned, as we studied various papers, that certain coaching observation studies often showed that coaches were a lot more directive than they themselves thought. I was also struck by the fact that when people try and set up as coaches, they frequently work in areas or in niches that they have a lot of past experience and knowledge of, quite simply because they're more credible and thus more marketable in those areas. The problem with this is it's harder for the coach not to contribute in these instances. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, as we've talked about before, I work with young, often disadvantaged young people who are looking to become self-employed, normally by starting their own business. As I've already said, I'm their mentor, either in preparing the business plan or subsequently as they launch their business. This means, for me anyway, that I'll bring knowledge and expertise to the relationship, but at the same time take a coaching approach wherever I can. In fact, it's interesting that the Prince's Trust training of business mentors is very much about coaching principles, about presence, trust, about listening, about questioning, about being non-judgmental, and wherever possible, being non-directive. They even advocate using the GROW model, it's John Whitmore's model. However, the young people, almost without exception, that I have engaged with, expect more than just guidance and facilitation. They want advice. And indeed, they respond to guidance, feedback, and comments. I mean, there is clearly some things that have to be taught. For example, how VAT works. Yeah, we're getting down to the mundane stuff now. So I've come to a conclusion that with inexperienced clients such as these, where there is a high expectation of directive input, I really can't see how the sort of recognition, approval, encouragement, and praise type input is not potentially positive and valuable. Just coming back to this word inexperienced, the young people that I'm talking about here, frankly, have often been starved of the experience of being taken seriously, especially in the context of something as significant as starting their own business. They've rarely been listened to. They've had relatively little positive feedback or indeed encouragement. And the mere fact that somebody's willing to commit time on a regular basis to talking to them and working with them to achieve such an ambitious goal as setting up their own business is quite a transformative and uplifting experience for them. But these are people who have few resources. I used that term earlier. Few resources that can help them with their process of self-learning. By definition, they generally have very little experience and often little learning. We're by and large not talking about graduates here. We're talking about people who have sought support for an idea that gets them out of quite a negative working experience. They have relatively little understanding of business or knowledge of how it can be done by others. So without claiming any formal evidence, my anecdotal experience to date is that these people respond very positively to recognition, approval, encouragement, and even praise. All sort of directive feedback from me personally to them about what they're doing. In addition, I found that they get a great deal from discussion and argument. If you can get them used to the idea that they can do so with someone who is clearly older and supposedly wiser than they, certainly more experienced. Not least because this encourages them to get used to the idea that they can interact in that way with more experienced parties, something that they're going to have to get used to doing if they're going to be successful in business. So the challenge then is it possible to maintain this sort of approach, to use these techniques to boosting their confidence, self-esteem and motivation without losing that sense of responsibility, that benefit of the non-directive approach as advocated by the purists? Next slide, please. So, I've already admitted that with the positive response I've had to positive feedback, I've been loath to stop in the case of working with people like these young people. I sort of convinced myself that it's worth doing as long as I'm mindful of the need to maintain that sense of ownership and responsibility. And so it becomes obvious that there's a need to be careful about how to go about it, so that you don't just tell people you should be doing this. So I've identified sort of a number of non-exclusive approaches that help achieve this. And what I'd be interested afterwards is to hear whether others, and engage in a debate with people about what else that is possible to do. And whether others feel similarly as I do so far about this particular issue. So the first is that pretty well every coaching book that talks about how to give advice talks about asking permission. A sort of way of just emphasizing that the young person is in control. I maybe even go a bit further than this. I might, before I offer a view, ask their view, so that it's not about what I think, that we've got on the table a clear statement from them about what they think too. And of course, when offering any sort of feedback, I'm trying to talk and emphasize a focus on the actions and that they've taken and the results they've done, not about them personally. The next thing that's often discussed is the use of choice, emphasizing that the client, the young person, still has a choice, and using words that emphasize that they have choice, that they make the decisions. In other words, you offer suggestions rather than instructions. I said there are some aspects of what you have to do in the context of this context I'm describing that are clearly training and explaining. I'm back to VAT again, or what is meant by some section of the business plan. So the first thing to do is to make it very clear when that's what you're doing, even to the extent that it's a big topic, that you might have a whole separate session just on that topic where it's clear that you're going to instruct and train. And then to explain to the client when you've finished that and when you're back to, right, where do we go from here? And that you're becoming more of a facilitator of the client's own analysis, decisions and actions. So I personally found it really useful to be honest and open about the difference between what I call the mentoring side of things, the instructional side, and the more guiding and facilitating side. I talk about being non-judgmental and much less directive in that situation. In other words, what we're doing is reminding each other, but especially them, of the role. You know, I'm open about when I'm training and I'm open when I'm guiding. I have a little mantra that every now and then, certainly at the start of every session, that I remind the young person, it's your business, these are your goals, you will be making the decisions, They will be doing all the work and taking all the actions. It will be their achievement. And every now and then you stop to give that back to them. It's certainly true that I'm not there to judge. I think it's useful that in the case of the process the Prince's Trust does, that it's a completely separate group from the mentors that actually decide whether they will support the launch. I avoid any sense in the conversation of saying what's right and what's wrong, unless it's purely factual. What should or shouldn't happen, what must or mustn't be done. So I try to never use those words. Finally, there are times when you definitely want to try and use things that return a sense of control to the young person, to your client. Sort of returning the impetus back to them. And you do that by asking certain questions. Things like, well, okay, so we've just been discussing this for a bit, or we just walked through what other companies do. What have you learned? What have you learned that might be useful, you think, to you going forward? How do you feel now about what you have to do? Given what you've heard, what you now know, what do you want to do next? Now what? Basically type questions that help them move forward. So, next slide, please. This is where, in a sense, I would appreciate a little bit of feedback, some questions if people have them. I feel I'm still new to many of these concepts and approaches. I take a continuously learning and developing approach to each new situation. No two clients are the same. So I'm keen to hear other coaches' views. How closely do you stick to the purist non-directive approach? In what circumstances do you do that? And do you use any other approaches as to how to handle what I've called a contradiction here? Maybe a challenge might be a better word. So, has anybody got any questions or thoughts?
Yes, Tim, I've got a question. So looking at this section, are Prince's Trust using their own model, or you as a coach or the mentor have to use your model? And what is the conflict between those models?
Okay. What approach a mentor takes is not prescribed. When training mentors, they do introduce them, albeit quite briefly, to the GROW model. But the GROW model of itself doesn't advocate or mean that you have to be non-directive. I mean, other parts of the book where the GROW model is put forward do talk about that, under the sort of the thinking that that maximizes the benefits of self-learning, of being completely responsible for your own destination, your own destiny, as you move towards those goals that you yourself set. So I personally don't see this as being model dependent. I see it as being client and context dependent in a way. I mean, I've certainly coached people who had lots of resources, lots of experience, lots of knowledge, the ability to go and find out things and think of things for themselves. And it's a very, very different experience to one where you are dealing with somebody who could be very young and very much less experienced and knowledgeable.
So in that context, you just mentioned that you might have someone very experienced with all the resources that a person has. You have a young person trying to have a start a business. Now, what is a contrast between these two groups? Because here you are, experienced coach, working with another experienced coachee. But on the other hand, you got another young person, inexperienced. How do you coach and how do you use the same model? Because you got to bear in mind that you have the growth model, which is the growth or the variety. How do you change that between those two?
I personally don't work explicitly with a model. I prefer a much more natural conversational approach. Okay. So I don't start off, right, today we're going to decide on what your goal is, type of thing. And next week, we will, move on to the next stage in the stepping stone. I find that a little bit too systematic and process orientated. I do use goals. I believe in the concept of goals. No, it's in the early conversation that you have. Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your situation. What might you hope you could achieve by a coaching relationship? There's a lot of explanation of what coaching and mentoring can be, but you very early on learn the difference between a person who's already thought about a lot of the issues, who is very articulate, who just in explaining them to you will have already made a step forward, and the sort of person who pretty well sits there, slightly overawed, slightly uncertain, and who says, I want to set up my own business and my own clothing brand, but I don't know what to do, which is a very different sort of tone and cry. And so you start by saying, so what have you done already? Mm-hmm. What made you choose that? They will have been on the training program, the 3-day training program that I talked about. So they should have a view of some of the steps and issues that they need to consider. They are provided with a template for a business plan, which basically asks them questions which they have to answer. So there's another template. So you find out to what extent they've looked at that and thought about that in the context of their own idea. And you begin to see where the gaps are. And then you think, right, so sometimes I'm going to have to go into training mode. So look, you'll be asked a direct question by some of them. I want to sell on the internet. What do I need to do? And you think, well, okay, let's take a step back. Why do you want to do it through the internet? Well, that's where everybody sells now, type of thing. You think, okay, well, what else could you do? And you go that way. But they say, well, I don't really know. And you have to prompt them more. You have to make suggestions. And you soon get into a very different sort of dialogue. Mm-hmm. So you learn that and you begin to realize this is a different person. Person's maybe not very confident, not got great self-esteem. And just every now and then when they do contribute something positively, where they maybe go away from one session and then return with some really interesting stuff they've done, but they're not sure whether it's any good or not. They've got no yardstick to measure it against. You know, have what I've done last time. Is that what you were hoping for? Whereas a more experienced person, you just never get into that at all. And so that's where you begin to say, no, that looks like a job well done. What do you think you've achieved by it? What have you learned? So you're back more into coaching questions, if you see what I mean. But actually just showing your approval, giving them that encouragement through sort of praise about what they've achieved. Some people even work quite hard, but find that they go up a blind alley. Oh dear, I can't find a supplier that I need in this country. I said, well, okay, let's take a step back from that for the moment. What have you learned so far? Could you slightly change what you're doing and feel you've made more progress? Because actually, I think you've made a lot of progress. You've learned a lot already. So that's quite a directive, so quite an opinion-orientated response. But in these contexts, it lifts them up again, and you're then in a better position to move forward from there. Whereas I wouldn't dream of being so prescriptive or offering my opinion to somebody well equipped to judge for themselves.
Tim, I've got another question. I mean, this just happened to me last week. So I just been appointed as a vice dean for one of the Swiss schools in Geneva.
Yeah,
and I had a contact with one of the, thank you very much, I appreciate that. A student approached me, very passionate about music.
Yep.
Very passionate. He went to have his own business on music. But he's got no, it's more like a passionate but fun. And I can sense that it's not for him based on the business plan.
Okay.
Now, as a coach, you experienced coach. On that side, where do you sit on it? Because that is two aspects. Passionate, fun, but on business plan, you can see there's no value or no potential business.
Okay, I don't look at it that way. The most liberating thing I have discovered in coaching is how to approach relationships with people non-judgmentally. In other words, my only aim as a coach or mentor is to get as far as I can with the young person. So I go in believing that it is possible to do or achieve something with what they have. Okay. I leave it for others to do the judging. So in the context, again, of the Prince's Trust, forgive me for always referring back to that, but that is the context in a sense that this whole issue has been raised, or I've raised. They're trying to get to the launch group. Mm-hmm. So there's a point of judgment. So if I'm mentoring them in their business plan, I'm going to spend up to a year with them, getting the best blooming business plan we can together. And at no stage do I ever even think, I really don't see how this is going to work. Other than there's going to be a lot of digging. You're going to maybe do some trial selling if you can access products. I mean, for example, there's quite a few people who have quite an art-based idea for their product. So they're quite artistic. They paint, they make things, and they think that they want to set up in that being the basis of their business. And so they quickly get into cards and T-shirts and even larger things like, for example, custom-made toy boxes for young children and what have you. And it's very easy for somebody to then show you their artwork and their style, and you immediately think, oh my God, I mean, I can't see how anybody's going to buy that because it's not to my taste. So the one thing that I've found is I don't even bother with that issue. It's not up to me. What we do is we look at what evidence we need to put together to see whether it's a good idea. My first issue is the business plan is for the person to decide whether they can make it fly on paper. It's not for some bank or some other body. It's for them to see if they can make it work. And as part of the business planning process, we try and do some trial sales. You know, you can take a stall at a trade fair, you could take a market stall temporarily, you could try and get something to sell in a corner of a few shops locally to you, just to see whether there is interest and whether there is some, you know, you can get some rate of sale figures and things like that you can plug into the business plan as evidence for the sales figures that you're going to need to put in. So I don't want to be the one who decides. More often than not, I don't have a lot of knowledge of the area. I mean, I've one young guy at the moment now who wants his own clothing brand, and it's streetwear. Well, you know, I'm a real sort of authority on streetwear. It's my scene. So of course, I don't even advise on that. We do it in other ways. We try and test the market. We try and get some feedback from people who are potential customers, that sort of thing. Leave the judgment for elsewhere, and support the person as much as possible.
Yeah, may I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
I was on and off because I took my break as well, but I was just catching up on the last few minutes. It's a very interesting point. I'm coaching some entrepreneurs and startups, and I don't believe in a purist approach. You know, you need to go with your experience and what you're believing as a coach and experience. So for me, to this topic, I'm very keen, and again, this is my personal view, to break reality for them, because it doesn't matter how good they are. There will be this human nature. You hit a wall. There's a point that you don't see the next step, and so for me, is actually throwing sometimes ridiculous challenges, going beyond what they see, shake the brain, as I mentioned a couple of times today, and that is one service that I do for them. And the second point is, if I have some personal opinion, and sometimes I have, I make it very clear, I'm stepping into the mentoring. I'm going to give you my personal view. It's a matter of education, and they know we are going into that space, and that's fine. I think this is that my opinion on the job and not on the person, very clearly. And then I step back into the coaching space, and they know it. They understand this movement, and I might have a 2 or sometimes a 3 heads as a mentor, and that's absolutely fine. I think actually offering different perspectives, different you as a mentor, I think is a great service that we can do to the mentees, without any doubt.
I sometimes find that a way of doing that is also if you have a view as to a way something can be approached, and you know of businesses that approach it that way, rather than say it yourself, you say, well, let me tell you, this business takes this approach, that business takes that approach to it. And that, in a sense, depersonalizes it, even though you might have a favorite somewhere there.
Yeah, you offer as many lenses as you can. That is, it's great. There should be endless, actually, perspective in theory, if you go with that. And just one more point, going back to your belief in their success. For me, it's across all my coaching sessions, I always take 5 or 10 minutes before each session, because I needed to go in with the idea that I am the wind under the wings. The unshakable, unconditional belief on the mentee or the coach's success. That takes a bit of effort, I think, from our perspective. But you need to go in with a belief, because then it will be a constant support in their endeavor. That for me is something that I, as a coach, I had to learn and practice before to get to the point, because our education traditionally doesn't teach you that.
That's an interesting view. I just sort of have found quite quickly that not being that judge, there's just certain words. I try and avoid thinking in terms of that's right, that's wrong, they should, they shouldn't, they must, they mustn't. So those words I try and keep out of the whole equation. And I regard, whether you're writing a business plan or whether you're actually developing the business or trying to get a business to recover, it's an experimental process. So you between you, or you guide somebody to think about what the next actions are and the best next actions are, and you do it, and then you evaluate and say, right, what have we learned? Do we have to go back around again? So in other words, if things aren't going to be worth doing or aren't going to be a success, you discover as part of the process. You don't need me to say that's not going to work ever, because it's self-evident because of the nature of the sort of experiential and experimental process, what is and isn't working.
Yeah. But it's as we said, it's a two-way relationship. It's very inspiring. Finding, this is where as a coach I go in or mentor into the relationship. I found that the quest, the individual quest to reach their own greatness, their own plans, is so inspiring, and it's always a give and take between me and the mentees. And I go in situations where I actually, the mentee became my coach in a kind of reverse mentoring, reverse coaching. That might happen in some special relationships.
That's one of the reasons why I emphasize the little point about being able to discuss, debate, and argue. Especially, you know, if you're in retirement and you've got an 18-year-old with an ambitious idea for a business, they can be quite subservient to you in their whole approach. And if you can get to a point where you level the playing field so that they will hear what you have to say and then disagree with you and explain why, that is really valuable. They've developed hugely as a person because they're going to need to be able to debate and argue and negotiate and things like that as part of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And one more, a question for you, Tim. Have you ever experienced you being challenged in terms of experience? You find someone that is so, you know, big plans, big ideas that you feel you're out of your depth as a coach.
Yes. I can introduce you to a really interesting story. It was on quite specific things, actually. One of the things I've been involved with has been a scheme in the county where I live to help any businesses that have been struggling due to the pandemic. And they tend to be businesses that are smaller and with less experienced leadership. But one came along and I was paired off with this person. So we had a first meeting. And let's just say that his business was exotic clothing that you normally don't see people wear except in the privacy of certain spaces, and not a market that I was familiar with or anything. So I thought, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, let's see what this person wants. But it turned out that actually they had some very specific challenges. He was struggling to sell into Europe through Amazon, as he had done very successfully before. And I said, look, these are almost not generic things. These are quite specific. I will see if somewhere in the group of mentors there are people who were much more specifically knowledgeable about that space, and you know, that you tap into that. You can do the same within the Prince's Trust as well, because you'll get somebody somewhere who has mentored a very similar business and can bring some insight to that. You're drifting away from coaching now because you're definitely pulling in expertise in specific areas. But I think one of the most powerful things is to become a conduit to other sources of knowledge and other people as well.
Yeah. That's beautiful. You know, if as an individual and listening to this conversation, you want to have this kind of container where you can discuss your ideas, you can be encouraged, you can expand, you can grow, you can so many things. It's very precious space. Very precious.
Absolutely, yeah.
On this subject, just want to, not move away. Our value and our principles. So let me give an example. I'm coaching this student from his Chinese, based in UK. I just finished his MBA from Loughborough University. I do go to Loughborough for once a visiting lecturer. I've got a contract with them. Now, this young guy, he wanted to do more like tech business here in UK. And I could see that my principles and his principles doesn't match. The value that I do hold different from him. I'm a coach, he's a coachee. How do we coach, we coaches here this afternoon? How do we say to our clients, we don't match, but I can refer you, because you don't want to upset the company, actually, i.e. the universities, you don't want to upset the clients. Where do we stand here on the principles? This is a different subject.
It's an interesting one there, because what you've introduced there, Eric, is the idea that you kind of have two clients. One is the individual, and the other is the organization that may even be paying the bills, which is a classic one, isn't it? I mean, it's the one if you go to a large company and the company's paying your bills, and the boss of the department says, this is what I want, these are the goals I want you to find, and then you sit down with this sort of constrained version of coaching, organizationally constrained. And I think, I'm speaking academically here, really, because if it's your livelihood, you're probably less inclined to just say, I don't think this is for me, because then they have to find another coach to bring in, or they may feel inclined to, and you may feel that's a threat to your commercial opportunities there. I think you just have to decide what the nature of the difference is. I can't say I've hit somebody with different values yet. I've had one person who was maybe a little bit inclined to think about, well, really, do I need to do that, when we were talking about matters of legality. And I actually found it quite stimulating to get into discussions and say, well, why would you want to set off with on a path where you are going to do things that are potentially illegal? Not so much from the point of view that his values and my values were different, but the risk to his business idea. I said, why do you need to do it that way? Why don't you look at how to do it so that there is no legal threat at all? So in a sense, sometimes I find you can put your values to one side, but I freely admit that there'll be sometimes that you may get people who just, you just don't see things the same way at all, where values are concerned, where you may have to be honest, but it's tough when that could sort of jeopardize commercial opportunity.
Great, thank you.
Tim, can I ask you one more question?
Fire away.
COVID or change, let's see from an opportunity perspective. Is there anything more that mentoring and coaching can do for new entrepreneurs in order to succeed in the post-COVID world? A bit of a cliche question, but I'm just wondering, because there's so much needed to prepare people into new spaces and give them support. I'm just wondering, how can we get ready for that?
I've actually had about a year of coaching and mentoring businesses that were struggling. And one of the things I've observed is that people quickly get into a mindset that somehow their market has changed a lot, which may be true, but it needs to be tested. I've seen 2 or 3 businesses pick up very well from an initial dip, just because a lot of them had regular business and some of it dried up. They hadn't gone out and developed new business for quite some time, because they survived entirely on, what had always been there or been there for a little while. But I've also seen one business where the coaching process just got to a point where the individual concerned said, I need a complete change of direction. I'm actually going to wind this down and I'm going to do something else. It became more of a personal career transformation process, but at least they went through a series of steps. They asked themselves some questions. They looked at what the alternatives were. They began to explore where there might be opportunities. Would it work if the business was just smaller? They then made a very personal decision about the challenge of managing people when you didn't know what work you would have for them. They said, this is not for me. I don't see an end to it. Right, I'm going to do something different. And we went into a different mode than how to safely wind down a business. So there isn't a one size fits all, but you start from the point of view of, well, is there anything else? What's the situation? Have you explored it? Type of things.
Yeah.
And by basically asking those questions and then having people go away and try something, you see where to go.
Yeah, and there's a mantra in the startup garage. Normally they say, "Oh, fail fast, learn fast."
Yeah.
Sometimes
I see it as being experiments.
Oh,
I used the word before. Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you tried? Give up when you've tried lots of things, not when you think that you know what's going on.
Feel the challenge.
Yes.
Because fail fast means that there's a lot of failures, lots of resilience involved.
Yes. Yeah, don't be afraid. I haven't actually encountered too many people who felt a failure.
This is very positive.
Yeah, very positive. But quite a lot of people who just didn't know what to do, partly because what had worked before, they didn't really need to sort of fully develop something. So one young guy, very capable, very successful business, potentially, but he'd never really got a business development process in place. He just found bits of work without thinking about how or why. And just by being a bit more systematic about it, he quickly started finding there was still a lot out there when he was quite down at first.
Interesting feedback. Very, very interesting feedback. You give us an insight of what's going on into the business mentoring world. Fascinating. Eric, how are we doing with time? I think we got 4 minutes before the next session.
Tim, that was very great session. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure.
It's been humble to have you guys. And I think we move to the next session. Another one of my good friends. But before that, should we just have a quick break? Just a stretch, please, before we have Cassia. So please just have at least 5 minutes break. Let's back 5 past. Cassia, do you mind that?
Absolutely not. Hi, everyone.
I need a coffee. So I have a coffee here. So
absolutely.
We have 5 minutes. Actually, yeah, back 5 past, and I Cassia, you take from there.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah. See you guys. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Eric.
back. Cassia, how are you
Hi,
today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, good. Eric.
Hi, good afternoon. Cassia, good afternoon.
Hi, Eric. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Yes, thank you. It's so great to be here with you.
Well, it's been a wonderful session so far, which I'm excited for next steps. So you taking us from lunchtime, which I'm excited. So before I introduce Cassia, so myself, Cassia, Melanie, and Tim went to the same Cambridge coaching program. So we were lucky to all come together. And over the past few months, of course, we've been good friends. And I'm humbled to have them this afternoon. Of course, my good friend Max and also joined, and Erica will be coming us later from the US States. Cassia, born
I think it was my turn to introduce Cassia.
Yes, I'm going to leave it with you. Apologies for that.
So we are fighting for the. Really, too excited. So Cassia, I saw your. I don't know you, so this is the first time we met. But I saw your profile, and it's all about bridging cultures. That is your high level in the banner I can see on LinkedIn. That resonates with me as well because I've been on the road for a long time. So you walk the talk. You've been moving between countries, European level quite a lot, and you help leaders master effective communication to bridge cultural gaps. And today you will talk about how to improve online communication in this multicultural and complex world. So I hand it over to you with pleasure and anticipation for your session.
Thank you so much, Max. Can we just confirm that you can hear me? Yes.
Perfectly.
Fantastic. So now I will attempt to my slide sharing. Okay.
There's always a moment of trepidation until you see the
presentation
okay. Up and running.
Let me just, okay. So that should be okay if I do this. 1 second, but unfortunately, I'm not able to do what I wanted to do because I wanted to, you can see my entire slide now, right?
Yes, that's great.
The only thing is I cannot see my notes in this mode, which is okay. I'm just going to turn around and grab my laptop, if that's okay. Yes.
Or Cassia, if you want to, if you share the presentation with me, I can play the slideshow for you, and you keep the notes.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay because sometimes you can share just your slides, but be able to see the notes. That's okay. It's all sorted now. So once again, thank you so much for having me. A real pleasure, and it's just great to be reconnected with you and others, Eric, and get to know your network. So really delighted to finally get to know you, Max. My name is Cassia Lanoha, and you could call me an intercultural trainer and coach. And today, in my presentation, how can coaching improve online communication skills, I will also, in a way, tell you my story and how it came about that I became a coach in the first place. So I actually really enjoyed preparing for this talk today because it will answer the question, where is coaching in intercultural communication? But also, we're going to draw a bigger picture to start with. So the outline of the session today is the following. So by drawing the bigger picture, I will talk about the VUCA. If you haven't heard it before, then that's okay, because I'm going to explain what it means, what does the acronym VUCA stands for. And if you have, it's going to be a bit of a revision. And then we're going to ask the question, why are we still talking about national culture? And, isn't the fact that the world speaks English apparently, and because of the globalization, doesn't this mean that the world is shrinking, and nationality is no longer an important factor when it comes to communication, or differences, in fact? And we will also think about what is the impact of remote working on communication. So we're going to focus on how does it alter things, and how can the ability to be successful across cultures actually help us to be more successful generally in this very VUCA world that we are living in. And finally, the burning question, so where is coaching in all of that? Yeah, how can coaching help you become more effective? And of course, I've got some conclusions and really hope for a discussion, and we'll be awaiting your questions. So that's the plan. And I'm going to start with the VUCA. It stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it was originally used in a US Army War College to describe the reality of the Cold War. And it's been used more and more frequently in the past 20 years, I'd say, in leadership training. Yeah, so back in the days, it would refer to the reality of a Cold War, an environment that is in fact volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And in the past 20 years, it would just, it would be used to reflect today's world. And the example I would often use before the pandemic was working with some of the bigger clients I've been involved with, and for example, companies that manufacture plastic, and how is the world changing, and how are the consumers buying habits changing? We don't want to buy more plastic, we want alternatives. So it's an ever-changing, fast-changing environment for that particular company, of course, who would try to, they would try to look for alternatives to plastic, more sustainable solutions. And that, of course, creates a lot of uncertainty, because the employees would not know what would happen to them in 5 years. I mean, would the company need to downgrade or not? And of course, the complexity. So the very same company, they have offices and plants in different countries. So you have different management styles, even time zones, and of course, ambiguities to do with the language that we speak. And even if we all try to speak English, we first of all use different versions of it, and also we can speak in the foreign language, but apply the cultural rules of our own culture, which creates a lot of misunderstandings. And being Polish, I can definitely get away with saying that, for example, Polish people in the UK may come across as a bit rude, perhaps, because we tend to be direct. It's something that we value in business communication. So I'm going to give you more examples, but that's VUCA for you. And of course, in the past 2 years, it's been big because it's a very volatile, ever-changing world with a lot of uncertainty and complexity. Even doing this online today has its implications. So I didn't have a chance to meet Max beforehand, unfortunately, which would normally be the case if we met face to face. So where is intercultural communication in the VUCA world? Well, I'm going to start here. So going back to my example, the complexity, the different management styles, the different time zones, different expectations and practicalities of work in collaboration that have something to do with culture differences. That's very much embedded in intercultural competence. So being able to understand and successfully interact with people who are different than you. And of course, how do I do it? You know, using either a second language or my own language, and you know, how to work with people who speak English but are not native speakers of English. So I get asked this question a lot. I always have since I started working as an intercultural trainer, and you know, before I became a coach, I was mainly working as a trainer. Should we still be talking about national differences? For many reasons, because you know, we're getting more and more skeptical. You know, the world speaks English, and through globalization, we've come so much so much closer, and of course, you know, we don't like to be labeled. I mean, how many of you like to be labeled as a typical somebody, as a typical Paul or typical Chinese? We don't like it. We don't like being labeled. So all of that is true, but I've already mentioned though that we speak different Englishes, if you like, and yes, we have come so much closer, and yet there are still differences. And yes, intercultural training done badly is nothing but stereotyping. So there is some small print I shall mention later today. But you know, thinking about one of my professional hats that I wear, I'm a part-time lecturer at Cambridge University at the engineering department there, and I run, I support our students and staff in their very intercultural interactions. And if you think of the Cambridge engineering students, and if you kind of try to take the nationality out of the equation, and only focus on all the things they have in common, you will find quite a lot of things that they have in common. Well, they all speak excellent English, and they are high performance. They are used to working hard. Many of them share a privileged background. They share the engineering culture, the interdisciplinary culture, perhaps. They have similar interests and hobbies, so you could assume that, you know, for the young people in Cambridge, nationality is no longer something that gets in the way. So I tend to ask them a lot about nationality at Cambridge and how it affects things. So just thinking about the, you know, young people at the Cambridge University that have so much in common, when asked about what are the disadvantages of cultural diversity, many say that it's difficult to adjust. It's difficult to adjust at the beginning. And mind you, this is not only the international students, this is also the native speakers, or rather British students. Many find it frustrating. Offending people without meaning to comes up quite a lot. So this is when you come across as rude, although it's not your intention, quite the opposite. You try to come across as nice or professional. What comes up a lot is misinterpreting the written language, so especially in the emails. And I have a couple of examples for you later today. I'm going to share. Many find it tiring because you have to be self-conscious about your behavior. So if you work in a different language, or if you move countries, you know that actually it's speaking a different language all the time is tiring in itself. But in addition, thinking about the culture norms, oh, I've just said something, is it okay to say that? That makes you even more tired. So it's draining. Things cannot be lost in translation, of course. Yeah. So the classic example, would you mind doing it? In the UK means very often do it. And if you come from a culture that is more direct, you actually expect people to say do it if they want you to do something. And you also have the hierarchy in place that actually allows somebody that is higher up on the hierarchical ladder to tell you what to do. And that's what people expect. So if you don't expect that, you will think that people are aggressive. So it's confusing, creates misunderstandings. A lot of students talk about personal space. And then we must mention that a lot of that data comes from the pre-pandemic time, but it would be both the physical space, literally people coming too close, but also less directly. For example, students not knowing why they can't call lecturers or supervisors, or even when they call their friends, the friends don't pick up the phone. So why do I have to schedule calls? A lot of them used to struggle with a shared office space because they found it too busy, too loud. They couldn't hear their own thoughts. So it's just, there's so many things that students feel are linked to nationality still, that I believe it is too early to say we don't need to talk about nationality. So higher risk of conflicts, misperception of polite and rude, that's a classic, often linked to the fact that polite is not generic. What's polite here can be rude somewhere else. However, we tend to think that polite is polite, and that's another challenge. And of course, miscommunication, misreading behavior and body language. So this is to do with showing emotions. So if I'm agitated or annoyed with somebody, is it better to show them my real feelings in the professional context, because then it's more authentic and they really know where they are with me? Or should I try to hide my puzzlement or anger and just smile politely? Yeah, so that's also part of that. And of course, cliqueness, to do with the fact that it's much easier to make friends with people from your own culture and with other international students. And when I was 19, I moved to Germany. I'm originally from Poland. And it took me 2 days to make about 100 new Polish friends. And in the next month, I knew a lot of international students. But it took me years to build my German network. So I can really relate to it. So many students feel that it's difficult to make friends that are not international students or, they're people from their own country. So this is where I am with it, really. And another thing I need to mention that, there's a big discussion about what's culture and whether we can even try to define it. And there are apparently 300 definitions of culture in the English language. But there are definitely two approaches. And maybe this is part of the problem, part of the criticism I'm facing, because you can see culture as a given. So that's culture seen as something predefined, to do with groups, and they could be based on nationality, for example, but not necessarily, of course. We have professional cultures, we have genders, we have generational cultures. The list goes on. You could say you have Cambridge culture or Oxford culture or academic culture. So culture as a given. So you're looking at a culture as a group of people, and this is, by the way, embedded. So this is what intercultural studies, actually, this is what's done in intercultural studies. You look at cultures as a given, predefined groups. And you can also look at culture as a construct. So it's not about defining generalizations and prearranging. It's about, each individual should be seen as unique. Which is also true. So I'm somewhere in between here. I do work with generalizations and research, but I also know that we are all different anyway. And nationality is only part of how we are. But a useful definition that I like to use is the one by Hofstede, who said that is the programming of the human mind, with which one group distinguishes itself from another group. So as you can see, it doesn't have to be nationality, but there's still a lot to be said about nationality, because, you know, if not connected through the common language, people from one country go through the same educational system, which in turns provide some framework for the way we give feedback, we expect feedback, hierarchy. You know, if you think about education, there's a lot you learn as a child at school, and this is what stays with you for a very long time. One great example would be my own children getting culture shock at the Polish Saturday school, because, you know, they were born in the UK, but they started going to the Saturday school, and that was culture shock in action every Saturday. Sadly, we had to give in and stop the lessons because it was just, you know, too emotional for my children, and just the way they were given feedback by the Polish teachers, you know, that was too much for them. Sadly, luckily they speak very good Polish, but they can't write. And I blame a culture shock, not the teachers, just the shock. So, you know, cultures don't communicate. People do, of course, and every communication is contextual. So whatever we do, we always, you know, it's not about a German and a Pole speaking, it's two people. However, we just know that, you know, when we look at each individual, there is the personal preferences. So in every culture, you have people who are more shy or more direct. And at the end of the day, we are all the same as well, because we are humans, we are human beings. So we all have similar needs. We have to eat and sleep, and we interact with others. So two extremes, but also there's the cultural element, which, as I said earlier, it's not only our nationality. And it is a tricky one, nationality. It still is, because even in the UK, you know, you ask somebody, oh, you're English? No, I'm British. You ask somebody, oh, are you British? No, I'm Scottish. So there's that. There's always problems with that. And some countries are more difficult than others because of the way they are. But also there are regional cultures, and the culture of London is completely different. When I jump on the train to London, or rather I used to do it, and I would get culture shocked straight away, even on the train, because it was so silent. But if you go a different direction on the train, it's completely different. It's just the people who commute to London tend to be very quiet on the train. So yeah, you have this universal part of how we communicate and interact with others. We, you know, as humans and as personalities, we are all different, but there is this element of culture. I keep seeing it work all the time. So the additional challenge, of course, is the fact that we stopped meeting people. And if you think of intercultural communication, trainers have been supporting international remote teams for nearly 20 years now. So international companies, engineering companies, for example, pharmaceutical companies, they are used to being in different locations and in different time zones. And if anything, the pandemic has brought teams together, teams that had been historically remote. The feedback I'm getting is that actually things have improved because everyone is using Zoom. We are getting better with the cameras and just the quality of the sound, and it's getting more widely used. Back in the days, it would be mainly conference calls without the cameras on, and that it's improved for teams that had been remote pre-pandemic. The situation is better. For new teams and new relationships, it is a challenge. Because as I said 3 slides before, cultures don't communicate, people do. So to connect with people on this human level, everything that we are missing on does affect the way we bond. And it doesn't have to be an international team, but meeting people for the first time in a physical room, having a bit of a chit chat, fetching coffee together, helps breaking the ice. The communication, the online communication, the virtual communication has become more, it just is more transactional. You start a meeting and you are in the meeting, and that's it. And everyone looks the same. They are small squares on the screen. So we no longer have to travel. And thinking about international work, we don't travel. So you just assume there are more similarities than differences, because you don't jump on this plane and you don't disembark the plane in a different country where there's a different climate, different food, different smells. So we just assume there are more similarities than differences. Yeah, as a trainer, I used to travel a lot to deliver training in different locations. It's all stopped, and there are of course many advantages for me. But I think the learning as the knowledge transfer has not been compromised, but it is not so easy to help people bond. The expats, the executive clients, and mainly Cambridge PhD students I've been working with in the past year or two, they really feel the difference, because they moved countries, but they were mainly in their own room, sometimes mixing with others in the office on alternate days, or maybe in the lab. So it's a completely different experience. You have people report on the loneliness and just the, not being able to leave and explore the country and socialize and get to know others. It does affect things. So there are many, many challenges. And, as I said, some of these challenges are just practical challenges of online communication. So if we were trying to find some order in it, we have the technology. So if things can go wrong, they will. And on pretty much every call, there's somebody struggling with their camera or sound, for example. And we still, offline meetings can be badly facilitated for sure, but being together face to face is more organic. Online meetings need somebody who facilitates. We can't just crack a joke. There's echo. There's the awkwardness of Zoom. So the conversation or the meeting that we have is just a bit, less organic, and it doesn't make things easier. Because of the awkwardness, a lot of people just choose not to say anything. So it's even less human, if you like. And of course, there's the online presence, and we still get people on calls whose faces can't be seen because they are sitting against the window, for example, and it just doesn't help, because if we're trying to talk to somebody whose face we can't see, it's so draining, because our brain is trying to make sense and fill in all the missing cues, all the missing nonverbal communication. So we are getting more fatigued and tired, right? And this is why we've just had a short comfort break. It's critical. It is critical. Mind you, even with the breaks, because we also tend to work more, sadly, very often, we don't use the break to fetch a coffee. Instead, we check some emails. And often it's just something we have to do, right? I have to speak for myself. Sometimes that's what I need to do. And of course, you have the stage effect of online conference call, because I know we are getting more and more used to it, but speaking to the camera, it's a bit, and seeing yourself, it's a bit like watching television and you are on telly, and it can be a little bit daunting. So this is just practical challenges of any online communication. I'm not even talking about doing this in a language that is not your first language, right? So any communication online is vulnerable. Now, if you think about what I've just mentioned, multitasking rapport, they are, they are linked to engagement. So if you are multitasking, you can't be completely, you know, there. So that affects the way you bond with others. And so the rapport is affected. It just is. And again, you know, we try very hard, we turn everything off, but there's always a notification or email that pops up and can really disrupt communication. And it's harder to happen face to face because it's unlikely that we can see all our devices in front of us, in front of us, hidden from the view of the camera. So you know, this is just communication online without even talking about international calls. And when we look at the international aspects, interculture aspects, and these are some of the aspects I wanted to talk about. So, for example, hierarchy. You know, you're trying to facilitate a meeting, or maybe teach a class, or lead a lecture that is international, and it's about, you know, in a more hierarchical country, not everyone's opinion matters, and not everyone will be included or ask questions. Not everyone will be asked to participate and be proactive. So, you know, don't assume that everyone will contribute, because, you know, we are trying to up our game, and we're trying to be more of a facilitator, and we want more interaction, but it just doesn't always work, and it can be culture. I mean, for me, working with Cambridge students, I can see how the breakout rooms and interaction is not working for every group, and how it's much easier for some students, for some cultural backgrounds, to just own the space, jump in and be proactive. When it comes to relationships, so again, you know, there is no or very little small talk and gift giving, and across cultures we tend to be more or less relationship oriented. So for cultures where relationship building takes longer, and where people used to travel more to first of all meet their counterparts and spend some time with them before they even start talking business, this has changed, because you can't have dinner together. And I don't know if you are listening, Max, but I've noticed that for sure with the many Italian companies I've been involved with over the past year, that you can tell that, you know, they would like to maybe have dinner together, or maybe have lunch to meet me before they engage me. I don't know if you have. Yeah,
my DNA is aligned, so I needed to get out of the screen. I need to see people, I needed to touch, talk, and exactly.
Yes. So it's definitely, I can tell how this is missing, and how this affects my work with some of the clients I work, who would want to meet me first before they engage me. So that's, you know, so hierarchy, relationship building are classic examples, if you like. Communication, of course, you know, verbal and non-verbal across cultures can differ, and this is bad enough face to face, because in some cultures a lot of eye contact can be disrespectful, and in others lack of eye contact is disrespectful. So this gets even harder online, because obviously now I'm looking straight into the camera lens, but when I talk about my slides, I tend to look at my slides, or when people contribute, I tend to look at them, because that's a natural thing for a human. We are attracted to faces. So then you're trying to make, you know, a good impression, and you think that somebody is not listening or not looking at you. Well, you know, it just creates additional barriers. And again, a negative feedback giving. It's a beautiful topic across cultures. You know, do we just say, I disagree with you? Or do we say, oh, that's interesting, can you tell me more? And doing it online, can be even, you know, more extreme, or we can come across as harsh. It's just more risky. Relationship with time, again, I don't want to talk about my Italian clients here, but yeah, you know, we tend to book back-to-back meetings, and in some countries people are simply more relaxed about it and come late. So it could be that, or simply time zones. You are starting a meeting at 7 a.m., but for some colleagues in South Korea, it's already 6 p.m. What do? You are still tired because you had to get up extra early. European colleagues are fresh because it's 8 or 9, and colleagues from Korea are very tired already. And they are staying extra hours to take part in the meeting. So it definitely affects the chemistry. And of course, working in a second language, I mean, so many beautiful examples where we struggle with the sound or maybe with the accent of a non-native or native speaker. And there's the relationship with silence. In some cultures, people are more comfortable with silence, so they go silent, and you just assume they are on mute. And they happen to me so often. I just assumed, are you on mute? Can you unmute? Actually, somebody there was just comfortable with silence. So I think I've given you enough examples. And of course, I'm going to skip one slide. So this is just this was just cameras, video conferencing. But if you think of online communication, but written, we have the good old email, and apparently we're sending even more emails than before. So this is one example, and I would like you to read it. Just read the email and think about the impression that you have on the person that has sent the email to you. If you got an email like this, Max, what would be your initial reaction?
This is dry.
Dry, okay.
Down to the point, beautiful, but really dry.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually sorry.
Yeah, not much human touch. Mm-hmm. This is my interpretation.
Yeah, but it's clear, you know what to do.
Yeah, very explicit, very explicit.
Okay. So, yeah, very explicit, okay. And we know where we are, a bit dry, and we can maybe judge the person accordingly, And now, if you look at the second one, Max.
Yeah, this is more rounded. I feel a little bit more involved. There's more respect. They're asking for I'm asked things rather than being told. So I will react much better to this one, definitely. The other one, I will call my lawyer for the previous one. For this one, I will say, yeah, let's talk about it.
Exactly. So this is what I work with day-to-day: companies and colleagues, teams that send each other two different styles, emails in two completely different styles, and colleagues that value clarity and direct feedback, and colleagues that value relationship. And there is no right or wrong, it's just different. And on top of it, we have our own personal preferences, right? Yes. I have British colleagues who are very direct and can send me an email, yes or no, and that's it. But we have an ongoing relationship. So the question is, what are you risking? Are you risking clarity, or are you risking your relationship? Yeah, and what is easier to recover from? So how is that linked to coaching? Going back to VUCA and intercultural communication and competence, it's not only about an information gap. It's not only about trying to understand other cultures' values. It is helpful. It is helpful to read a book on a specific culture, but actually a lot of it is to do with our own attitudes. So in a way, as an intercultural trainer, I used to do training called communicating business communication in the UK. And a lot of people at the end of the training session would say, this was helpful. It's useful to understand some of the things people value here: the diplomacy, the understatement, the banter. And actually it helps me understand a lot of the situations from the past that I found puzzling. But I still don't know how to change my behavior. It's still not actionable. And this is where it get me thinking about what is my role. As a trainer, I can only expose people to certain things. I can tell them about VUCA, I can tell them about different countries, I can tell them about, to address VUCA, you need to be agile, you need to be able to embrace uncertainty, be able to bounce back and learn from your mistakes. You have to be able to collaborate with others, and you have to be able to successfully communicate with others. But what exactly does it mean for an individual? Because when we think about the triangle, we are all different anyway. And some people simply are better at listening or asking questions or leadership. So So coaching is the answer here, because through training, you can raise awareness. You can tell people about the differences and the different cultural dimensions, the hierarchy, the directness. You can make them laugh, make them cry, help them answer some questions from the past, and they feel relieved and say, now I understand my colleagues from Poland, or maybe now I understand my wife from Spain better, and I'm not crazy, it's just, cultural. But as individuals, we have different things to work on. So how can coaching help with effective intercultural online communication? I say online, but I mean any interaction, really. There has been, there are psychometric tools out there that can measure your global agility. And one of them, the one I work with, is in the International Profiler. It's just an example of how you can help people through coaching. But what we know from research is that there are specific qualities, attitudes, and competencies that can help people be more successful across cultures. And this is the set of qualities we consider critical. So we have the push qualities, which are linked to your personal autonomy, to your resilience, your coping, your ability to learn, to bounce back. So anything, your inner strength, but also spirit of adventure. So how, being curious, wanting to get to know people from other cultures. So that's everything that comes from within are your push qualities. And then you have your pull qualities. Your pull qualities being things like welcoming strangers, for example. Things like flexibility, flexible behavior. So I'm able to adapt, and I want to adapt. There is things like new thinking and being accepting. So there are culture differences. That's step one. But actually, step two is there are culture differences and there are different ways of doing things, and I accept it, instead of saying my way of doing things is the right way and your way is wrong. So tolerance and acceptance, two different things. Communication skills, nothing mind-blowing here, being an active listener, being attuned, trying to read into people's non-verbal communication. So that's all linked to communication, but also clarity of communication, being able to express yourself in a foreign language in a manner that is bridging, sharing limitations. Very often native speakers of English actually have a disadvantage because others can't understand them, but won't admit it. That's what I often do when there's something I didn't understand. I just nod because, I should be fluent or I am fluent in English, but I should be proficient. So sometimes it's just embarrassing to always ask for clarification, especially in a room full of native speakers. sometimes native speakers are upset when I share it, but it's just a fact. And a lot of international friends say the same, we just nod. So all of that is not knowledge, is who you are and how you behave and where does your energy go. Culture knowledge is the one where actually, yes, there is a bit of an input, but the question is, how do I like to learn about other people and their cultures? Is it through books? Is it through talking to people, actually asking questions? Why do you do that? I noticed. Tell me more. Or maybe through music and films. So it's about knowing how you learn best and just, being aware. And finally, it's about leadership, being able to influence others and build synergy. So all of these are the competencies that we believe are critical when it comes to being effective across cultures. And this is exactly what you can do through coaching. You can ask people to complete such a questionnaire where you can actually see where their energy goes and what it means. And so all of these qualities, attitudes, they can be broken down to specific 22 qualities. So this is what you can do in coaching. You have to set some goals and you have to talk about the motivation. Why do I want to be effective? What's on stakes? And sometimes it's about your company's goals. So the goals are a little bit different when I work with executive clients, because there are often companies' goals for them. But not necessarily. We like to talk about both individual goals. So what are my goals for the assignment in Hungary? I'm going to Hungary for 2 years. What are my personal goals? What do I want to achieve through this assignment? And then, of course, we have the company's goals. So we talk about the stakeholders. But it's interesting to actually talk about it. Motivation is critical. I sometimes work with clients who go to a different countries because their boss told them to. And it was not something they wanted to do. And some have such a high spirit of adventure that they always knew they're going to live abroad or maybe take this assignment because it's it's this natural curiosity. So it's not about good or bad, but it's interesting to explore this motivation, because it does affect things. So that's done through coaching. And through the report like this, you've been more aware of, oh, okay, let's talk about it. What does it mean? So you become more self-aware. These are my preferences when working internationally. Let's interpret it. I'm very low on focus on goals. What does it mean on my assignment? And again, it's not an assessment. It's a development tool. So we don't see it as good or bad. Final note, it's more to do with, this is where my energy goes. And do I want to shift my energy perhaps to be more successful, whatever success means? And finally, it's about some actions. So based on the sessions and the conversations that you have with your coachee, you come up with some actions. So this is how coaching can definitely help with communication, not only online, but also online. And I think it's very important to stress that, the communication has changed. And to finish with some conclusions, we need to find ways to deal with VUCA and intercultural competence, dealing with the unknown, unfamiliar, the ability to bounce back when something goes wrong, resilience, everything you do that happens across cultures more than between people from the same culture are the skills that can really help you address VUCA. So to me, it's like a transferable skills. It's beautiful. Even if you take speaking a different language, learning a different language, imagine you starting learning Italian tomorrow. I mean, you need to accept that you're going to make mistakes and that you have to be resilient. And some days are better, some days are worse. And then you go to Italy and you can't understand anything, So even language learning is a mini lesson, but it's very transferable. So that's the first thing, that we all need to get used to this new reality. And we also have to remember that any communication, especially online communication, especially video conferencing, is vulnerable. and if anything, not particularly helpful for intercultural interactions. The new normal is, of course, here to stay. We're going to be using it more and more. And intercultural training as such is very, very helpful, extremely helpful. But I think that you can only go so far without coaching, because at the end of the day, it's not about a knowledge gap. It's about our attitudes. So this is me, and this is how I ended up being an intercultural coach.
Wow, Kasia, what a journey. I saw myself in so many steps. So just the one point and the one question for you. For me, coaching helped me on a very personal level. When I came to London in the late 90s, I was really a fish out of water. English was really bad, and I tried to conform. So to take a diction lessons, English, everything. So I wanted to become English in order to conform with the local culture. I started to stammer, I had the difficulties in the communication. It just had such an impact on my body. So I didn't even realize what was going on. So when I went to a coach, he was brave to tell me the truth and be my mirror, say, Max, this is not you. You're trying to do something that is not you. And since then, I just kept my accent. It's just who I am. Even 23, 4 years later, you can hear, it's me. I'm really proud of who I am. But a coach was like a switch for me in those days. Really, it just gave me the concept very clear in one session. Very, very powerful. So I wanted just to share with the audience this experience. In terms of questions, Kasia, I think the humor, just to mention. So what do you think is the role of humor in bridging cultural differences?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, humor doesn't always translate. What I see is that, especially in the UK, there's a lot of banter. And often, people don't pick up on it. Non-native speakers don't pick up on it sometimes. So you can there could be a lack of inclusion through humor. People will still laugh, but accidentally, especially when people make cultural remarks, or maybe mention a name. Very often when with British people, when people mention a name, oh, do you remember that person from TV from the from the 90s? I'm basically excluded. I don't know this person. So this
for me, it was very difficult to learn the play of the opposites and deep dark sarcasm. These are the two elements of the British humor that was difficult. When I went to Singapore in Asia, their humor is very direct. So I had to learn that the humor is a key to get into the culture. So it's just a fun way to bridge cultures.
Absolutely.
There's no manual for that.
Yeah, I agree. And you have this kind of in the British context, when there's a presentation or even something, even at Cambridge, when there's some kind of speech, and the first thing the person does is they crack a joke. And it's not something you would normally do in other cultures. You would be more solemn, or maybe, just serious. And you can see how this is cultural and can be interpreted as lack of professionality, perhaps. Another thing I want to say about online meetings is that, obviously, because everyone is on mute and there's an echo, somebody tried to go organic and crack a joke in the middle of a meeting. And of course, most of the time you can't hear it. They have to repeat it. If they repeat it, it's no funny, it's no longer funny. So everything gets very awkward online. So it's even harder with the joking.
So what do you do in these online meetings when you got those, an awkward moment? What do you do?
Well, I just embrace it. I just say it out loud. Another awkward moment, and I just make a thing out of it. I think everyone can relate now, and they just laugh.
Yeah, wonderful.
Kasia, I've got a question. I understand that you work with most international students from China, Asia, and as you now also work with such clients. I understand that the Asian Chinese community, they are more shy not to ask questions and just want to listen. Is it culture?
Yes.
Now, as a coach, how do you break this barrier? The barrier of that they don't want to ask questions, they just want to listen. But within the British culture, we ask questions a lot. So how do you break that barrier as a coach?
Yes. So there's a couple of things I do. The first one is really managing expectations. So we spend a bit more time talking about what is coaching, and that is about them, you know. So I really need to make sure they are empowered. And most of the time when they are told, when they are reassured that this is what's expected, they do it. So managing expectations. And another thing, Eric, dealing with silence as a coach. I just need to be even more confident about silence in the room, because I know that sometimes it's just those little breaks are a bit longer and it can be very uncomfortable to me. I just have to brace myself, and it works. So I have some wonderful experiences with Chinese, especially PhDs, and we have some great coaching conversations. But it maybe initially they expect more of a mentoring. Yes. But as we progress, it just it's about managing expectations and being comfortable with silence for the coach.
So do you say in the context, do you let them know advanced that I'm not a mentor, I'm a coach, or do you just let it flow as it goes by?
Well, sometimes, as Max mentioned in the previous session, you actually put the heart of a mentor, because it's, there are some things you can coach. You can coach knowledge, and I could either ask them to go, they could either say, I'm going to do some reading on the topic, or I can just choose to tell them some things because I just happen to know it as an expert, right? And I can just point at some direction. And I also have this experience of living and, studying in a foreign country. So it's a mix very often of mentoring and coaching.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Max, should I move to the next one, or you have any questions? Anyone questions?
Yeah, I have tons of questions, but there was a rhetoric question for you, Eric. Yeah, no, we are done. Unfortunately, time is very tight. So, Kasia, you've been absolutely marvelous. Lots of things, and just one question on: are you going to share the material? There was so many things, or references, or contactable. What is your point of contact for the audience?
For anyone who might have any questions, LinkedIn Meet, get connected, and I try to post about these things. It's a beautiful topic, so do connect and let's keep the ball rolling.
Thank you again, Kasia, well done, and Eric, over to you.
Excellent, thank you so much, Kasia. Actually, I did have many questions for you for some reason, but because of time, I was sent to you by private anyway.
We will continue, Eric. Thank you so much.
It just resorted to my culture, because coming from Ghana, and I think Max is right, that you come here, you want to change your accent, and you thought, I'll be myself, who I am. And I think that's a cultural shock, and I think we all experience it in different ways. So thank you for that. That was very great session. So we have Ms. John Appiah. Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, John. Let me see if John is.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here online.
I think, John, it's Max here. So I think Eric is... Eric, are you back? You are on mute now, Eric. You got double session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, John.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I introduce John, just to let you know, you can still watch this via YouTube. We are live on YouTube. So please, any comments, Any feedback, please put onto either YouTube or Zoom. You can also send us an email via hello as well, which everyone received to those that registered. John, coming from Ghana, all the way from Ghana, my mother country, where I'm also from. John is CEO, also a league consult entrepreneur, human capital development specialist, and a youth empowerment coach. John held master degree in communication studies and Bachelor of Arts. John worked with young people, and also he is one of the directors for organization and hospitality. John, not to go much details, I think I will leave this intro for you to give yourself more of who you are. As I said, John is coming from all the way from Ghana, and I believe that it is 1 p.m. and it's very hot over there.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Eric. And I say a very warm greetings and regards to all the previous speakers. I've been listening in on the conversation, and I must admit it's a lot of information. And I know that our audience will greatly appreciate the knowledge and the experience and the expertise we're sharing with them in this summit. So thank you very much, all our speakers. And I'd like to pick up from where our last speaker left off. As Eric rightly said, I'm based primarily here in Ghana. I have a background in communication, and I have spent much of my career engaging with different organizations and different businesses. My connection to London is when I worked with the British High Commission here in Ghana, where I was the communications manager. And that gave me an opportunity to understand a bit about the UK system, the way they do things. And it was a very great experience for me working for the British High Commission here in Ghana. I've had other various experiences that has all come together to really make me who I am now. Currently, what I'm doing is that I run a medical fraternity or a medical institution, which is a clinic called Koforidua Clinic, where I act as the managing director and leader for the business direction, strategy, business development. That is where I lead in. I'm not a medical person, so of course I can't go into the consulting room to consult or look at the sick people, but I lead on the front of ensuring that we have a very strong vision and we are working towards making impact in the health sector. I also run the A-League Consult, which is a human capital development organization. And over the past 5 years, what we've been doing is to essentially help people to be better at whatever it is that they are doing, whether they are job seekers, whether they are already employed, whether they are entrepreneurs, whether it's a business unit or an organization or whatever it is. What we do as the A-League Consult is that we come in to ensure that human capital, which is the most important capital to me in terms of making a business work, we contribute to ensuring that you have the best and the most quality that you can get out of your human capital. And then I'm also passionate about youth development. So I created an organization called the African Chamber for Youth Development. And what we do essentially is to identify potential young leaders, give them the skills and the training, the coaching, and then it's our anticipation that in the next 5 to 10 years, these are the people that will make a difference in the communities they find themselves, wherever they find themselves. So that's something small about me. I would like to zoom in straight into today's conversation. What I chose to speak about was moving from good to great. Moving from good to great. And for me, my whole appreciation around the fact that whatever it is you're doing now, there's always more you can do. Wherever it is you have arrived at, or whatever level you find yourself in, so long as you are still alive, there is so much more you can do for yourself. So my general perception and appreciation around moving from good to great is essentially doing all you can to become a better version of yourself. Doing all you can to become the best version of yourself possible, whether it's in your career, whether it's in your business, whether it's in your profession, what you can do to lift up the game, what you can do to become a better person, what you can do to actually be the best version of yourself possible. And I'll share with you 5 main things I have done over the years that, in my opinion, has significantly contributed into helping me become a more efficient, more effective, and more impactful in the things that I do. The first thing I'll talk about is growing your intelligence. Growing your intelligence. So what I mean is that, in any field you find yourself in any particular area you find yourself in, there is a pot of knowledge from which you can feed, and you can actually grow that knowledge to be able to be more effective and efficient at what it is that you're doing. If you have a look at the background of the various speakers and coaches that have come before me, they are from diverse backgrounds and different expertise. What I'm driving at is that whoever is watching us or listening to us, whatever it is that you find yourself doing, whatever area within which you find yourself, there is always that avenue to become the best version of yourself. And one of the surest strategies that will ensure that you become the best version of yourself in that particular industry or in that particular area you find yourself in terms of your profession, your job, your career, your business, is for you to make a deliberate and a conscious effort to grow the knowledge you have, to improve the intelligence you have in that particular field, in that particular area. So you may be an engineer, you may be a marketing person, you may be a personal development person, you may be an accountant, or you may be into the finance, banking and finance, or into the oil and gas. No matter the area you find yourself in, one of the surest things you can do that will help you to become the best version of yourself and actually move you from good to great is when you make a deliberate and a conscious effort to grow your intelligence, to actively grow your intelligence. And I think that is a very important thing we need to pay attention to. Sometimes people, after they have received certification and formal education, assume that this is all that I need to know about this particular field or this particular area. But I'll be honest with you, things are changing, the trends are changing, and information is readily available. And whatever it is you knew 10 years ago, if you compare it to now, you realize that there's either an upgraded knowledge that has been added to what you already have, or there is a particular way or a newer way of doing things more efficiently and more impactfully in that particular area or sector you find yourself in. So I think that one sure thing you can do to grow, to become somebody who is more powerful and impactful and influential and effective and efficient is for you as an individual to decide that you are going to consciously and deliberately grow the intelligence you have. By that, what I'm driving at is that you make every effort to increase the knowledge you have and to improve the technical know-how, the knowledge you have and your technical know-how. From my experience working in different industries across Ghana, I have realized that the people that make a conscious decision to improve their intelligence in the area they find themselves in, who make a conscious effort to grow the knowledge they have, who make a conscious effort to improve their technical knowledge.
Eric, I think we lost John for a moment.
Wow, those are the people.
We might have to bear with John because of the network over in Ghana. It can be low. I can see his screen is low bandwidth. John has joined us again. Hello, John.
Apologies. I was interrupted by a call that affected my network. My apologies. So the first point I was driving at is that we have to make a very conscious effort to grow the knowledge we have. We shouldn't be satisfied with the level of knowledge we have. We shouldn't be happy and say, well, I have a master's degree, I have a PhD, I have a this and a that. It is good. No two ways about it. But you should realize that day in, day out, things are changing. Day in, day out, people are finding better ways of doing things. So if you are stuck in your old ways and you don't make any deliberate or conscious effort to add value to the knowledge you have or to improve your technical know-how, it will be extremely difficult for you to rise up the ranks to get to the top. So one of the things that we can do, whoever we are, wherever we find ourselves in, that can help us to become the best versions of ourselves is for us to make a conscious effort to grow our intelligence. So there are several ways you can go about this. The first thing you can easily do is to pick up a course in that particular area of expertise that you have. So I believe that nobody is the repository of knowledge in a particular area. You know a lot, fine, but there is more you can add to what you already have. So one of the things you can easily do, even in the midst of the COVID pandemic and the restrictions and all that, is that you can easily go online and find a course that would help you grow your knowledge. in the field you find yourself or in the expert area you find yourself in. So picking up a course online and where the restrictions allow you to actually go to school again or attend a training session in person or participate in a physical face-to-face training that will add value to you and help you improve your knowledge is one of the surest things you can do to grow your intelligence. The second thing you can do that would grow your intelligence as well is for you to also make an effort to develop the habit of reading and researching. Reading and researching. You see, in the first instance, where you actually pick up a course or you go to a class or attend a training session, what you are doing is that someone is directly imparting the knowledge onto you. But in the second option, what you are looking at is for you on your own to find a book or find an article or find a document or find some knowledge online that you can actually read on your own, that can help you improve your knowledge, that can help you add to what you already know in the area of expertise that you find yourself in. So you can do your own learning, you can do your own research, you can do your own reading. And I think that these things are very, very important things. Unfortunately, what I've realized is that a lot of people have the feeling that they have arrived. What I know is enough to carry me through the rest of the generations. But the truth of the matter is that the moment you begin to think that you are an expert and you don't need any more knowledge or you don't need any more information, and if you look at yourself and over the past 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, you have not made a conscious effort to read for knowledge or research in order to add to the knowledge you have, then it means that if you continue in that same trajectory, it's just a matter of time and you become obsolete. Just a matter of time and your level of impact begins to decline, all because you are not adding to the knowledge you have. So the second thing you can do to improve your knowledge is for you to make a conscious effort to read and to learn and to research online. The other thing you can also do is that there are lots of videos that are very educative that you can actually get online, especially when you go to YouTube. So whether you're an accountant or you're an engineer or you're a secretary or you're an administrative person, whatever it is you are doing, if you go onto YouTube, for example, and you type in that particular area or you type in what it is you want to learn, there is so much you can learn watching YouTube videos and learning from the videos you watch. Of course, I must issue a disclaimer. Not everything you see on YouTube is the right thing or is correct. But the point is that once you are coming from an expert background, you are able to discern and know which is good and which is not good. So what it is that once you are listening on your own and you are learning and you are watching, you are also researching to be able to authenticate what it is that you are picking up from YouTube, so that at the end of the day, you don't pick up things that will not be valuable or will not be helpful to you. So the first step into becoming the best version of yourself, the first step into becoming someone who moves from good to great is to invest in improving your intelligence, is to invest in adding knowledge to what you already have, is to invest in improving your technical competence and your technical know-how. That is very important. The second thing you can do that will move you from good to great in any field or area you find yourself in is to improve your communication skills. That is very, very important. A lot of people are knowledgeable. A lot of people are very intelligent, but unfortunately, they don't pay much attention to improving their communication skills. So what it is that even though they have the knowledge, they have the information, they have the intelligence, in terms of rising up the ranks, most of them don't even get opportunity to be elevated to leadership roles or to leadership positions, all because they have very poor communication skills. So your communication skill is something that you should take very seriously if you are determined to rise from good to becoming great. You need to focus on improving your communication skills. In this era where it's all about presentations, it's about you sharing your thoughts and your ideas, it's about you pitching your thoughts and your ideas, it's about you trying to explain a particular thing to the team you work with and all that, it is imperative for you to grow and to improve your communication skills. So under the communication skills, there are about 4 key things that I'll speak about. 1, public speaking. A lot of people have a strong fear for public speaking. So what it is that if you engage them one-on-one, They are able to express themselves. They are able to articulate very well. But the moment you put them into a room where it has more than 3 or 4 people, and you ask them to say the same thing they said to you one-on-one, people fumble, people shiver, people begin to go beat about the bush, and they are unable to deliver impact. But one thing you need to understand is that anybody that is great at what he or she does, you will always have the opportunity and the platform to engage with a lot of people. So you need to consciously work on improving your public speaking skills. You may have a very brilliant idea that can change the world. You may have a very brilliant idea that will change your organization or your business. But what it is that at a point you may have to explain to a number of people what that idea is and how that idea can significantly contribute to the business becoming better. So you need to master and improve your public speaking skills. The second communication skills you need to work on is on your writing skills. On your writing skills. A lot of people think that, well, it's all about just talking and talking and talking and talking. But you see, in the corporate world, in the business world, your writing skills are also very important. You may be writing reports, you may be asked to write summary sheets, you may be asked to put documents together, you may be asked to write a proposal, you may be writing emails and responding to emails and all that. So one key skill you need to work on actively improving is your writing skills. Your ability to write well, write intelligently, your ability to read over what it is you have written, your ability to ensure the terminologies you are using in communicating with your audience is such that they are able to understand. You need to pay much attention also to your writing skills. The third communication skills you need to pay attention to is your social media skills. Unfortunately or fortunately, or however you may want to see it, the world has moved to a point where a lot of action happens on social media. So if you are somebody that is shy of social media, or you're somebody that is not fully utilizing the power of social media to advance your career or your prospects for business and entrepreneurship and all that, it is high time you pay attention to your social media skills. You should be able to utilize the power of social media to make yourself a better version of yourself. You need to be able to utilize the power of social media to be able to work at improving yourself, making more impact, and of course, moving from good to great. A lot of opportunities abound on social media, but the key question is, how are you utilizing all these opportunities? How are you utilizing all these opportunities that comes your way on social media? So you need to pay attention to your social media skills. Don't think that social media is just for a certain group of people. Don't think that social media is just for fun and posting pictures of yourself at the beach or at a resort or having fun eating or drinking or dancing or whatever it is. There is more that you can leverage on social media that can make you better. There's more you can leverage on social media that can actually put you in a better position to do more, to achieve more, and of course, to become a great person for that matter. So you need to also pay attention on working on your social media skills. And then your interpersonal skills is also important. Your interpersonal communication skills, very important. I used to work in an organization where one of our leaders, instead of talking one-on-one with the people he works with, he would prefer to rather send a long email about 3 or 4 pages just to communicate his intentions or his thoughts to the people that work very closely with him. So what it is was that he had a deficit when it comes to interpersonal engagement, all right? But as a leader or as somebody who's determined to move from good to great, you need to improve your interpersonal communication skills. When you are talking to people, you are looking them in their eyes, you are looking at their non-verbal cues, and you are interpreting all that, and it is helping you to be able to assess whether or not what you are saying is making sense or it's not making sense. You're able to listen carefully to people and interpret what it is they are saying, and you're able to respond to people as well. So your interpersonal communication skills is also something which is very important for you to work on. That will go a long way to help you to become the best version of yourself. The last communication skill I will speak about under this ambit is your media engagement skills. With it, and by that I mean the traditional media, television, radio, and that kind of engagement. You see, once you move from good to great, you become the center of attention So not only do you need to improve your public speaking skills, but by virtue of excellence and by virtue of you rising to the level of greatness, you may be given a lot of opportunities to be interviewed on traditional, media stations or media outlets. So for example, you're an engineer that has come up with a breakthrough idea that has changed the way construction is done, let's say on roads or on bridges or buildings. So by virtue of that exploit, a lot of radio stations or TV stations may want to engage with you to be able to have you share your thoughts and your opinions. And gradually, what that will do for you is that it will further cement your authority in that particular industry or area and make you a thought leader, the go-to person when it comes to matters and issues of your area of expertise. So you don't need to be shy of the camera. And thankfully, because of the pandemic, everybody can look into the camera and make a speech or share your thoughts or share your ideas. One of the things you can actually do is that take advantage of that to improve your ability to communicate on camera. So whether you are being interviewed, maybe there's a group that visited your company or where you work, and they want to talk to the top 3 performing workers in that particular organization or company. Because you have moved from good to great, obviously you may be part of the people they may choose to interview. The question is that when you face the camera, how do you react? How do you control yourself? How are you able to express and articulate yourself and all that? So these things are important and you need to pay attention to them if you really want to move from good to great. Now let's move from the area of communication and let's talk about the other thing you can do to help you become the best version of yourself. So we have spoken about the fact that you need to grow your intelligence, and we have spoken about the fact that you need to improve your communication skills. The third thing I'll speak about is that you need to also work at consciously improving your attitude. You need to work consciously at improving your attitude. And by attitude, essentially, I'm referring to your worldview, your perspectives on life, your thinking around certain things, your mindset. All right, because these things are very, very important and they make the difference between good and great. Attitude. How do you see things? How do you respond or react to things around you? How do you respond to problems when they arise? What is the disposition with which you engage with people at work? All these things are important because when you are able to improve your attitude, when you get a positive attitude, that kind of attitude that will attract people to you, that kind of attitude that people will trust you, that kind of attitude that people will respect you, that kind of attitude that will allow you to be able to exert influence on others, it has to come from your own conscious effort. All right. So the third area we need to spend time on if you want to move from good to great is to improve your attitude. Naturally, are you a humble person? Are you a kind of person that is arrogant? Are you a kind of person that nobody wants to work with you in a team? Are you the kind of person that even in your workplace, nobody gravitates towards you? Are you a kind of person that is extremely pessimistic? You never see the light at the end of the tunnel. You are always seeing the glass as half empty. How do people perceive even the way you respond or react to matters around you? These things are important. You need to make a conscious effort to improve your attitude, because when you have a very good attitude, it makes all the difference from the top to the bottom. It makes the difference between a good person and a great person. Your attitude. Are you looking down on people? Are you easily writing people off? Do you even have people coming to you to ask to learn from you? Or because of your attitude, nobody wants to get close to you? Because of your attitude, you have become essentially a persona non grata in an organization where you are making a lot of impact by virtue of the knowledge you have and the intelligence you possess. You need to add to all that a very good attitude, a very positive attitude, the kind of attitude that people will get along well with you. Because you see, you are never an island and you always need a team, or you need your people in the team to be able to allow you to do your best. Because if you are the only person shining and nobody else is shining around you, of course, the level of your light will get to a certain extent and it cannot extend further. But if you have a very positive attitude, it will allow others to be able to gravitate towards you. And when you are elevated into positions of leadership and influence, people are able to easily trust you and people are able to actually work with you to be able to achieve the bigger picture or to arrive at the greater goal of the business or the organization. So the third thing you need to do is you need to work on your attitude. The fourth thing I'll speak about is that you need to also pay attention to your network. You need to pay pay attention to your network. You can never arrive or move from good to great on your own. You need somebody within your network to help you, to support you, to give you ideas, to give you directions, to give you recommendations, and to be able to introduce you to higher levels. And that is the power of the network that you have. Who knows you and who do you also know? These are two critical questions you need to ask yourself if you are determined to move from good to great. Who knows you? I met Eric on LinkedIn by virtue of the network. We engaged, we had conversations, and today, here I am being part of this very important life-changing summit. It is as a result of the network. As a result of this summit today, I have met other speakers, and we have all been put together in a WhatsApp group. Now it's just a matter of time. We'll get to know each other better, and we'll be able to build ties, and we'll be able to build synergies and work on projects together, and then on and on and on and on and on. So your network is very, very important. Who do you know? Who do you know? So assuming you need somebody to do something for you in a particular area, do you have anybody that comes up readily? Do you have the person's contact? Does the person know you? These are very important questions you need to ask yourself on a daily basis if you are striving to move from good to becoming great. You should be able to get to the point where almost in every area or in every sector, you have a key contact person, not just because you need the person, but the person also needs you because you are both valuable to each other. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. That is the power of the network. I am here based in Ghana, but it is very possible by virtue of this network I've been introduced to as part of being the speakers for this very powerful and very impactful summit. I can have an invitation to maybe join somebody to do a Zoom presentation in as far as London or in Tokyo or in Dubai or somewhere else. How did that opportunity come up? It is a result of the network, or it's as a result of the network I have found myself in. You may need somebody to make a recommendation that, Eric, I think that there's this particular opportunity that exists in this area. It is not my field, but it is your field. I know you can do it because I've engaged with you, I've interacted with you, and I'm confident that you can do so. I will recommend you, and you can pick up that opportunity and do something with it. That is the power of the network. You may be doing something that you need another person to come in to bring his expertise or bring his experience on board to help you. If you don't have the right network around you, it will become very difficult for you to move from good to great. So your network is very important. You need to be able to nurture networks, nurture relationships. I know people, after they leave a particular workplace, they can't even go back to the workplace because they have burnt all the bridges they have or they had in those areas or in those workplaces. But I think that you should be able to have that kind of network that can allow you to fall back even on your previous employers, to be able to have an engagement with them. You decided to move on. You had a better opportunity. You saw greener pastures elsewhere. But it doesn't mean that that should abruptly end the relationship you have with them. You can still keep up a very cordial relationship that will allow you to still have them as part of your network. Because the truth of the matter is that your prospective employer can always go back to your previous employment to find out about you, to get a testimonial, to get a referral, or to get a reference. All right. So networking is very important. It is very key. We should make a conscious effort to improve the network we have around us, so that at the end of the day, we are valuable to other people, and other people then will also become valuable to us because they see that we're not just taking from them, but we're also contributing to them, and we are also making them better people. So you need that network that will help you to be able to move from good into becoming great. That's the fourth thing. The final thing I'll talk about is that I think that it's important that you get a mentor. I think that it's important that you get a coach. I think that it's important you have somebody you can run to who is higher than you are, who has more experience than you have, who has probably more expertise than you have, to whom you can bounce ideas off from. Someone you can share your thoughts with, you can share your fears with, because you know that this is a person that is competent, who's capable, and who's able to prefer solutions and ideas to you that can help you move from good into becoming great. So you need to be able to identify particular people that can act as coaches, particular people you can actually open up to, particular people that will not just praise, sing you, but people that will be able to look you into the eye and say, John, what you are doing, I don't think is the right thing. It is not going to help you. You better have a second look at it. People that will be comfortable looking you in the eye and saying that what you did was wrong, or what you did was right, or what you did, you should improve it, or you can do more than that. You need coaches and you need mentors to be able to help you to get to your next level. Because what it is that they have gone ahead of you where you want to go. They have already gone there. They have the experience, they have the expertise, they have the network, and obviously they will be willing to share all these resources with you in order to lift you up and help you to become the best version of yourself. So think about getting a coach. It may be in your area of expertise. It could be in a particular area of your life where you need support. So it is not always the case that your coach should necessarily be somebody who is a professional in your area. So if you're an engineer, it doesn't mean that all your coaches should be engineers. The point is that you know yourself very well. You know the areas where you need help. You know the areas where you need support. You know the areas where you need somebody to actually give you that nudge or that push that will take you to your next level. So it is possible to have 2 or 3 mentors, but the point is that you always ask yourself, what is it that I want to achieve out of this mentorship relationship? What is it that I want to achieve out of this coaching experience I'm putting myself in, or I am getting myself involved in? What do I want to achieve? All these things are questions you need to ask yourself if you are really committed to move from becoming good to great. And I must add that also, apart from you having coaches or having mentors, you should also be available to mentor people below you. You should also be available to also coach people that are beneath you in terms of the hierarchy or in terms of the ranks. All right. So not only are you taking from your mentor who is above you, but you are also making a conscious effort to also impact people that are below you. Because the truth of the matter is that there will always be people above you and there will always be people below you. So it's a conscious effort not to just look up, but also at a point look down to be able to pass on the little experience you have and the exposure you have and the knowledge you have with people that are below you. So as you lift people up, you also have others above you who are willing to also lift you up. I think that that is also a very important thing that you can look at if you are determined to move from good to great. So in wrapping up, there are 5 main things that I have said. Number 1 is that if you are determined to move from becoming a good person to becoming a great person and to becoming the better or the best version of yourself, you need to make a conscious effort to grow your intelligence, a deliberate, conscious effort to add value to the knowledge you have, a deliberate effort to increase your knowledge, to improve your technical competence and your technical know-how, whether you are reading on your own or researching on your own, whether you are watching videos on YouTube, whether you are subscribed to a journal that brings you updated information in the area within which you find yourself. You need to make that conscious effort to grow the intelligence you have. When you grow the intelligence you have in the area of expertise you find yourself in, you are sharper, you're able to make better decisions, you're able to make better choices, and of course, you're able to amplify the level of your efficiency and your productivity. So that's the first thing. The second thing too is that you need to work on improving your communication skills. It is very, very important because the moment you are translated from good into greatness, it means that a lot of people look up to you and there's a greater platform for which you can make greater impact. And that will happen if you're able to master your communication skills and you're able to effectively utilize the power of your communication skills to become a better person or becoming a better version of yourself. So your communication skills, public speaking skills, your writing skills, whether you're writing reports or sending emails or you are writing proposals or letters, whatever it is, that is a tool for communication. You need to be able to at least improve your writing skills. Very important. And also your social media skills. Also, your social media skills. Don't just think Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram is just for showing off. There's a lot more that you can do. In fact, you can use these tools to be able to lead on matters of thought leadership in the area where you find yourself as an expert. So you can share your thoughts using Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram to be able to make greater impact and to be able to draw people's attention to what it is that you have inside of you. Very important. And of course, your interpersonal skills, how you relate to people one-on-one. Don't think that the pandemic will stay with us forever, and always our interaction will be online or Zoom or whatever it is. As the things or as the pandemic goes away and life reverts to normal, it will also become expressly important that you learn to engage and interface with people and do that very positively and also very productively. And you need to remember that a lot of us are working from home. So you are happy you are working from home because there's nobody who will walk into your space that will make you nervous or jittery, and you are comfortable on your own working from home and all that. It's just a matter of time and life will revert back to normal. You may have to go back to the office. You may have to go back to the workplace to actually physically interact and engage with your team members and your customers and your clients. So work at improving your interpersonal skills. And then I also spoke about the third thing, which is important, improving your attitude, your disposition towards life, the way you react or respond to the people around you and to the things that you engage with or you interact with. Your attitude is critical in making the difference. The fourth thing I spoke about is that you need to also consciously improve the network you have. Who knows you and who do you know? These are very, very important questions you need to ask yourself as you build a stronger, vibrant, and more active network. And Eric will bear me out. Almost all the contacts he has on this platform today, engaging with us, were people or are people he has met maybe in Cambridge or in an event somewhere, and he's been able to build that relationship with them. And today, these people that were maybe casual network contacts have become business partners, business associates, and together they are making impact in the world. So you need to be able to build your network. You go to school and all you think about is your certificate. You don't think about the people in your class. You don't build any relationship. You cannot connect to any classmate outside the school or outside the class because you are just fixated on learning and passing your exam and all that. It is also important that as you school and as you educate yourself, you build valuable relationships, because at the point your certificate may not be enough for you, but just a recommendation or a referral from somebody within your network can make a significant impact and difference for you. And finally, I spoke about the fact that you need to be able to identify mentors and coaches that can help you to become the best version of yourself. And as much as you connect to somebody higher than you, remember that you always have an opportunity to also make impact on people that are way below you. All right, so Eric, I'll end my presentation here. If there are any questions or any suggestions or any discussions, I'll be more than happy to take them.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, John. That was very, very moving. I've got a comment here. Someone said, this is investing in oneself. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Max, any comment? I think what I love is that, John, you touch base on networks several times. And then one of my friends, she used the word, network is your wealth. And I think especially these days where we are more into online digital. And I think that is very moving, because without network, none of us will be here. And I think that resolutes the individuals where we build ourselves. As myself and Max met on LinkedIn, myself and Cassia from Cambridge, Melanie Cambridge team, Eleni. It just shows that we are all collective individuals, but with great network. I think that is very, very moving. Max, you've got a few comments. You've got a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, John, you are a force of nature. Your energy just transcend online communication. You were in the room. Fantastic. If I can summarize, you say, look, you need all the good stuff that you mentioned, from network, coaches, communication, writing, knowledge. And in this world, no excuses. This stuff is reachable, is there. So I think what I find when I speak to many young people, motivation is still a big obstacle. So how can you boost the motivation in order to get to all the points that you mentioned?
Great. That's a very good question, and thank you for your comments about the energy part. I'm excited to hear that from you. Thank you very much. So typically, what I say, especially when I'm engaging with other people or young people, is the fact that you need to get a point where you are able to motivate yourself. You should be able to get to the point where you don't just need extrinsic or external motivation to be able to get things done. You need to be able to look inside of you to be able to draw the energies and the strength you need to be able to embark on a particular line of action. Because the truth of the matter is that it is not always the case that you may have people inspiring you or pushing you to get to that level. There are certain times you just have yourself, and that is all that you have. All right. So one of the key things I encourage people to do is that you should learn how to encourage yourself, how you can motivate yourself, how your dreams and your visions and your aspirations can drive you even without any external push or any external force. All right. And I have learned that sometimes your pain and your discomfort can also be a great source of motivation, because nobody wants to stay in pain perpetually. Nobody wants to stay in discomfort perpetually. So instead of allowing your pain and your discomfort and your needs to push you down and to keep you down, let it push you to leave that particular area or to leave that particular situation. So sometimes I engage with young people that are not employed, and some of them have become lethargic because they said, we've done everything and we don't get a job and we don't know what to do with ourselves. And I tell them that, look, do you want to keep saying this for the rest of your life? Do you want to stay that way for the rest of your life? If not, let this situation rather inspire you to work harder on yourself, improve your CV, improve your network, make a very conscious and deliberate effort to find a job for yourself. It may not be your dream job, but find something doing for yourself, and then you can progress from there. All right. So, Max, I think that intrinsic motivation is a very important thing that we need to encourage people to identify with and to be able to move with.
Thank you. And I also found it really interesting to link to this point when you mentioned look up and look down. I really like the down bit, because, you know, we talk about me, I need to achieve, I need to do, it's all about me improving. But with a look down, you actually add another dimension to me, which is others. It's not just about me, it's about making people around me better. So
exactly.
I wanted just to highlight, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more, how you encourage people to help others.
Great. So, Max, one of the things I tell myself is that no matter how bad my condition is, it is somebody's dream to be in my condition. In other words,
beautiful.
That's the truth.
It's a great lens.
Exactly. So for example, imagine you have gone to the university, you have graduated, but you don't have a job. It is somebody's aspiration to even be able to go to the university and to be able to graduate. All right. So I always tell people that, look, no matter the context or the condition you find yourself, there are people below you that look up to you for inspiration. There are people below you that may want to be in the position for which you are crying every day. Somebody wants to have that position. Okay. So you need to be able to set in motion what I call the random act of kindness. All right. You may not have everything, you may not be everything, but at least to a particular person or group of people, you may be everything that they need. You may be everything that they aspire for. So in as much as you may want people above you to reach down to you, to support you and to pull you up, remember that you are at a level where you can also reach down below you and help another person to rise. And just look at it this way. If there's somebody below you and you bring the person to your level, you can actually leverage on that person and rise higher, because now there is somebody on your level that you can also build a synergy or a partnership with that can help both of you to go further. All right. So I think that it is important for us to understand it is not only about what you can receive from others, what you can get from others, but it's also important what it is that you give unto other people. And Max, I'll be honest with you, there are times that you can help somebody below you who may be able to bypass you the trajectory of life and get to a point where he or she will now be the person to help you. It's a very strange world. Formulas don't always work. So the fact that you held somebody beneath you doesn't mean that the person is going to stay beneath you forever. You never know what the person will become in the next few years. All right. So always have that perspective in life. Don't write people off. And as much as you can be of help or to other people, be willing and open to be of help.
Yeah, it happened to me. I mentioned in a session before, reverse coaching. I was coaching someone 30 years younger than me. You know, wow. 30. It's quite a number. But then during the conversation, it just came up that she was expert in something that I had absolutely not a clue. So wow. I just said, "Whoa! So can you mentor me?" And she was sort of thinking, anyway, how can I do that? Well, you know something that I don't. So let's do this give and
That's
take.
right.
And I got reverse coaching mentoring from someone really young.
Great.
It doesn't matter age, it's knowledge. Absolutely beautiful. I feel them. I feel useful. She feel empowered. Win-win situation.
And I love that you mentioned critical attitude. And I think especially these days where our young ones, I mean, they are the anxious mind, the doubt mind, the unsure one. Like I think Melanie, I think it's one of the coaches used the word focus on focus.
That's right.
And I think with that mindset, having the critical mindset attitude that I can achieve anything, that can follow. So I think having the focus mindset, I think it's Max, if I'm right, Max, isn't your presentation, the focus and unfocus, and that relate to that. So having that critical mindset that whatever comes on my way, I can do it. I might need someone to coach me, someone to mentor me, but at the end of the day, it is my mindset that needs to work to achieve that.
That's right. That's right.
And that's why, yes, we coaches, we are there to help, to assist, to lead the way. But I think it's the mindset of the coachee or the client that will say, I can do things myself. I think that was very moving. Any suggestion, Max, to add up?
One more thing. Now it's a curiosity about you, John. I would like to be inspired by your personal experience. What's the greatness for you? At this point in life where you are right now, what's your aspirations of greatness? So just to give a sense of your challenges, but also your grand thinking.
Great. So if I look back into my life from where I started from, all right, my greatest aspiration was to be able to help people to become better at what it is that they're doing. And my philosophy is that I need to do something with my life that will be a living example of what it is that I'm saying. Unfortunately, especially in this part of our world, we get a lot of people who appear to be motivational speakers, and they are telling you that you can make $1 million in 3 years. And these are the people that don't even have $10,000 in their account, but they are telling people they can make $1 million. So what really keeps me going is the fact that I want to do something with my life for which people can look up to and see that, yes, he's not just saying these things, but he has implemented those things and he has seen the benefit of these things. And of course, what he's telling me are things that will work. What he's trying to show me are things that will make impact and make that significant difference. So I don't just want to show people the way, I want to get there myself and have people look at me and also believe what it is that I'm telling them. All right. Because look, seriously speaking, anywhere you turn, you get motivation. People are writing books. People are actually getting people to write books on their behalf. And people are saying a lot of big talk, how to run a business and hit 1 million customers in 3 months. Meanwhile, the book they wrote, it has not even sold 100 copies, but they are teaching you how to sell 1 million copies of your book. So I want all that I do to be examples for people to look up to be able to do something with themselves. And I must be very honest, Eric, I think this platform and this opportunity you've given me is fantastic. It is marvelous because you see, who would have believed that right here in Africa, in Ghana, I can get to connect with the rest of the world by virtue of this coaching summit. That is the power of a network, and that's the power of technology as well. So I think that, Max, one of the things that really keeps me going is the fact that I want to be able to always improve myself, become a better person, so that, for example, in next year, 2022, if we do this summit again, of course, I wouldn't want to be at the same level I was last year. I want to have advanced a notch higher. I have told people about the power of network. So I'm hoping that out of these relationships we have built on this platform, we'll be able to do business together. We'll be able to synergize. We'll be able to work on projects together so that if I stand somewhere to tell somebody that, look, you need to build a very strong network, I can refer to Max as somebody who's not just an acquaintance, but somebody I have been able to develop a working relationship with, and we are doing great things together. All right. So that is how I see things. That is my perception and my perspective. I've not yet arrived, but I know definitely I am on course.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
I think
Wonderful.
that is, I think, such energy, Max said, energy on this platform. I think I love it. And I think that shows, I mean, example, my situation, which I'll share very soon. I was born and raised in Ghana. I was not born in a rich environment. I wasn't brought to go to a rich school, but it's about our mindsets.
That's right.
Active in life. How do I put myself at a place that I'm not who I am before, but I'm able to help someone? And I think that is especially these days, using the critical mindsets, the focus. How do we help each other?
I have a takeaway. I have a takeaway from this session. Tomorrow, actually, I needed to review some of my personal business strategies. What I will do, I will put a hat, and I will visualize that I'm John Appiah. Tomorrow, when I do the business plan, I want to go in with your focus, determination, and really believe in what I'm doing. So I will steal your energy, John, tomorrow.
You're always welcome. Energy is contagious, so you have it all. Take it.
Thank you.
I love it. Max, we take 5 minutes break before.
I think it's great. Yeah, let's take a few minutes break, and then we just come back at 3 p.m.
Excellent. So, John, thank you so much. That was very, very moving topic, and thank you so much for your time. Look after yourself. If you can join us at 5, if you can stay online, please do. But we'll see you guys at 3 p.m. Am I right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
See you later.
See you later. Thanks. I believe we are back.
Hi, Max.
Eric.
Hello, sir.
Short break. Very short. Just
Had a nice stretch.
couple of minutes back home.
I know.
All right. So I have the daunting and challenging task to introduce Eric. How can you do that? in one or two lines, but that's probably the biggest challenge for me today. My dear friend Eric, so we collaborated quite a lot over a number of webinars last year, beginning of this year. It's been absolutely true. Fantastic facilitator, fantastic coach. Today is taking on the art of transformational culture and business coaching. So quite a big topic in the one-liner. Eric, without further ado, I'll hand it over to you with pleasure.
Excellent. Thank you, Max. As you just said, we've been, working since last year, and for me, I said from day one that it's just a joy to work with you. I think we do have such a great synergy between us.
Thank you.
And I love that. And I'm humbled that you introduced me. So I'm just a servant.
Wonderful.
Thank you. So my session today, I'll try to make it more interactive. I mean, it's a big topic, as Max says, multicultural and also, of course, transitional executive coach. That's what I've been doing for the past few years. But before I go to my session, I want to thank all my coaches for today. You guys have been amazing. From Max in the morning to Melanie and Pope, Melanie and Francesca, and then also to Tim and Cassia, and of course, John and Apia. You guys have been amazing. So thank you for coming to this session. We're humbled, myself and Max, being the co-hosts. Can we go for the next slide, please, Ellen? So who I am, I mean, I'm just, as I said to Max, I'm just a servant. That's what I like my life. I tend to call myself a servant to the world. So I have my philosophy over the years. And I think it's one of my beliefs, my value in life, which is change yourself, change someone, change the world. And I see this in different ways. Of course, so what is change yourself? So by changing yourself, you can help someone else make the changes, and in so doing, change the world. You are planting a seed that will never die, a seed that continues forever. This is my philosophy, and I've had it since maybe I was a teenager. I think this is based on my upbringing, and I like that, to stick to that, my philosophy. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, I have been lucky to work with various organizations, I said to this to Cassia, international audience, and I was lucky 2018 winning the award for Big Ben, one of the biggest award in the UK for Chinese community here in UK. And not to say that, but also the only minority within the etiquette and also within the coaching scope in the Chinese community to win such award. I'm also, of course, one of the founders for the etiquette school, and also Cambridge graduate, which I'm lucky to attend these prestigious schools. I'm also a member of AC, Association for Coaching. I've just been appointed as a Vice Dean for the Swiss Institute of Culture. I specialize in transitional coach in multicultural way. I think this is based on my way of life, bringing from Ghana, been in UK for 20 years this year. I said this again to John, from humble background, not come from private schools, just normal background, raised in Ghana. And here I am to share with you what we have in store for this afternoon. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what do we have for today? So today we are, what is my, also back onto my coaching principles. So every coach, every speaker, every mentor, every human being have a principle in life. My coaching principles is just simple. I help improve performance, productivity, meaning that I go to organizations and I see what they're looking for, and I just help to raise the performance. This is based on my experience having worked in the bank industry, where performance is just what is required. You've got to raise a bar, and that's what I've learned over the years. And also staff development and learning. I'm also able to see where there's a weakness, where there's a learning for me to tap into that and help develop either the mindset, either the resilience, ways to help the company or the individual to learn, improve their learning capabilities. Also, I help improve relationship and quality of individual life. Again, that relates to my philosophy in life. I change yourself, change someone, change the world. So I help improve relationships. It could be marriage, it could be friendship, it could be business, it could be anything. So I also help in that. It's one of my core principles in coaching. Also improve people's skills and resources. So again, I think John touched base on this, improving communication skills as a coach, as a coachee, as a human being. I think that's one of the my principles that I tend to use, help improve people's skills, resources. I can see that someone lack of something. I don't just go say, I'm going to help you, but I would say, how can we help each other? How can we work towards that achievement? How can we help towards that goal that you set yourself for? Again, John mentioned that, or even Max, that we're not there to judge. We're there to help improve someone's lifestyle. But it's up to individuals to see their potential, and of course, having the potential, work towards that. So mine is just to help improve people's skills and also the resources that they do have. One is greater flexibility and ability to change. So we all have a way of life, having the flexibility in life, adapt to change. And I think, I remember arriving in the UK in 2001, December. It was cold, it was freezing environment.
I think we lost Eric just for a moment, so he will come back online. Just a second. And Eric is almost back. He's back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you. So again, as I mentioned, if someone missed that session, that adaptability to change, as I said, from the UK, 2001, cold winter time, very freezing. Have to be able to adapt to the environment, adapt to change. And I've been lucky to be coached by one of my mentors called Chris. He mentored me since my arrival in UK, and it's been amazing having that again. So that's one of my core principles in life. Next slide, please. So, what is transitional coaching does? So what I do is I support and help you to create a vision future by adding value to your transitional journey you want to pursue. Now, this is me. This is me, and I'm just love myself. Interested. So you can see a transition from. You can see my dress code compared to my today dress code. A hat, a tie, with my glasses. But you can see a transition from a youth in a personal lifestyle into where we are today. So as a transitional coach, what I do is I help support and also create a vision as to you by adding value to your transitional journey, which of course we'll go in that details. Now, how do we transition from 1 to 8? So it could be from school, transition from college to degree or universities, changing career, transition as well. It could be moving cities from maybe from London to Manchester, or for moving from Colorado to maybe Los Angeles, or maybe for moving from China to London. So this is one of the transitions that I work with my clients, to transition from one place to other place, or from career to other career. Getting married is a transitional. I mean, most of us are married here, most of us are engaged, most of us are in a relationship. Again, transition is that you being a single person, now you're transitioning into having like a fiancé, and then of course marriage, of course having children, having family. So again, it's transition because you are moving from being a single person into a couple. Again, that's something what I do work on that with some families. Having kids is a transitional journey. Of course, I've got 2 kids. You can see the background, boy and girl. Transition from being a single guy to get engaged, to married, and to having a children. It's a transitional journey. So again, one of the transition that you can work on. It could be also military to civilian transition. So you've been in the army. I've known a few friends that have come from the British Army. So again, as I was saying, you might have
We are struggling a bit to get stability on Eric connection. Yeah, so
yes, I'm having issue on my session. Interesting, isn't it?
yeah, interesting. So it might be those pictures they interfere.
Right. So I mean, I have few of my clients. One just finishing her serving British Army, now into civilian transition to become a nurse. One just finishing being laid off, looking for jobs. So again, transition from not having employment on this, and then 2 different aspects in life. So it could be anything. Transition is just, this is broad. So might deal with different clientele. It could be promotion of being as analyst to a director, or from a CFO to CEO, or from just promotion from different levels. So again, when I see a client say, Eric, I have been promoted, but I have no experience. I don't know how to go. My role is to just to guide these individuals into such position they find themselves into. And it's not easy when you've been promoted from a junior to next level. Or maybe you notice the steps, but you ask yourself, how can I manage this large team? How can I manage this division? How can I manage these people? How can I manage this environment? Again, a coach is there to guide you to that scope, to guide you to that place, to help you into that transitional stage. So it could be, as I mentioned, career-wise, promotion, marriage life, and so forth. It could be change of environments. You're moving from one area to other area, and you're kind of stuck. How do I do this? Again, a coach is there to guide you transition from one aspect to other aspects. Next slide, please. Thank you. So today's topic. So we'll talk on to transitional in a multicultural way. What does a transitional coach do? What is our role on this aspect? What are the tools application for transitional coaching scope? Season of change. This is one of the topics I love. Seasons of change. Example and steps in transitional process. Benefits, and of course, transitional coaching. If you can stay here, please, for the time being, Ellie, for this topic. Now, what is transitional coach? What is our role? So, as I've mentioned, is just to take you from your position to different level. Now, there's when I'm doing my coaching, I ask my clients, why are you here for? So the word is why. Why are you here for? What do you want to achieve? Where do you want to see yourself? Of course, the client will come with their own goals, objectives, what they're looking for. But mine is the why. Why want transition? It could be, as I just said, one of my coaches, my clients just finishing the British Army after 8 years. Now she is going to want to be a nurse, which is a huge thing. Having served in Afghanistan, she was in Libya when Gaddafi was in the war. She has seen all sort of horrible stuff in her lifestyle. She has dealt with bombs after bombs. She has dealt with, just you can sense where she's coming from. Now she is not into civilian environments, and she's coming for me to coach. So in this scope, you ask yourself, how do I coach this person? A person has been on a war zone of all her life for the past 8-9 years into civilian environments, a place of unknown, a place that she's not used to, a place that is not familiar to her environment, because she has been traveling around the world. She's been to Kuwait, she's been with the British Army, she's been to Africa, been to the US, been to almost everywhere. Now she's settled down in the UK to do her nursing course. So you can see there's a change, there's a huge change on this person's lifestyle. How do I transition? How do I do this? And that is very easy. That goes to, again, my lifestyle. As I said, I arrived in UK 2001. Young guy, have no clue what I'm here for. Of course, I came to study. But again, I've transitioned, I've left my family back from home, from Africa, from Ghana. I've left them with my auntie. So I've transitioned from one country to another country as a young guy. So, but with that in mind, you got to have someone to hold your hand, someone to guide you, someone to help you, to coach you into an unknown situation. And as I said from the beginning, I was lucky to have a guy called Chris. He is still my mentor, my coach. He guides me from 2001 up to date. He's still leading me, he's still guiding, he's still coaching me once in a while. And that's transition because I have no clue of the culture in UK. I had no family. I've got family friends, but not like, now I've got kids, I've got full wife, I've got huge family here. And that's transition that I was transitioning from. Again, this client I'm coaching is that you ask yourself the question, from military background into civilian industry, civilian world, and that's transition is a huge change for the person. Again, as a coach, you ask yourself that question with the client: why this coaching? What do you get out of that? What do you want to achieve after this session? So that why question is always something I ask my clients: why this particular field? Again, you are there to be a moderator. You're not there to ask the questions, or you're just there to figure out what the person wants. Of course, it's up to the person to figure out what they are looking for. As a coach, my role is to be there and support the clients as they're moving from transitional to other aspects. And that also relates back to the cultural one, the cultural multicultural, because This lady have traveled around the world. Again, she has seen things that this is not human nature. Of course, bombs after bombs killing human beings, which is not pleasant. And then she's going to be a nurse into different field, like working for NHS. So you can see that there's a transition here. Now, as a coach, your role is to guide this person within the mindsets. Resilient, how do I cope with such environment? How do I cope with such situation where I'm not used to the people surrounding me? I'm not used to the place I am in. I'm not used to classroom. And you could see there's a classroom, but I'm not used to that environment. So again, you could see the sense of unknown. As a coach, your way is to guide the coachee to see themselves in a different way. So guide them from that place to other place. Now, to the tools application for transitional coaching. So you asked me, is there any tools or applications? Of course, as a coach, you want to work with a client. And I think if I'm right, Tim did use his coaching tools, Grow Models, which of course have different aspects. But when I'm coaching my clients, I do tend to see the client and say, maybe you need a tools application. But again, you are guided by the clients. They will tell you what they're looking for. So again, that's why there's a tools application to use. I am just going by the lead by the coachee. So they tells me what they want next 6 months. Again, I'm using this client example from the military background to civilian world. What is his objectives in life? What is her goal for the next 5 years to see herself in? What is the reality that she wants to see herself? What's the growth? Because she has been in a war zone. Now she's looking to something different. So the reality in life is that how do you see yourself with that aspects? Of course, that comes with the challenges involved, having to see the challenges that the person might face as they go through the changes of transition from military background into civilian world. Again, that's a huge step for a coach to anticipate. So again, as a coach, you are there to guide and support the coachee as they go along. Next is season of change. So what is seasons of change? I call this in a sense of, I mean, we have, of course, we have the winter, we have the summer, we have the seasons we do. Now, this client, as I'm example, used to that example, you could see that she has spent her life, almost half of her life in the army industry, in the military world. Now, the seasons of change is that she is now civilian world, civilian scope. So it's a change of scenery, a change of tone, a change of language, a change of situation that she put herself into, she found herself into. Now, as a coach, how do you deal with this situation? So I say that it's a great way to help understand the natural cycle where the coach have been and also where they are now and where they are heading to. So as a season of change, it's a great for the client, the coach to see where they're going. Now, I also said that in most cases, it is a transition from an environment. So again, we are using this client as an example today for this session. A season of where these clients are just constant traveling. Now she's a place of calm, a place to ask herself, it's my new life. This is my way of life and my way of living, my way of belonging. This is my next 10, 5, 15 years. This is my way of, so it's a change of scenery, change of environment. Now, as a coach, what do you do? Because you have someone that have traveled across the world into now not able to travel. So they wake up in the morning, all they're looking for is instruction from their commanders, instruction from their leads, instruction from their friends. Today we're going to the war zone. So we're going to this season, but this season of change, they are in the place of there is no direction. There is no tell me to do this or that. So it's a change that they ask themselves, how can I cope? Because now I don't have someone to guide me or to direct me or to tell me what to do because I don't have that. So that change of season is a coach's responsibility to guide a person. So again, when I'm coaching such people, of course, I think Melanie and Paula, they touch base of the mindfulness. They're able to come to a sense to say, okay, I'm in now new environment. I'm in now a new season, a time of reflection, a time that I'm not being directed by my superior. I'm not being directed by my commanders. I'm not being told what to do. But I've got a coach here who is guiding me to a journey. So that is where it comes in when I'm doing my coaching, a place of where the coach or the coachee will see herself in a new season, a new environment, a new place that they call a home. They wake up in the morning with no instruction, but with their own decision to take. And that's something that I call it seasons of change, a change of scenery, a change of position, a change of environment. Again, that could be a change of promotion. Let's pause here in a minute. So imagine you've been promoted from being analyst to a director. It's a season of change because you have been given this position of unknown. Maybe you know it was coming. Maybe it just came and you just got it. Now, how do you take this level? How do you see this? Because it's a season, unexpected. So as a coach, we're there to guide you, to just help you with transition from that role into promotion. So we guide you, what is aspiration? What is your goal? How do you see you managing this team? What is your weakness? How do you evaluate feedback from your peers? How do you accept feedback? Because now you are working with people with different ideas. Before, it was just you being the employee. Now you've got people that you're managing. So again, that comes with, how do I manage these people? How do I manage someone who is difficult? Because that means you are in a season of change. You are in a place of unknown. You are a place of different environment. So as a coach, is there to guide you, transition you from a place that you can see that how do I manage my team, manage this division, manage even my workload, because you not only you're managing your workload, but also managing someone's workload. You're also giving feedback to someone. So as a coach, is there to guide you on that process. Okay, it could be a change of maybe put away, get married. It's a huge steps. Change stuff that you can see that I'm getting married. It's shocking. It's shock. Again, I think one of the coaches mentioned, Cassia, the culture shock that coming in your life that I'm going to get married. It's a shock because it's a change of season, it's a change of scenery. Again, a coach is there to guide you, to, of course, to help you to move from being a single person to now getting married. Again, we're there to guide you on that aspect. Again, that could be a season of change, maybe career-wise. I mentioned before. As I said, I've just been promoted. I've just been given this offer as a vice dean for one of the Swiss schools. And I asked myself, what is my responsibility for this role? What is my role on this being a vice dean, which is a huge, huge role to take in Swiss, in Swiss. So again, that's why I'm a coach. I've got my coach to guide me, my coach to help me into that role, because I'm going to, on a known position where, of course, I'm a principal on my own school, but I'm going to different school with different value, with different principles, with different goals, with different aim. So again, it's a change of season with such positions. So again, a coach is there to guide you, to help you manage that aspect. So again, that's why I'm a coach. I have my supervisor who coach me once a month to help me where I am, what I can do better, what I can change, what I need to help myself. Again, it could be a change of season, could be, I mentioned having kids. It's not easy. Of course, managing children is another aspect, transitional, because you are changing nappies. I mean, I see myself years ago changing children's nappies, which is not, of course, your own child. Again, it's a change of season. So we can see that the change that some parents, some get so much anxious. How do I change the nappy? How do I even get the child to bed? How do I? So you can see that it's this all transitional lifestyle. So it's not only for executive level, but as a lifestyle. So you can see that there's a change of season, because you now, not only as a parent, but as a dad or a mom, you see there's a change of season on that aspect. So you can see yourself in that. So again, a coach is there to help you. That's why I think when parents, mommies or parents have children, they seek counseling. Again, they seek because they want help. Again, the same goes to coach, that people come to us for, I need help managing this. I remember when I have my first child, Lewis, and one of my coaches, my coach said to me that I got, what's it called? That syndrome. It's called daddy syndrome. I have no clue that it's something called daddy syndrome, because I was just panicking, I was shaking, I'm a constant stress, I'm a constant just not knowing what to do. And then I met this coach who said that I've got daddy syndrome. And that was like, what is that? What is daddy syndrome? I have never heard of that. Again, is where the dad is panicking of not knowing what to do. Either you are being helping the mom or your wife. Again, that what coach comes in. I mean, I was glad to seek help, seek a coach to guide me that, you know what, I'm lost here. I don't think I'm doing best as a dad, as a husband. And this guy was so good to me that he coached me, I mean, to see my role as a father, as a husband, support my wife, of course, my children, and of course, having two is amazing. So again, you can see that season of change, that you are being coached to move from one step to other steps. Again, that sees as a change in season. Now, what is example and steps in transitional process? Let's move into that side. So what is the example here? Something that I could explore. So the client's mind, what I say is that the goals and the hopes, what a client want. Example. So when I'm coaching individuals, I've got to explore their mindsets. What are they after? What is the objectives of this session? What is the agenda of this process? Again, I'm being guided by the clients. The process is led by the clients. I'm just following the lead of the clients. Again, I said, when I had my children, my coach will just help me. He will just not coach, but he just guide me to that. So again, explore the client mind, what they believe, what they hold, and again, how they move into that level. Now, example could be plan. So when I'm doing coaching, I plan with the clients. Where do we see this coaching going? How often do we meet up? Could be once a week, could be twice a week, could be once a month. Again, I'm being guided by the coach, the coachee agenda. Again, that's the process transition, because yes, he or she knows where he is going, but I'm just following the process for transition to different aspects. Another thing is that I call it is implements, is to help the client overcome any scramble or backlog or anything that they encounter. Again, I use my current coach that I'm coaching from the military background. Again, she wants to, of course, now do her nursing course. So again, I'm just helping implement ideas. I'm just helping any starting block, anything that she's going through, i.e. it could be nightmare dreams. It could be where these days she's not being told what to do. So again, my role is just to have a plan. We plan ourselves that, okay, this month we coaching on this mindset, resilience, the way communicate to other people. So communication comes in. Of course, that comes with the environment that we are in. Of course, pandemic, we cannot able to meet, but we can do other ways. Again, the steps to go to transition from being a military background to civilian background. Again, that transition, the steps to follow when a process comes in place. Now, another thing is that is the celebration. Of course, as you are helping someone to transition from, i.e. the different scope, what you want to celebrate, or celebrate. Celebration is the key when it comes to transition, because I remember when I went to Colorado, working there, I was asked to go to work in Colorado for one of the companies I'm working for. And when I went there, it was a big project, a huge project that I was assigned to do. And when I came back from London, unknown that my team organized a big celebration, and it was a surprise celebration. So I was not expecting it, and the celebration was that I was able to achieve the assignment that I was asked to do in Colorado in US. Again, that's the celebration when it comes to transition, where you celebrate with the coach, the client, the coachee of what has been achieved. So as I said, you exploit the plan, you implement. Of course, the celebration comes in. I was glad that my team was able to see the effort that I made, and also how I was able to help the team implement ideas when I was in Denver, Colorado, and it was an amazing project. And again, that shows you that you are being celebrated. Again, that's what we coach do. We celebrate when we see the coach achieve something great, something that unexpected. Again, every coach, every human being want to see what they've done well or they've achieved, and it's a coach responsibility to celebrate with their client. And for me, it's one of the things I love to celebrate with my clients. So when we achieve something together, we celebrate. It's something that when you transition, it helps knowing that I've achieved certain standard and you want to move to the next level. Again, that could be like this client I'm coaching right now. After her course, I would just celebrate with her to see that she's achieved this great course that she's doing. Benefits for transitional coaching. Now, what is the benefits of this aspect? So this is something that, again, myself, being a coach, a full-time coach over the years. And of course, I've worked from being a corporate world as a banker, having a concierge business, of course, as a coach. So to transition from being a banker, of course, analyst, and then to my coaching, there's a benefit of that. The benefit could be you could help someone with that. Again, I think John Appiah did mention that when you achieve something, you want to help someone. The benefit of transitional, i.e., you've achieved greatness, you want someone to also help achieve that mindset, achieve that celebration. Again, the benefit is that you can see where you've gone from A to B, i.e. from A to Z. You can see you've transitioned from an unknown to a place of a known. So again, the benefit is immense. Again, coaches do appreciate that. Again, that's what I've achieved. I love doing that when I see my clients achieve greatness, achieve something that they love. Next slide, please. Now, final word of transitional coaching, celebration. Again, you can see that when it comes to coaching to executive level, when I'm doing my life coach, you want to celebrate with your client, and it's powerful. You want to have the fulfillment, the enjoyment. So I could see celebration, enjoyment, journey to greatness. Joy mentioned that exploring other possibilities, constant learning, fulfillment. Again, imagine this lady finishing her course next year. What the smile that I can sense it, that we can celebrate together. We can all enjoy her journey from being coming from a tough environment where she saw many stuff that she expected. Now to a place that she can say the calm, the celebration, the enjoyment. To see that when something is achieved. Again, the journey to greatness. Of course, she wants to be a nurse, but more than that, she wants to help people. A place that she was, of course, in a war zone, but now she wants to help people. So great joy to greatness to help people to achieve their potential. And again, exploring other possibilities. So this could be, now she's a nurse. What other possibilities can she do? Other possibilities that she could tap into. It could be a specialized nurses. It could be midwife. It could be nurse. It could be anything. So see yourself. Right now, maybe you are a director, and you've now have your own company. You could see the joy that you can change someone's lifestyle. Again, constant learning. So transitional doesn't stop there. You're constant learning all the time. You want to engage with what you've learned. You want to continue learning. Because that's me, and I stop learning. I'm always constant learning because I've transitioned from being working in the corporate world into coaching. So I'm constantly learning onto my clients. Who are they? I'm learning into different models, applications. I'm constant learning, understanding what my role is as a coach. Again, that's something that you, as a tradition, you also do embrace. The last part is fulfillment. There's something that went, again, I remember coming from Colorado to London, I felt that I fulfilled something. There's something that's been lifted for me, more into a place of being, say, you know what, I've achieved this because I've now come to a place that I've been celebrated of my achievement. Again, transitioning could be a place that you could tap into. Again, as a coach, you've been guided by the coachee. Again, one aspect is that when it's being achieved, there is a fulfillment in that aspect. Again, that's something that I do love. So I think that's my presentation, and I do believe that I hope you enjoyed. Any questions, please let me know. Next slide, I think that's the last session. And thank you. Before I leave the notes, I love to use the word hope. Hope is the exit of business life, and again, a place of belonging. So I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Eric. It was quite a full immersion in transitional coaching and your experience. I love how you shared your origins, and that made really a sense of where you are today. It's been a very long journey. So I think it's great to see that you walk the talk as all the other coaches today. I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, of course.
Transitions. It seems in these days we have transitions at every corner. It's never ending. You're talking about a couple of massive transitions, really big stuff. But what about the small stuff? I'm just wondering, I would love to have a coach every day that I can talk to and do things, but it's not possible. So how do you know that when you are in it, there is big transition or is not? How do you assess it?
Good question. I think for me, one aspect is, I mean, you mentioned that transition is a big topic, and it's a big the thing, especially this pandemic, where we are all transitioning from different aspects. I mean, I remember last year, after the first lockdown, I lost my business. My concierge business went just, I couldn't do it. So again, I have to transition from being a concierge working in China into not having business. So again, you could see that I had to transition my mindsets into knowing that, okay, I'm now going to new field in coaching. So again, I was able to find someone that can guide me, to coach me in the steps. What steps do I need to do to become a coach? So that's part, of course, corporate world, have my own big company, concierge. I was enjoying my lifestyle, traveling around the world, and then not having a business. So you could see there's a big change and a big switch here. Yeah. By having a coach, he was able to direct me, give me the steps to follow to transition to where I am right now.
Interesting. I see the big transformation that you mentioned. Again, from experience I had last week on the Men's Health Week, talking to men, I found that quite a few of them minimize. They tend to brand like, oh, this is just a rambling or moaning. Things in life that seen from a coaching and external perspective, they are huge instead, massive transformation, but they don't say it. I mean, how can we raise the awareness of how do you know that transition actually you are in it and it's important to talk?
I agree. I mean, let me example. So I had a call from one of my, actually I just got a contact, one of our clients, Love University. So I do go there once in a while to coach. And then one of the students from China, Shenzhen, he's got this big idea to be top tech. Now, as an MBA student, transition from student to now entrepreneurship. And he asked himself, okay, there's not much funding, there's not much business out there. But again, you got to ask yourself, how do I transition? So now as a student, finishing this year into business, it's a big steps. And it's all about the mindsets. How do I program myself? How do I see myself next 5 years? So what steps can I take? What steps can I do? Again, I use the word a plan. So we are planning ourselves. So we give ourselves 3 months to plan. What's the plan to move from being a student to entrepreneurship? What steps can I do? How can I implement these steps? So again, you are working in collaboration. I'm not there to just to guide him, but just to collaborate. So partnership. So the word partnership comes in place that we are all to make this happen. Again, it's something that is the client is letting you the coach.
And I like you mentioned celebration. I think celebration coaching is something special and different. It's not just a cake and kind of song randomly played. So it's something that is treated slightly differently. So can you explain how celebrations work in our
Good
space?
question. I like his example, and I think also life stories. So celebration. So one of my coaches I coach, she was she was working as a carer, and she wanted to meet a coach for 6 months to become a nurse. But it went up for 3 years. So I was coaching. Now she's not qualified as a nurse. So she's moved from being a carer to a nurse. And now when it comes to that, I celebrate because I can see the joy in her face that I've moved from being a carer into being a nurse. That is a big step. And I think for me, I celebrate no matter where the client is. I have clients around the world, and I always make sure that we celebrate. Either we do Zoom celebration, we celebrate in different ways. And it's simple because you got to acknowledge their commitments. You got to acknowledge their input, the effort that they've made. And that's because once you acknowledge that, you know that, okay, they put an effort, they've made a commitment to achieve that. And I think that's something that we coaches need to embrace, that celebration, to celebrate with them. Even if it doesn't go well, you got to find a way to celebrate, because not every coaches that goes well. I mean, I have coaches that it just been terminated halfway. What could be the reason why? Should I still celebrate with what we've achieved? Yes, we got to, because you've achieved something with this coaching.
Thank you. And last question is, I love you said a coach needs a coach. It boils down, we are all humans at the end of the day. It doesn't matter your level of certifications and the professional preparation is, when you get to a crossroad, a coach needs it's just a person that needs support. So what, maybe you can elaborate more, because I think it's a kind of badge of honor for a coach say, hey, I need help, support from another coach. You personally, what do you get from having a coach, and then you pass it on to your customers?
I tell you, Max, I think something that I picked this from when I was in Cambridge, and I think is good. I use the word feedback. So I have a mentor. I have my supervisor, a coach that coaches me once a month. I also have my psychological ladies. So you want to see where you've done wrong or where you can improve. So I think having a coach is just to help you to maintain your level of consistency, because you are constant on the front foot coaching, but you never know what you've done wrong or what you could improve or what the weakness is. I remember one of my coaches, she was right. So Eric, you speak so fast, calm down. And I was like, excuse me, I'm the coach. And then when I was being coached by my coach, she's like, Eric, she's right. And I thought, you know what? Yes, she's right. So you see, first, I was not happy to accept my client to say I speak so fast. But when my coach mentioned it, I thought, okay, they're both right. So having a coach is just to help you to maintain the level of consistency that you can also ask feedback. And again, for me, something of course, I'm also doing, of course, my ICF qualification. So again, having a supervisor there is to guide you to maintain that level of consistency or level of engagement with your clients, and it helps in different ways.
Yeah, it sounds like a gym. You need to go there and exercise this feedback muscle. If you leave it there, it's sort of it's not a one-off exercise. So yeah, I could agree more. How much time we got left? Should we leave a couple of minutes just as a breathing space for Erica for the next session?
Yes, please. Before that, next session, Max, may I leave for you to introduce next session, please, Erica?
Sure.
Excellent, fantastic.
So
should we come back to 4 o'clock and then you will take it from there?
Yeah, I need I'll just take a short break, 3 minutes, and I'm back, and then I'll start chatting with Erica. So just a couple of minutes.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay. Hello, Erica. You're on mute.
I'm not anymore.
Classic.
Voila.
Thank you. Here you go. So,
are we still on break? Yes.
Yeah, so let's warm up with technical details. So we'll leave it to you if you have any presentation. So
I do. I can go ahead and pull up my copy. Yes.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. Yeah, so that works. Yeah, I seen it before.
Or do you want to pull it up? Well, no, I want this, or I want this version.
Yeah,
so
you do it. I think it's better. So you know what to do. I'm here, so I will be with you for the whole session. So you put me in whenever. I will be more than happy to participate. Don't ask tricky questions. No, I don't like that.
Okay. Don't ask tricky questions. I'm going to ask. All of the questions are going to be hard. So are we in a backstage? Do you have a screen up? Like we'll be back in so many minutes up right now?
No.
No? No.
We'll be back in 19 minutes. Yeah.
No, you're funny. Like earlier today when I was watching on YouTube, I'm going to look on YouTube, then I will know.
No.
Are you teasing me?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
I think you're teasing me.
Absolutely. No, it's fine. So there's we are live as we speak. So I think we should start. We should make a start. So let me just do a quick introduction, and then we'll hand over to you, Erica. So our next speaker is Erica Atkins. Her motto is "Better with Love." It seems to be everything is that you do. Love is at the core, and I like your sentence. Love transitions all languages at every stage of life. That is a beautiful statement. I've never seen it. Very inspirational, Erica. Your topic is today what to do after you lose your job and how to get invited for the job you want without filling out and application. That's what I got. Without further ado, I will leave it to you to introduce and maybe explain better the topic and your background. And I will stay online because I know we will role playing and we will work interactively.
Yes, thank you so much. I am very happy to be here. And so where I'm going to just start off first is I'm going to introduce myself. I am Erica Atkins, affectionately known as Coach Love, and I'm also the host of the Epic Understanding Show. And what we do there is that we inspire and we energize and we inform our audience so that they can embrace the world with information and have a better understanding so they can win and succeed. So the very first exercise we're going to do is it's an icebreaker, but it really depicts the dynamics that I want you to embrace once you're on an interview. So Max, guess what? Today is your birthday. This says happy
Hey,
birthday.
it's my
Yes,
birthday. Fantastic.
it's your birthday. Yes. And in this box is your birthday gift. And although this box is a particular size, it can be whatever you want. So if you want to put a car in here, you can put a car in here. Okay. And I am going to electronically gift you whatever you want. Here it is. It's coming. Bam. You got it.
Got it. I got
Awesome.
it.
Awesome.
Oh,
Awesome. I love
got
it. I love it. So now you have your birthday gift. Tell me, Max, what did you get?
There's something that popped in my mind that was totally unexpected. I don't know where it came. I absolutely have no idea where it came from. It is a fishing line.
It's a fishing what?
A rod.
Oh, a fishing rod. How lovely. What color is it?
Blue. Must be blue.
It's blue. It's blue.
Yeah.
Is blue your favorite color?
Electric blue. No, something.
Oh, electric blue.
It's very, very visible, very intense.
That's awesome. Now, why did you pick a fishing rod?
I have no idea. I tell you, it's something that, as you say, the birthday present. I don't know. I visualize it. It comes from nowhere.
Awesome. Did you fish when you were young?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
That's amazing. Who did you go fishing with?
I was my dad and my brother. So they're definitely good memories that surfaced right now.
That is beautiful and amazing. I bet that every time you think of when you were fishing, when you were young, you get a smile in your heart.
Yeah,
yes?
you can see. Again, I don't know how you fished this memory, but it's been quite surprising and pleasant. Yeah.
That is awesome. So that is a exercise that I do with people because I want people to understand the joy of gifting. Now, I didn't really gift you anything but an image in your mind and joy in your heart, right?
Yeah, it was the same. I just saw it. I was visualizing it. There was all the memories we mentioned. Beautiful. Right.
The emotions came along with it. And now forever, I am a part of that, right?
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit a part of. You'll connect. You'll say, you know what? When I first met Erica, I got to tell her about my fishing story. So that is a part of who we are together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is that important? It is important to create that dynamic whenever you are meeting someone, and particularly when you are going on a job interview. Now, obviously, you're not necessarily going to play that particular game, but I made you feel significant. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I was important. Definitely.
Right.
More than significant.
You're important and you feel heard.
Yeah.
That is a part of creating connectivity with someone. So often people talk about networking. So the idea of getting to know a whole bunch of people is not amazing. The idea of making people feel significant once you do know them is very important. And so that is the main ingredient. Matter of fact, that's the secret ingredient to having successful relationships that make an impact for your career and for the other person as well. You want to always be adding value in giving a gift. Now, let us move forward to one of the questions here. I want to know from the audience, and I want you to think about these as well. What are a few purposes of an interview other than getting a job? I want us to think about, when does the interview process start? Think about, what things should you consider before the interview? And what is a good psychological mindset when you're going for an interview? So let us think about those things. And if anything comes up in the chat, I want to share those things. But meanwhile, Max,
yeah,
tell me, what are a few purposes of an interview other than getting the job?
This is, for me, I was just going through these 4 questions, is the most interesting one. I didn't have an answer immediately. I had to really think and squeeze a bit, because my mind was saying interview, job, it's a kind of one-to-one relationship. But then I thought my experiences in the past, and I did it for testing myself. I actually went maybe for a ridiculous job, something that I'm not qualified, just to see what it feels like. Well, getting my chances and getting out of my comfort zone. Other times, I wanted to practice, and I remember I went for an interview, originally from Italy, to practice English in those days. I said, "Oh, just give it a go." So I went there just to practice an interview in English. So it was just to do an exercise and improving my skills. Yeah, these are the 2 things that popped in my mind.
You did your homework, I must say. So let us say, first off, that yes, practice. Practice is very important. You want to practice for your interviews, and the very best way to do that is to actually go on interviews. You want to get rid of that nervous feeling that you have. The second reason that you might want to go on an interview beyond getting a job is to build connection. Okay, I'll give you a quick story. I had a student, and she really, really, really wanted this job, Max. She was the right fit for it. She had all the criteria that you can, imagine, all the skill set that you can imagine. And it was an entry-level position, so there was no reason why she shouldn't get the job. Okay, I had laid the groundwork for her, and quite frankly, the job was pretty much in the bag, except there was another person who was interviewing who had a personal relationship with the hiring manager. Okay, and for that reason, she was not selected. However, I had already taught her the technique of building a relationship with someone once you're actually there. Let's face it, sometimes we're able to network prior to an interview process, and sometimes we are not. Okay, but once you are there, you have the opportunity to build connection. Okay, and she knew that. And I'll tell you some of the things that she did while she was there. She asked questions about what problems they were seeking to solve. Okay, and then she added information on how she would personally add value to those particular areas. So for those reasons, they remembered her. And then I will tell you the key thing that she did prior to going on the interview, and it was this. She researched the interviewer and found out that the interviewer had a high affection for something called a mahogany card. A mahogany card is a brand of cards that's right out of Hallmark. Okay, so this woman had a collection of mahogany cards. And so my student bought her a mahogany card for her collection, and it really just talked about kindness and appreciation. So it was a mahogany card that was an appreciation card. Now, the interviewer was not able to get this situation out of her mind at all. And so when she requested my student back, I'll just reveal that. She requested my student back for another position. The second position, actually, it occurred within 3 weeks. She mentioned, I had to have this person on board because they were thoughtful enough to give me something that I enjoy. And then she said, I'll tell you, Erica, my grandmother used to give me mahogany cards. And every time I see a mahogany card, I think of her. And that is why they bring me joy. Now, did the student know that? No, but she did exactly what I did for you. I gave you a gift of your own memory, right? So people don't normally express exactly why they like something or not, but typically people like things for personal reasons. So if you do your research beforehand and you get a buy-in some kind of way, you will create and connect with a positive memory. Normally, people do not express things about from their memory that they don't like. You know, if someone were to look you up today, they will see that you like fishing and that you have this fishing story. So if someone wanted to get you a electric blue fishing rod, you would be impressed. Like if 2 years from now, someone gave you an electric blue fishing rod, you'd say, wow,
Where did it come from? How did you
where did
know?
this come from? How
Definitely,
did you know
definitely.
I liked fishing? You'd find that to be amazing. So when we do research on people and we connect with their mindset, it builds relationships and it builds connection. Okay, so did my student ask for the second the second interview or the second job opportunity? No. Did she even have to? No. That didn't happen at all. Now, another way to gain access, because what we're looking at is access to interviewing, I'm sorry, to jobs, is by documenting your expertise. Okay, now how do you do that? You're writing things like this, speaking engagements, and volunteer work. I'm sure everyone has been beaten to death with this idea of volunteerism, but volunteerism actually helps you build your resume and it helps you build your reputation. Okay, so let's answer this question, Max. When does the interview process start?
The interview process, I think by the moment that you submit your CV, that you send your request, the game is on.
Yes, I would say the interview process starts the moment that you decide that you're interested in a particular company. Yeah. I've kind of shared organically that you want to begin your research not on just the organization, but you want to begin your research on the people who are going to interview you. And you want to begin your research regarding what they like and what they're posting. You want to read their articles and things of that nature. You want to notice the things that they have in their office, like Max, you have a guitar in your background.
There's a modern one.
Oh, wow. There's two. So you're passionate about music, right?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Where does that come from?
It's a long story. So how much time you have? It starts really from my youth.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you know the first song that you learned?
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't recall the first one as such. But it was just songs, folk songs, really from the family, for the family repertoire. So there's a bunch of songs that we everybody sang at the time.
Everyone sang at the time. That's
yeah.
That's amazing.
So
that's just part of your family roots.
Yeah.
Now, if I were to look you up on social media, might I ever find anything about you playing your guitar? Or might I find any image of you with the guitar in the background?
No, I don't think you will.
Now I will, because whoever watches this will have that information about you. My point is, although this is the first time this is coming out about you, everybody has something out there, unless they just absolutely have no media profile at all. But then even organizations have something about them. Organizations generally have a initiative that they're working on. They have some project that they are working on, or they have a mission statement that they are working on. So let's pretend that I am, fresh out of college, okay? And I want to work for this huge organization. The very first thing I would do is I would target the company that I'm interested in by looking at their mission statement, and I would look at people in the organization and what type of things they're posting. Okay, what type of things, what kind of problems are they trying to solve? Then I would do my research, I would write an article about it, I would send them my article, plus I would attach a bit of my research to that. Now, if you got this as a leader, Max, what would you think?
Well, I'm thinking that you put an effort, actually more than just an effort, because writing an article is definitely going the extra mile already. So there's a big intention in that. Yeah, so I would be curious to know more on
About me.
on the research.
And now we have this relationship that we're building based off of common interests. You're interested in solving this problem. I'm happy to do research on this. And I say, hi, Max, I'm very interested in your organization and the work you're doing on this project. If you don't mind, as I do research, do you mind that I continually send you what I find on a regular basis? What are you going to say? No? You're going to say yes.
Yeah, there will be a positive answer. I'm not too sure regular basis. Well, that's a little bit pushy in my opinion, but nevertheless, I feel that it's a positive step. So that it will definitely be welcome.
So you might say, well, it's okay for you to send it to me once a month or once a week, but you tell me something, right?
Exactly. I will tell you something.
Right. So there would be a positive banter back and forth between us, and your notion is, as long as you don't bug me, then it's okay, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so awesome. So now all of a sudden, you and I'm nobody from nowhere. And because I've taken a productive interest in something that you're trying to do, we have a connection. So when there is a position available with this particular idea, who are you going to think about? Who's going to pop to mind? Me.
Clearly, there's a connection. Is it me, you and me? It will be you.
Yes. Yes, yes. I'm going to pop up in some way, form, or fashion. And I've already demonstrated to you that I am committed to your company's mission and moving it forward. And I've demonstrated consistency. And you've already gotten to know my personality a bit. And people hire what kind of people? People that they know, like, and trust.
It's human nature. It's human nature. We like connections. We like people that are alike to a certain extent. Definitely yes. So that we are humans.
We are humans. That's who we work with. That's who we hire. People we know, like, and trust. So now, my final question on this slide is, what is a good psychological mindset for a good interview?
Yeah, I think being open, positive, and curious, relaxed. That there's so many things that probably would apply to every interview. But also, I think everybody need, from my personal perspective, I would like to put something personal. for me would be, I would like to have a mindset that it will be in tune with the interviewer. So create a two ways of flow interaction with the person sitting in front of me. So that will be probably maybe on the top of my personal list.
Those are very good answers. I would just like to share the mindset of gifting, of giving versus receiving. And so if I'm coming into an interview and I feel as if I am giving you something, that I am adding value, what happens is I am not nervous anymore. I don't necessarily feel as I'm being inspected. So a lot of times particularly during job interviews, we feel as if we are, being inspected, or somebody's kind of trying to tell us if what we've done is right or wrong. We almost feel as if we are performing. But if I feel as if I am coming here to give you something, hence our gift, then what do I feel? I feel excited. I feel energized. I feel enthusiastic. I can't wait to add this value to you. That energy translates, it comes across 100%. Once again, people hire people who they know, like, and trust. And if you were very nervous on the interview, what you've communicated is you're not quite trusting yourself in this moment. So how is it that you're going to ask me to trust you? That's a tough one to handle. And I'm not saying that you can't ever be nervous, but I am saying when you are very nervous, you are decreasing your chances of being the person who is selected. So I'm going to move to the next slide here. What is the first question that most interviewers ask?
Oh, I would say that probably it's a very informal, the first question. You might be asked simply, how are you today?
Yes, yes.
That could be, it's a question.
I would say that's a fair question. I would say maybe that's like the general question. I would say the first targeted question is this.
First targeted question.
Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, it's a classic.
It's a classic. Most interviewers are going to ask you that question or some form of that question. So yes. Max, tell me about yourself.
Well, I have 3 decades of experience in leadership, international corporates. I've been traveling between Europe and Asia, and I'm a people person. I love to work across culture, and I bridge team differences in order to achieve results that is great for the company and fulfilling for people.
That is amazing. I will tell you the most important thing that you did in the area of expressing who you are. You told me how you can help. You told me how you can add value. That is really the most important thing that you can do when answering the question, tell me about yourself. So you can add information about what you've done and who you are and your character. That is all wonderful, but be sure to add a sentence in, just a quick sentence in about how it is you can add value. And that is across the board in every genre. And as you see, it's not a difficult thing to do. In fact, it's almost quite natural, but we often fail to do that. Wouldn't you agree, Max?
It is a very important point, because I think the interviewers, you feel the bright lights are on you, so you need to download all your personal details on a golden plate. There will be probably an instinct that you're right, is shifting from you to what you can do, what will be your contribution to the business, to the team, to the people, to the person in front of you. So it's a big shift. It's a big shift.
It is a very big shift there. So you want to talk about how you can add value. Now, there's a specific type of question that is being used all over the world, and it's very frequent in interviews for employment these days. And do you have any guess of what kind of question that is?
Standard questions. Why are you leaving the current job? Why do you want this job? Yeah.
Those are all very good questions. But I would say the style of question that's most often answered these days, asked these days, is behavioral-based interview questions. Those are questions that identify your past performance, and it helps the employer understand how you might behave in the future. I'm going to give you a standard standard behavioral-based interview question, and I want to see how you might answer it, Max.
All right, let's go.
Okay. Tell me about a time where you had to handle a difficult situation at work.
Definitely delivering as a manager, delivering annual performance assessment, which are below average. That is, underperformance, as they are classified in a corporate world. So having that situation where you needed to be objectives, lining up the facts, but deliver also a tough message in a constructive way. It's easy to plan, but when you are in front of a person in a room, that is very challenging. So preparation, but also reading the person and the body, the words, and making the person comfortable and moving into a future plan. That is something that comes with experience, but the planning is absolutely key.
Okay, very good, very good. Now, I'm going to be your coach in this particular moment, and I'm going to kind of help you put together a more strategic answer. It's not that your answer was bad, it's just that I don't know anything more.
Sure.
I don't know anything more about you by the way you answered that question. So a good way to answer behavioral-based interview questions is by using the STAR method, and that is situation, task, action, and then the result. And so we want to structure it in a story. Okay. People follow stories. That's just what they do. All stories have a beginning, middle, and end. And so the situation and the task is the beginning. The middle is the action, and then the result is the ending of the story. And of course, we want to tell the story. Well, I'll tell you what. You can tell a story based off of you not achieving, or you can tell a story based off of you achieving. Whatever you do, what you want to do is talk about your lessons learned. Okay. Yeah. So maybe you didn't achieve what you wanted to achieve in the difficult situation. What you want to say is, but what I learned is, and then say what it is that you've learned. And I will tell you, the interviewer might find that very disarming and feel a connection with you, because 9 times out of 10, that's happened to them, or something similar has happened to them. And so one of the main goals of an interview is to build to build a connection. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to answer that question. Okay. All right. So a difficult situation for me was, I was a brand new manager, and I was asked to terminate one of my employees. Now, mind you, this particular employee was twice my age, and I actually respected him quite a bit, but he just didn't seem to follow protocol as he should. And so I ended up looking for a job for him and finding an outlet for him that would better suit his style. And once I found a new job for him, that is when I kind of sat him down and I told him that he was no longer a fit for the position, but I had a great job for him. And then I gave him a big goodbye party. And so I preserved his dignity. I don't know if I would do that again today. I think it was a good thing for me to do when I was new, because I certainly learned how to value someone's feelings and make them feel significant. At the same time, I don't think that that would be the right choice for every situation. So what I learned was to examine the situation, but still value other people's opinions, because I couldn't do that for every single employee. And I don't want to set that particular expectation. What do you think about my answer? What do you know about me?
Well, there was a lot of information to process. Clearly, you are structured. You worked all out, and you came up self-aware, lessons learned, and you deliver the whole package to the interviewer. So probably you covered all angles without any doubt.
So you might learn from that particular story that I'm a compassionate person, but if I was in a big company, you might be very concerned that I would be overly involved in my employee's life. So I would need to let them know that I wouldn't necessarily do that again, but I am still very interested in making people feel valued, right? So that's what you know about me from that particular story that I told. And it was pretty brief. It wasn't too long, but you can make a lot of deductions. So you truly know that I value your employees, right?
Yep.
Okay. Another important thing to do while you are interviewing is ask questions back and forth. Okay. So I will tell you, if you're interviewing with someone in human resources, they've interviewed constantly all week and all day. So you have to put yourself in that person's position. So you might want to say, how many people have you interviewed for this particular position? And they can say, oh gosh, you're my first one. And then you can celebrate that moment, or you can say, I've interviewed 10 people. They might say, I interviewed 10 people for this position. And you might say, well, gosh, are you guys having trouble finding the right fit? Or are you just kind of building the standards for the position? Kind of find out what's their mindset and what they're doing. It'll help you set your particular expectations. And once again, it'll help you create a connection, because maybe you'll get the job for that particular position and maybe not. But if you make yourself memorable in a positive way, it will only propel you forward. Okay. Here we go. All right, Max.
Ooh, this is a difficult one. It's an eye test.
Yes. Okay. Yes, it is an eye test. How about do this? How about find me a significant word in this puzzle, in this crossword puzzle? Find me a significant
anywhere.
Any word.
Crossing.
And audience, yeah, an audience, I would like for you to find a significant word on your own. And I will say, all you have to do is use the letters. They don't have to be next to one another. So you can just find a word and share it with us.
So, but this is any word that is clearly related to interviewing. This is a quality.
No, just any word.
Any word, anything.
Any word. Just use the letters there to find any word.
I'm going for difficult. Oh no, there's one letter missing there. I'm terrible at crosswords.
So you can use the letters. They don't have to be they don't have to be next to one another. You can just use the letters to make any word that you want. Use the letters to make any word you want.
Right, work.
Work. Okay.
I saw work. What else?
And why is that word significant to you?
Well, we are talking about interviews and jobs. So when I saw the W and the K on the top right, it just form worked for me almost immediately. And then I was looking for the letters.
Okay, very good. Audience, I'd love to know what words you were able to create, but I will tell you, I would have been significantly impressed if you had said the word love, because the word love is in there. I would have been significantly impressed if you had found my name. My name is in there. Yes, I would have been significantly impressed, but not because it's about me per se, but if I was an employer and I was playing this kind of game with someone, I would want them to find a word that added value to the organization, or at least the person that I'm connecting with. I use this exercise just to continue to drive that point home. If there is anything that I want the audience to leave here with, is that you want to make the interviewer, you want to make the company, you want to make the person that you're building a relationship with, you want to make them feel significant. I can't say it enough. People make decisions off of the way they feel, and then they rationalize behind it. Okay? Do you know the chief reason why people don't get the job? The chief reason. It's universal. There's nobody that I've ever worked with, no matter what continent they're on, is it any different? It's always some form of this. It is the following. Well, they just weren't a good fit. They weren't the best fit. That's it. That's it. Now, people rationalize around that, and they might say, oh, the person was very talkative, or I didn't like the way they answered this question. But if you're already on the interview, know that you have the skill. You already have the technical skill to be there because they've reviewed your resume. So 9 times out of 10, you have the technical skill to be there. They've already researched that. There are tons of applicant tracking processes out there to weed out people who do not have the skill set. So if it's already been determined that you have the skill set, what else is there? Max, what else is there?
Yeah, this is a leading question, so yeah, you know the answer.
Yes, there is only likability in relationship, and my ability to believe that you are going to be a good fit for my company culture. That is the only thing that is left. No more. There's nothing else than that. So, Max.
Yeah.
Tell me something that you find difficult during interviews. What's something that you find difficult?
I would definitely find it difficult. Let's say in these days of remote working, if there is an ambush.
An ambush.
You know, an ambush, because there are rules for the interviews. There is a preparation, so you are told what the job is all about and some guidelines, and then all of a sudden you have a totally unrelated questions, and the mind targeting maybe like your private life. That is no one business. It should be optional to answer. They will definitely annoy me.
So let's say you posted something on social media 5 years ago and it's regarding an opinion that you no longer even have, right?
Yeah, they will set me on fire straight away, definitely, even if I put a straight face.
Wow. So how might you handle that in the moment? How might you actually handle that?
Well, I will definitely be open on the point, because I'm not especially you ask me in this season of my life, I would definitely not sell out myself for or to anything they ask me for. So there will be a point where there is a boundary. I would say I'm not comfortable to answer, maybe giving an explanation, being very honest, polite, calm, and then wait for feedback and accept the feedback.
So maybe if it's really true to who you are, and who you were at the time, you could say something like this: oh my goodness, you guys really did your homework, and I'm glad you did. This gives me an opportunity to share how I've grown. At the time, I was aware of this information and I had done this research. You may already know this by your own research, but we've now grown past those particular constructs. I'll give you an example from America. There was a time when no one believed in same-sex marriage in America. Okay, so that is a very difficult issue. And President Barack Obama was once against same-sex marriage, and then as president, he moved towards same-sex marriage, okay? He couldn't get rid of his past, right? Everybody already knew that he was against same-sex marriage, but he put forth and signed the Marriage Equality Act. Now, it really doesn't matter in my mind whether someone's pro or against it for this particular example. It only matters how someone explains their particular journey. So I just wanted to give us a specific example so that we could talk about it more concretely. So let's say that at one time I was against same-sex marriage and then I turned pro same-sex marriage. I wrote that article when I didn't really have anything past traditional information. Now, as the country has grown and I have done my own personal information and watched how same-sex marriage has created family structure, not only for the two people who are married, but children finding loving families. It's very hard for me to continue to be against something that I see adding so much value. So I'm excited that you did your research on me and given me an opportunity to explain how I've grown. So you really lean into it.
It's an option. It's a choice. I think this is great.
I would encourage whatever you do. I would encourage not to be defensive. That is what I would encourage. So that's my warning sign there, because any defensive energy is going to come off as a challenge, as difficulty. And there are some key characteristics that all employers are looking for. I won't go into them now because they're at the end of the presentation. And so we'll be able to share that information in just a moment. Now that we've done that, I want to talk about this video that I have It's called Pinch Hitters. If you go to watch my video on pinch hitters and share your thoughts about that interview, I will send you my 50 most difficult, honestly, behavioral-based interview questions. The reason why I want to gift this to you, or anyone really, Max, is because practice is the key for having successful interviews. You want to be able to tell your stories succinctly, and you want to have confidence in what you are creating. Although interviewing is a science, it is most certainly an art. So for that reason, I want you to know there is no universal agreement on what makes a good interview answer. None. Because I'm sure I've shared some things here today. You're going, well, I don't know if I kind of like that. I don't know if that's for me. So that particular answer might not be for you, but your stories are for you, and you want to craft them in such a way that people can follow them and that you come off as your authentic self. So what you don't want to do is go into an interview process and perform as someone that you can't present on a daily basis. Imagine if you got a job and I had to show up as Max. I'd make a horrible Max. Max is already the best Max there is. I can't imagine him showing up as Erica. I don't know. Do you want the pearls?
I might try.
I am not sure my lipstick and pearls would work on you, Max.
It's a challenge. Accept it.
Oh my goodness. So I say all that to say this. Be sure to show up as your authentic self, of course, being respectful, of course, knowing the company culture and things of that nature. As a matter of fact, if you review the company culture and you find out that it's just not who you are, don't accept the invitation to interview. This is a two-way process. You are there to give the gift of your experience. You are there to give the gift of the value that you can add. You are there to help them solve the problems that they have for their organization. And if you can't do that based off of your authentic self, then maybe that is not the organization for you. There are millions upon millions of great organizations out here. Don't get stuck on just one, okay? There's plenty of fish in the sea, so I'll say it that way. Now, there are several factors that go into an interview process, and there are several things that you want to take into consideration. So best practices that you want to consider: how about your language, the way you dress, the timeline for the interview, even demographics and things of that nature. These all play a very big part in the interview process. I'll give you an example. If there is a company and you review it, it's a very young company, and you look around and you see that everybody in the organization is 25 and under. And that's very possible these days, right? Because there are a lot of booming internet businesses that are, new startups, they're starting like out of nowhere. They come out of nowhere. What if you find that everybody's there, it's under 25? Might that make a difference? Even though it may be illegal to not hire someone of a particular age, but that may make a difference in how they view you. Perhaps you want to really look at yourself and see if you can add value based off of what the company values are. So you want to take it away from the age idea and take it towards how do you relate to that particular group of people. So you definitely want to do that. I am going to go ahead and just try to wrap it up. I really could talk quite a bit longer because I love this particular subject matter. And I actually have a story that I want to share. Maybe I'll share it offline with you guys. But the top 2 skills that you are looking for, or that you want to make sure that you have for any, not just interview, but any job, you want to make sure that you have good communication skills and adaptability. You have to be able to embrace change. Nothing is ever going to be the same every day, including you. So, adaptability and communication. I just thank you all for taking the time to share your thoughts and ideas with me. Max, you have been an absolute joy. I appreciate you very much. And
Pleasure.
Eric, thank you for inviting me. I hope that I have done you proud, my friend.
Eric,
Perfect.
you've done an amazing job. I've got a few questions. One is the research. All right, so my question is, for research, you want to base on, is it based on a big company, a corporate, or small? Because you just mentioned that you've got this new tech industry, which is the young people creating businesses. Now, you might not have the information at hand for such research. How do you go about it? However, for big company, where do you start? Because you want to get it right.
I love that point that you made. Thank you, because this is one of the things I did want to share. The way that you would connect with someone in a corporate, large Fortune 500 company is a little bit different than you would connect with someone with a small to medium sized company, because they have different problems and different levels of engagement. I'll give you an example. A large company, you are likely to interview with the human resource department first at a generalist level. This particular person is just making sure you are who you said you are on the resume. That's all they're doing. And they will do the general background checks. After that, you might interview with the hiring manager. This is where you really want to do your research. You want this person to like you, and you want to be able to help them understand that you can solve the problems that they have at their particular level. Now, there's probably going to be another interview. There is the team interview, and this is all about group dynamics. So you may not be able to find out who everyone is on the team, but try to research at least 2 or 3 people that are going to be on the team, and what their interests are, what projects they are working on, what challenges they have had, and how you can add value and connection as a team member. At this particular interview, what you want to create is collaboration and always connection, but you want to actually kind of fit in as a team and like problem solve. And I will give you an example from my own situation. I was actually brought in as a consultant to speak for a particular college. Then all of a sudden, there was a hiring manager that was brought in, and she was just, Erica, what do you want to know? I mean, what can you share about this particular idea? And it was their learning management system. And so I just kind of hopped in right then and there, start problem solving. And I actually ended up with a long-term job offer because of my ability at the moment to act as a team member and collaborate within the moment. Now, maybe that happens for you where you get to problem solve within the environment, but I will tell you, if you go to a lunch meeting or if you're in a formal interview space, what you can do is ask a question that brings about the problems that the team is working on. For example, you can say, what has been the most challenging problem that you've worked on this year? Get them talking about their work, or what things are you working on this week that you wish you had more support on. Get them talking about the work. I'll switch this to a small to medium-sized company. In a small to medium-sized company, they are generally overwhelmed. Everybody is wearing too many hats all the time. So what you want to, if this is your thing, if this is who you really authentically are, what you want to communicate to that size company is that you don't mind working on multiple projects, and you don't mind working within different departments and really working outside your level of expertise. Is that you're really willing to learn and engage and have baptism by fire, because they have a lot of those experiences. And so you want to share stories about you participating at that level, and you just want to communicate the attitude of ready to lend a hand.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hello.
No, I don't have any further questions. So I think it's been so much information, and it was great, Erica, the way you give a really an elaborated explanation with examples. I think it was very visual, but also related to experience. So it was really great.
It was fantastic. I mean, what I love about is the research, because you have, I mean, like that's the job that I just offered for the vice dean. They have to ask me to write the research. What would I do with students on cultural wise different, and have to write a report. So I can sense that question. I mean, that's why sometimes I offer the job, but I want to hear what you have, what you can add value to that, and also what would you do in situations. I think that research for me was just an amazing job. So Erica, it's been amazing to have you.
Thank you so much.
Please stay over. I'm expecting to get to join by the rest of the team. We can do remarks, but before that, thank you so much. Before that, let me get everyone on board. I think I've seen Paula. Hello, Paula. And Nora, do you want to show your face? Introduce you to the team. Hello. Hello, everyone. Please meet my colleague, Ellie, as I call her. Well, she's been amazing for us for the past few weeks with regards to the school and also her social media platform. She's an amazing young lady. Unfortunately, she's leaving London to Paris, back to where she's from. But I'm sure that I'll go and see her as when we can move around in Europe. Tim is just joining us. Tim, good afternoon. Hello, Tim, good afternoon, or good evening. Oh, he's muted. So whilst we are waiting for Melanie and Cassia and John from Ghana, let me start from Paula. Paula, what is your feedback so far, Max? What the session has been so far for you? Your take for today.
Sure. Thank you so much for this question. It's really been amazing. I just managed to not really watch it all, but I was doing some work, so I watched here and there, and I was catching up on YouTube mostly. It was fantastic. I really felt that it really empowered me, and I noticed that in my emails, I had different vibes already, and so I really feel very empowered. It was also so nice the way that, for example, I joined my forces with Melanie. It was great because it was even over empowering, I felt, and all the different aspects and the story. But we also had a lot in common, all of us. So thank you so much for this, Eric, and this sense of family, because for me, I mean, my first family was Max, and now you are my family as well, and now all the other friends are my family. It's so important. Connections are very, very important, as I always want to emphasize and share. Yes.
Excellent. And what is your take going forward?
My tip.
Your take, like what do you expect for this session to go, or this summit next? What is your take?
Sure. I would say really a great focus on emotions and sense of alignment and purpose, and always try to get out of the comfort zone as much as possible. I must admit I was still challenged on the growth mindset. So never mind if you're a coach, you're still, work in progress. So we all are in our life. And so yes, that would be really my takeaway. I would say yes.
Excellent. Tim, let me come back to you. Feedback, remarks, please. What you think the session and what you think that the whole thing could be. Just your own evaluation, please.
I apologize, but because of other commitments, I wasn't able to sort of sit in through any other sessions than my own. And even then, I probably was only there part of the time. There are a number of things. One is I am impressed that you brought it all together, and I thank you and Max for doing so. I think that's most impressive. I mean, the first thing is just being asked and then thinking about what you want to present or discuss is itself very, very strong. It makes you think of an issue. It makes you explore that issue. Probably all the themes and thoughts are floating around in there, but it makes you bring them all together and revisit. So almost before you've done anything, I find that it's a great learning experience. Then the thing itself, it was pleasant and easy to do. I think we're all getting used to this bizarre way of talking to other people now. It kind of seems the norm, doesn't it? It was good for you and Max to step in when we got to questions. That was useful. It would have been nice to have engaged more widely. I don't know nothing appeared in the chat that I saw or heard that my session. It may just be because of my own personal circumstances, where I work, how I operate. I didn't bring a great base of people who know me to sort of come and engage. But I hope it was useful to you and a useful part of the day. It was certainly very useful for me.
Great. I'll touch base on that. So I think all to do with the platform. So remember, the first one we use StreamYard, which is linked to all the channel, and there's a lot of questions. This one we failed to go for one platform, Zoom, YouTube, which can be accessed after. So I think going forward, we want to get engaged. That's a plan, to get engaged with the audience, interactive. But of course, with Zoom, YouTube, we get limited with engagement. I think we've learned a lesson to go for one platform.
It didn't matter in the whole, as I say. For me, the big thing was to merely think about it and put an orderly set of thoughts together. That was extremely valuable. And actually, you and Max filled the role of many with questions and thoughts, and that was good. I'm just sorry. My regret for the whole thing was that I was I'm on a holiday from tomorrow, so I've been juggling all the things that you do the day before. Plus, I was on. In fact, I was on 15 minutes later with the Prince's Trust on a training program where I contribute to how to get the most out of your mentor. So I was sort of literally flipped from one to the other there and didn't get a chance to engage at all. So I'm very sorry for that. I'm sure I've missed out.
I hope you didn't get trouble with being late at Prince's Trust.
Not at all. No, they brought it forward slightly, which meant that my sort of hour in between became 15 minutes.
Oh dear. Sorry to hear that. Ellie, your thoughts and what you've engaged or what you've eaten today.
Well, I've never seen this type of coming all. I mean, I've never heard a coach before, to be quite honest. So that was kind of new for me. It was really interesting. I really liked the last one, maybe because I'm young and I'm going to go into the work world soon. So it was really interesting about all the interview things. And I was going to ask questions, but you answered them before I could ask.
I think we've got time. Erica, are you there?
Yes.
Well,
She ask a question, please.
She answered. I was just gonna ask. Yeah, I think you answered it. I was just gonna ask because we were talking about companies and but you said, you know, before accepting an interview, you should check the company, because as you said, sometimes some questions that you can be asked on during an interview for me would be too personal, and so I would be defensive, because I would say, even if I want that job, I don't want to be in that company because I'm not going to be okay in that company. So I would prefer to be defensive and maybe rude to these persons so that they can understand that their questions are too personal or are not correct in 2021, you know?
So for this, I would not say to be rude. I would say,
this is the French
yes,
French me that is talking.
So when someone is crossing a boundary, because this is what is happening, they're crossing a boundary, and maybe that particular person versus the company itself as a whole. Okay. And so if that person is in HR and they're crossing the boundary, and I don't actually have to work with that person, then I would feel differently than if it's the hiring manager or someone on that particular team. In any particular case, I would never become defensive. I would always embrace and bridge build, because even the most irritating person can help you build a bridge towards something that you prefer. Okay. And so that is just how I look at things. The person's not bad because they're irritating me. They just.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about irritating things. I'm talking about sometimes really subject
inappropriate
that shouldn't even be brought in an interview.
Yes. Yeah, no, when I say irritating, I'm using a euphemism for jerk, inappropriate. You should not ask me this question. How dare you? For instance, what if on an interview, someone made a comment about, not saying that you're married to a same-sex person, but making an implication of this. I would not become defensive at it. I would kind of navigate it around it very sensitively and artfully, so that I'm not pushing them away. I'm almost pulling them in towards me and embracing their values and their thoughts. Not that I agree with them. I just want to make them feel okay and that their point of view is significant. I don't have to agree with you to hold you of high regard. Okay. And that is just something, particularly if I'm interviewing for a leadership position, you never ever know when someone's pushing you on purpose. Okay, because how you perform in the moment is how you.
I know, but I find this disturbing that they can push in that kind of way. I find this disturbing, and it's my opinion.
It is.
So.
It is disturbing.
Well, it's very disturbing, but it's true. And I'll give you an example. Real leadership, real managers are going to have to deal with tough situations. There is going to be someone who is going to say something that's too far left, something that's too far right, something that is encroaching on someone's boundaries. So that person is going to be on your team. The question is, how do you lead with these difficult people? I wish everybody would behave, but they don't. they don't. And so a lot of times we have to understand that hiring managers, people in HR are really testing you to figure out who you're going to show up as at work. And that is why the adaptability piece is so very important. That little puzzle that I put together, that's a type of adaptability question. When people ask you a question like, what part of the salad are you going to be? That's a adaptability, creative kind of question. There is no right answer. There is, do you answer it, and how do you embrace the question? So that is what I'm promoting, to have the ability to embrace the moment without defense, without hostility.
Excellent. Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much. That was good answer. I'm going to move to John because of our time. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
John, what is your feedback? What is your remarks before I head to Max?
I think that it's been an amazing summit. I must be very honest. And I have picked up a lot of things from listening to the other speakers as well. And I'm really, really happy and honored to have been part of this.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to now move to Max, and Max will take over from here. But I want to say thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Those that are unable to join, I know Cassia is just having a dinner. So fortunately, she was not able to join us. But thank you for Melanie. I think she's also running late. Thank you for everyone. I think we couldn't do this without all you guys, the coaches. You made this session wonderful one. So thank you for joining us this long day. I'm being humbled and being thankful, grateful for your time. Max, I'm going to leave you for you to do the closing marks because it's been amazing to work with you as a co-host. So please, to you over.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you all. For me, it's been a journey. I know some of you, some just at the first time, so you never know what to expect. But I think it's been a journey of real people to deal with the everyday with our customers, people, and everybody we serve with passion and honesty. And what I loved was, as Paula mentioned, was all the connecting point that we shared quite a lot of values in the way we operate. And I was following through the different conversation, those connecting points, and I was very pleased. In my mind, it formed really a journey from front to back. Lots of energy, lots of diversity. I think this is important. Diversity. We are all different. We are all authentic. I learned a lot from all of you. I took a lot of notes. There's lots of takeaways for me. Really a number of them. Some that could be different. You know, you never heard before the different approaches. And John stressed the importance of networking, improving. So that one is fully on board. I love Erica approach, super round, smooth, relationship based. She nailed it. This is what it is in the real world, and the sooner you get into the frame of mind, definitely the more effective you will be in your jobs. Team brought so much reality, and the big questions know how to operate as a coach, as a mentor, as a mix. And entrepreneurs, there was a very sense of what's going on the ground. I really love those conversations. And Paula, just a driven passion from life experience, and take us to a different world where you can be decisive and courageous with total calmness. That was great. And Eric, magic, putting everybody together. What a treat, but also very brave. I know that organizing all this, yes, we can improve. We can get a much bigger audience next time for sure. But it takes a lot of courage to take us all together today. So thank you for that, and definitely for getting out of your comfort zone. So I applaud you for that.
Excellent. So next step is that I'll be in touch this is recorded. So we're going to end the session. But before that, please wave and say goodbye to our audience on YouTube, everywhere. And I hope to see you guys very soon. Thank you. And ask Maxe Garcia. So Garcia.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Ciao, ciao a tutti. Bye.
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 Hey guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.